Book 3, Chapter 1. The Departure of Boromir. Aragorn sped on up the hill. Every now and again he bent to the ground. Hobbits go light, and their footprints are not easy even for a ranger to read, but not far from the top a spring crossed the path. And in the wet earth he saw what he was seeking. I read the signs aright, he said to himself. Frodo ran to the hilltop. I wonder what he saw there? But he returned by the same way, and went down the hill again. Aragorn hesitated. He desired to go to the high seat himself, hoping to see there something that would guide him in his perplexities, but time was pressing. Suddenly he leaped forward, and ran to the summit, across the great eggstones, and up the steps. Then sitting in the high seat he looked out. But the sun seemed darkened, and the world dim and remote. He turned from the north, back again to north, and saw nothing save the distant hills, unless it were that far away he could see again a great bird like an eagle, high in the air, descending slowly in wide circles down towards the earth. Even as he gazed his quick ears caught sounds in the woodlands below, on the west side of the river. He stiffened. There were cries, and among them, to his horror, he could distinguish the harsh voices of orcs. Then suddenly with a deep-throated call a great horn blew, and the blasts of it smote the hills and echoed in the hollows, rising in a mighty shout above the roaring of the falls. The horn of Boromir, he cried. He is in need. He sprang down the steps in a way, leaping down the path. Alas! An ill fate is on me this day, and all that I do goes amiss. Where is Sam? As he ran the cries came louder, but fainter now and desperately. The horn was blowing. Fierce and shrill rose the yells of the orcs. And suddenly the horn call ceased. Aragorn raced down the last slope, but before he could reach the hill's foot, the sounds died away. And as he turned to the left and ran towards them they retreated, until at last he could hear them no more. Drawing his bright sword, and crying Elendil, Elendil, he crashed through the trees. A mile, maybe, from Prithgalen in a little glade not far from the lake he found Boromir. He was sitting with his back to a great tree, as if he was resting. But Aragorn saw that he was pierced with many black feathered arrows. His sword was still in his hand, but it was broken near the hilt. His horn cloven in two was at his side. Many orcs lay slain, piled all about him and at his feet. Aragorn knelt beside him. Boromir opened his eyes and strove to speak. At last slow words came. I tried to take the ring from Frodo, he said. I am sorry. I have paid. His glance strayed to his fallen enemies. 20 at least lay there. They have gone, the Halings, the orcs have taken them. I think they are not dead. Orcs bound them. He paused, and his eyes closed wearily. After a moment he spoke again. Farewell, Aragorn. Go to Minas Tirith and save my people. I have failed. No, said Aragorn, taking his hand and kissing his brow. You have conquered. Few have gained such a victory. Be at peace. Minas Tirith shall not fall. Boromir smiled. Which way did they go? Was Frodo there? Said Aragorn. But Boromir did not speak again. Alas, said Aragorn. Thus passes the heir of Dine Thor, lord of the Tower of Guard. This is a bitter end. Now the company is all in ruin. It is I that have failed. Vain was Gandalf's trust in me. What shall I do now? Boromir has laid it on me to go to Minas Tirith, and my heart desires it, but where are the ring and the bearer? How shall I undo them and save the quest from disaster? He knelt for a while, bent with weeping, still clasping Boromir's hand. So it was that Legolas and Gimli found him. They came from the western slopes of the hill, silently, creeping through the trees as if they were hunting. Gimli had his axe in hand, and Legolas his long knife. All his arrows were spent. When they came into the glade they halted in amazement, and then they stood a moment with heads bowed in grief, for it seemed to them plain what had happened. "Alas," said Legolas, coming to Aragorn's side, "we have hunted and slain many orcs in the woods, but we should have been of more use here. We came when we heard the horn, but too late, it seems. I fear you have taken deadly hurt." "Boromir is dead," said Aragorn. "I am unscathed, for I was not here with him. He fell defending the hobbits, while I was away upon the hill." "The hobbits," cried Gimli. "Where are they then? Where is Frodo?" "I do not know," answered Aragorn wearily. "Before he died, Boromir told me that the orcs had bound them. He did not think that they were dead. I sent him to follow Merry and Pippin, but I did not ask him if Frodo or Sam were with him, not until it was too late. All that I have done today has gone amiss. What is to be done now?" "First we must tend the fallen," said Legolas. "We cannot leave him lying like carrion among these foul orcs." "But we must be swift," said Gimli. "He would not wish us to linger. We must follow the orcs, if there is hope that any of our company are living prisoners. But we do not know whether the ring-bearer is with them or not," said Aragorn. "Are we to abandon him? Must we not seek him? Rst. An evil choice is now before us." "Then let us do Rst what we must do," said Legolas. "We have not the time or the tools to bury our comrade Tly, or to raise a mound over him. A cairn we might build. The labor would be hard and long. There are no stones that we could use nearer than the waterside," said Gimli. "Then let us lay him in a boat with his weapons, and the weapons of his vanquished foes," said Aragorn. "We will send him to the falls of Rhoros and give him to Anduin. The river of Gondor will take care at least that no evil creature dishonors his bones." Quickly they searched the bodies of the orcs, gathering their swords and cloven helms and shields into a heap. "See," cried Aragorn. "Here we endy tokens." He picked out from the pile of grim weapons 2 knives, leaf-bladed, damasked in gold and red, and searching further he found also the sheaths, black, set with small red gems. "No orc tools these," he said. "They were borne by the hobbits. Doubtless the orcs despoiled them, but feared to keep the knives, knowing them for what they are, work of Westerness, wound about with spells for the bane of Mordor. Well, now, if they still live, our friends are weaponless. I will take these things, hoping against hope, to give them back. And I," said Legolas, "will take all the arrows that I can nd, for my quiver is empty." He searched in the pile and on the ground about, and found not a few that were undamaged and longer in the shaft than such arrows as the orcs were accustomed to use. He looked at them closely, and Aragorn looked on the slain, and he said, "Here lie many that are not folk of Mordor. Some are from the north, from the misty mountains, if I know anything of orcs and their kinds. And here are others strange to me. Their gear is not after the manner of orcs at all. There were 4 goblin soldiers of greater stature, swart, slant-eyed, with thick legs and large hands. They were armed with short, broad-bladed swords, not with the curved scimitars usual with orcs. And they had bows of yew in length and shape like the bows of men. Upon their shields they bore a strange device, a small white hand in the center of a black eld. On the front of their iron helms was set an S rune, wrought of some white metal. I have not seen these tokens before, said Aragorn. What do they mean? S is for Sauron, said Gimli. That is easy to read. Nay, said Legolas. Sauron does not use the elf runes. Neither does he use his right name, nor permit it to be spelt or spoken, said Aragorn. And he does not use white. The orcs in the service of Barad-dûr use the sign of the red eye. He stood for a moment in thought. S is for Saruman, I guess, he said at length. There is evil afoot in Isengard, and the west is no longer safe. It is, as Gandalf feared, By some means the traitor Saruman has had news of our journey. It is likely too that he knows of Gandalf's fall. Pursuers from Moria may have escaped the vigilance of Lorien, or they may have avoided that land and come to Isengard by other paths. Orcs travel fast, but Saruman has many ways of learning news. Do you remember the birds? Well, we have no time to ponder riddles, said Gimli. Let us bear Boromir away. But after that we must guess the riddles, if we are to choose our course rightly, answered Aragorn. Maybe there is no right choice, said Gimli. Taking his axe the dwarf now cut several branches. These they lashed together with bowstrings, and spread their cloaks upon the frame. Upon this rough bier they carried the body of their companion to the shore, together with such trophies of his last battle as they chose to send forth with him. It was only a short way, yet they found it no easy task, for Boromir was a man both tall and strong. At the waterside Aragorn remained, watching the bier, while Legolas and Gimli hastened back on foot to Pruthgalen. It was a mile or more, and it was some time before they came back, paddling two boats swiftly along the shore. There is a strange tale to tell, said Legolas. There are only two boats upon the bank. We could indeed no trace of the other. Have orcs been there? Asked Aragorn. We saw no signs of them, answered Gimli. And orcs would have taken or destroyed all the boats, and the baggage as well. I will look at the ground when we come there, said Aragorn. Now they laid Boromir in the middle of the boat that was to bear him away. The grey hood and elven cloak they folded and placed beneath his head. They combed his long dark hair and arrayed it upon his shoulders. The golden belt of Lorien gleamed about his waist. His helm they set beside him, and across his lap they laid the cloven horn and the hilt and shards of his sword. Beneath his feet they put the swords of his enemies. Then fastening the prow to the stern of the other boat, they drew him out into the water. They rowed sadly along the shore, and turning into the swift-running channel, they passed the green sward of Pruthgalen. The steep sides of Tol Brandor were glowing. It was now mid-afternoon. As they went south, the fume of Rhoros rose and shimmered before them, a haze of gold. The rush and thunder of the falls shook the windless air. Sorrowfully they cast loose the funeral boat. There Boromir lay, restful, peaceful, gliding upon the bosom of the owing water. The stream took him while they held their own boat back with their paddles. He owed by them, and slowly his boat departed, waning to a dark spot against the golden light, and then suddenly it vanished. Rhoros roared on unchanging. The river had taken Boromir son of Dean Thor, and he was not seen again in Minas Tirith, standing as he used to stand upon the White Tower in the morning. But in Gondor in after days it long was said that the elven boat rode the falls in the foaming pool, and bore him down through Osgiliath, and past the many mouths of Anduin, out into the great sea at night, under the stars. For a while the three companions remained silent, gazing after him. Then Aragorn spoke. They will look for him from the White Tower, he said, but he will not return from mountain or from sea. Then slowly he began to sing. Through Rohan over fen and eld where the long grass grows, the west wind comes walking, and about the walls it goes. What news from the west, O wandering wind, do you bring to me tonight? Have you seen Boromir the tall by moon or by starlight? I saw him ride over 7 streams, over waters wide and grey. I saw him walk in empty lands, until he passed away into the shadows of the north. I saw him then no more. The north wind may have heard the horn of the son of Dean Thor, O Boromir. From the high walls westward I looked afar. But you came not from the empty lands where no men are. Then Legolas sang. From the mouths of the sea the south wind dies, from the sand hills and the stones. The wailing of the gulls it bears, and at the gate it moans. What news from the south, O sighing wind, do you bring to me? At eve? Where now is Boromir the fair? He tarries and I grieve. Ask not of me where he doth dwell, so many bones there lie On the white shores and the dark shores under the stormy sky. So many have passed down Anduin to Endi the Owing Sea. Ask of the North Wind news of them the North Wind sends to me. O Boromir. Beyond the gate the seaward road runs south. But you came not with the wailing gulls from the grey sea's mouth. Then Aragorn sang again. From the gate of kings the North Wind rides, and past they roaring falls. And clear and cold about the tower its loud horn calls. What news from the north, O mighty wind, do you bring to me today? What news of Boromir the bold? For he is long away. Beneath Amenhen I heard his cry. There many foes he fought. His cloven shield, his broken sword, they to the water brought. His head so proud, his face so fair, his limbs they laid to rest. And Rorose, golden Rorose falls, bore him upon its breast. O Boromir. The tower of guard shall ever northward gaze. To Rorose, golden Rorose falls, until the end of days. So they ended. Then they turned their boat and drove it with all the speed they could against the stream back to Purthgalen. You left the east wind to me, said Gimli, but I will say naught of it. That is as it should be, said Aragorn. In Minas Tirith they endure the east wind, but they do not ask it for tidings. But now Boromir has taken his road, and we must make haste to choose our own. He surveyed the green lawn, quickly but thoroughly, stooping often to the earth. No orcs have been on this ground, he said. Otherwise nothing can be made out for certain. All our footprints are here, crossing and recrossing. I cannot tell whether any of the hobbits have come back since the search for Frodo began. He returned to the bank, close to where the rill from the spring trickled out into the river. There are some clear prints here, he said. A hobbit waded out into the water and back, but I cannot say how long ago. How then do you read this riddle? Asked Gimli. Aragorn did not answer at once, but went back to the camping place and looked at the baggage. 2 packs are missing, he said. And one is certainly Sam's, it was rather large and heavy. This then is the answer. Frodo has gone by boat, and his servant has gone with him. Frodo must have returned while we were all away. I met Sam going up the hill and told him to follow me, but plainly he did not do so. He guessed his master's mind and came back here before Frodo had gone. He did not endy it easy to leave Sam behind. But why should he leave us behind, and without a word, said Gimli. That was a strange deed. And a brave deed, said Aragorn. Sam was right, I think. Frodo did not wish to lead any friend to death with him in Mordor, but he knew that he must go himself. Something happened after he left us that overcame his fear and doubt. Maybe hunting orcs came on him and he said Legolas. He certainly, said Aragorn, but not, I think, from orcs. What he thought was the cause of Frodo's sudden resolve and dight, Aragorn did not say. The last words of Boromir he long kept secret. Well, so much at least is now clear, said Legolas. Frodo is no longer on this side of the river, only he can have taken the boat. And Sam is with him, only he would have taken his pack. Our choice then, said Gimli, is either to take the remaining boat and follow Frodo, or else to follow the orcs on foot. There is little hope either way. We have already lost precious hours. Let me think, said Aragorn. And now may I make a right choice and change the evil fate of this unhappy day. He stood silent for a moment. I will follow the orcs, he said at last. I would have guided Frodo to Mordor and gone with him to the end, but if I seek him now in the wilderness, I must abandon the captives to torment and death. My heart speaks clearly at last, the fate of the bearer is in my hands no longer. The company has played its part. Yet we that remain cannot forsake our companions while we have strength left. Come. We will go now. Leave all that can be spared behind. We will press on by day and dark. They drew up the last boat and carried it to the trees. They laid beneath it such of their goods as they did not need and could not carry away. Then they left Porthgalen. The afternoon was fading. As they came back to the glade where Boromir had fallen, there they picked up the trail of the orcs. It needed little skill to nd. No other folk make such a trampling, said Legolas. It seems their delight to slash and beat down growing things that are not even in their way. But they go with a great speed for all that, said Aragorn, and they do not tire. And later we may have to search for our path in hard bare lands. Well, after them, said Gimli. Dwarves too can go swiftly, and they do not tire sooner than orcs. But it will be a long chase, they have a long start. Yes, said Aragorn, we shall all need the endurance of dwarves. But come. With hope or without hope we will follow the trail of our enemies. And woe to them, if we prove the swifter. We will make such a chase as shall be accounted a marvel among the three kindreds, elves, dwarves, and men. Forth the three hunters. Like a deer he sprang away. Through the trees he sped. On end. On he led them, tireless and swift, now that his mind was at last made up. The woods about the lake they left behind. Long slopes they climbed, dark, hard-edged against the sky already red with sunset. Dusk came. They passed away, gray shadows in a stony land. Chapter 2. The Riders of Rohan. Dusk deepened. Mist lay behind them among the trees below, and brooded on the pale margins of the Anduin, but the sky was clear. Stars came out. The waxing moon was riding in the west, and the shadows of the rocks were black. They had come to the feet of stony hills, and their pace was slower, for the trail was no longer easy to follow. Here the highlands of the Emmenmuil ran from north to south in two long tumbled ridges. The western side of each ridge was steep and difficult, but the eastward slopes were gentler, furrowed with many gullies and narrow ravines. All night the three companions scrambled in this bony land, climbing to the crest of the RST end tallest ridge, and down again into the darkness of a deep winding valley on the other side. There in the still cool hour before dawn they rested for a brief space. The moon had long gone down before them, the stars glittered above them, the RST light of day had not yet come over the dark hills behind. For the moment Aragorn was at a loss. The orc trail had descended into the valley, but there it had vanished. Which way would they turn, do you think? Said Legolas. North. Ward to take a straighter road to Isengard, or Fangorn, if that is there. Aim as you guess. Or southward to strike the Entwash. They will not make for the river, whatever mark they aim at, said Aragorn. And unless there is much amiss in Rohan and the power of Saruman is greatly increased, they will take the shortest way that they can nd over the elds of the Rohirrim. Let us search. Northwards. The dale ran like a stony trough between the ridged hills, and a trickling streamlet among the boulders at the bottom. A cliff frowned upon their right, to their left rose grey slopes, dim and shadowy in the late night. They went on for a mile or more north wards. Aragorn was searching, bent towards the ground, among the folds and gullies leading up into the western ridge. Legolas was some way ahead. Suddenly the elf gave a cry and the others came running towards him. We have already overtaken some of those that we are hunting, he said. Look. He pointed, and they saw that what they had at RST taken to be boulders lying at the foot of the slope were huddled bodies. 5 dead orcs lay there. They had been hewn with many cruel strokes, and 2 had been beheaded. The ground was wet with their dark blood. Here is another riddle, said Gimli. But it needs the light of day. And for that we cannot wait. Yet however you read it, it seems not unhopeful, said Legolas. Enemies of the orcs are likely to be our friends. Do any folk dwell in these hills? No, said Aragorn. The Rohirrim seldom come here, and it is far from Minas Tirith. It might be that some company of men were hunting here for reasons that we do not know. Yet I think not. What do you think? Said Gimli. I think that the enemy brought his own enemy with him, answered Aragorn. These are northern orcs from far away. Among the slain are none of the great orcs with the strange badges. There was a quarrel, I guess. It is no uncommon thing with these foul folk. Maybe there was some dispute about the road, or about the captives, said Gimli. Let us hope that they, too, did not meet their end here. Aragorn searched the ground in a wide circle, but no other traces of the GHT could be found. They went on. Already the eastward sky was turning pale, the stars were fading, and a gray light was slowly growing. A little further north they came to a fold in which a tiny stream, falling and winding, had cut a stony path down into the valley. In it some bushes grew, and there were patches of grass upon its sides. At last, said Aragorn, here are the tracks that we seek. Up this water channel, this is the way that the orcs went after their debate. Swiftly now the pursuers turned and followed the new path. As if fresh from a night's rest they sprang from stone to stone. At last they reached the crest of the grey hill, and a sudden breeze blew in their hair and stirred their cloaks, the chill wind of dawn. Turning back they saw across the river the far hills kindled. Day leaped into the sky. The red rim of the sun rose over the shoulders of the dark land. Before them in the west the world lay still, formless, and grey, but even as they looked, the shadows of night melted, the colors of the waking earth returned, green-owed over the wide meads of Rohan, the white mist shimmered in the water veils, and far off to the left, 30 leagues or more, blue and purple stood the white mountains, rising into peaks of jet, tipped with glimmering snows, ushed with the rose of morning. Gondor, Gondor, cried Aragorn. Would that I looked on you again in happier hour. Not yet does my road lie southward to your bright streams. Gondor, Gondor, between the mountains and the sea. West wind blew there, the light upon the silver tree fell like bright rain in gardens of the kings of old. O proud walls, white towers, O winged crown and throne of gold. O Gondor, Gondor, shall men behold the silver tree, or west wind blow again between the mountains and the sea? Now let us go, he said, drawing his eyes away from the south, and looking out west and north to the way that he must tread. The ridge upon which the companions stood went down steeply before their feet. Below it 20 fathoms or more, there was a wide and rugged shelf which ended suddenly in the brink of a sheer cliff, the east wall of Rohan. So ended the Amen Mule, and the green plains of the Rohirrim stretched away before them to the edge of sight. Look, cried Legolas, pointing up into the pale sky above them. There is the eagle again. He is very high. He seems to be ying now. Away, from this land back to the north. He is going with great speed. Look. No, not even my eyes can see him, my good Legolas, said Aragorn. He must be far aloft indeed. I wonder what is his errand. If he is the same bird that I have seen before. But look. I can see something nearer at hand and more urgent. There is something moving over the plain. Many things, said Legolas. It is a great company on foot, but I cannot say more, nor see what kind of folk they may be. They are many leagues away, 12, I guess, but the idness of the plain is hard to measure. I think, nonetheless, that we no longer need any trail to tell us which way to go, said Gimli. Let us endy a path down to the Elds, as quick as may be. I doubt if you will endy a path quicker than the one that the orcs chose, said Aragorn. They followed their enemies now by the clear light of day. It seemed that the orcs had pressed on with all possible speed. Every now and again the pursuers found things that had been dropped or cast away, food bags, the rinds and crusts of hard grey bread, a torn black cloak, a heavy iron-nailed shoe broken on the stones. The trail led them north along the top of the escarpment, and at length they came to a deep cleft carved in the rock by a stream that splashed noisily down. In the narrow ravine a rough path descended like a steep stair into the plain. At the bottom they came with a strange suddenness on the grass of Rohan. It swelled like a green sea up to the very foot of the Aman mule. The falling stream vanished into a deep growth of cresses and water plants, and they could hear it tinkling away in green tunnels, down long gentle slopes towards the fence of Antwash Vale far away. They seemed to have left winter clinging to the hills behind. Here, the air was softer and warmer, and faintly scented, as if spring was already stirring in the sap was owing again in herb and leaf. Legolas took a deep breath, like one that drinks a great draught after long thirst in barren places. "Ah, the green smell," he said. "It is better than much sleep. Let us run." "Light feet may run swiftly here," said Aragorn. "More swiftly, maybe, than iron-shod orcs. Now we have a chance to lessen their lead." They went in single lee, running like hounds on a strong scent, and an eager light was in their eyes. Nearly due west the broad swath of the marching orcs tramped its ugly slot. The sweet grass of Rohan had been bruised and blackened as they passed. Presently Aragorn gave a cry and turned aside. "Stay," he shouted. "Do not follow me yet." He ran quickly to the right, away from the main trail, for he had seen footprints that went that way, branching off from the others, the marks of small unshod feet. These, however, did not go far before they were crossed by orc prints, also coming out from the main trail behind and in front. And then they curved sharply back again and were lost in the tramp lane. At the furthest point Aragorn stooped and picked up something from the grass, then he ran back. "Yes," he said, "they are quite plain, a hobbit's footprints. Pippin's, I think. He is smaller than the others. And look at this." He held up a thing that glittered in the sunlight. It looked like the new opened leaf of a beech tree, fair and strange in that treeless plain. "The brooch of an elven cloak," cried Legolas and Gimli together. "Not idly do the leaves of Lorien fall," said Aragorn. "This did not drop by chance, it was cast away as a token to any that might follow. I think Pippin ran away from the trail for that purpose." "Then he at least was alive," said Gimli. "And he had the use of his wits, and of his legs too. That is heartening. We do not pursue in vain." "Let us hope that he did not pay too dearly for his boldness," said Legolas. "Come, let us go on. The thought of those merry young folk driven like cattle burns my heart." The sun climbed to the noon and then rode slowly down the sky. Light clouds came up out of the sea in the distant south and were blown away upon the breeze. The sun sank. Shadows rose behind and reached out long arms from the east. Still the hunters held on. One day now had passed since Boromir fell, and the orcs were yet far ahead. No longer could any sight of them be seen in the level plains. As nightshade was closing about them Aragorn halted. Only twice in the day's march had they rested for a brief while, and 12 leagues now lay between them and the eastern wall where they had stood at dawn. "We have come at last to a hard choice," he said. "Shall we rest by night, or shall we go on while our will and strength hold? Unless our enemies rest also, they will leave us far behind. If we stay to sleep," said Legolas. "Surely even orcs must pause on the march," said Gimli. "Seldom will orcs journey in the open under the sun, yet these have done so," said Legolas. "Certainly they will not rest by night. But if we walk by night, we cannot follow their trail," said Gimli. "The trail is straight, and turns neither right nor left, as far as my eyes can see," said Legolas. "Maybe I could lead you at guess in the darkness and hold to the line," said Aragorn, "but if we strayed, or they turned aside, then when light came there might be long delay before the trail was found again." "And there is this also," said Gimli, "only by day can we see if any tracks lead away. If a prisoner should escape, or if one should be carried off, Eastward, say, to the great river, towards Mordor, we might pass the signs and never know it." "That is true," said Aragorn. "But if I read the signs back yonder rightly, the orcs of the White Hand prevailed, and the whole company is now bound for Isengard. Their present course bears me out. Yet it would be rash to be sure of their counsels," said Gimli. "And what of escape? In the dark we should have passed the signs that led you to the brooch. The orcs will be doubly on their guard since then, and they prisoners even wearier," said Legolas. "There will be no escape again, if we do not contrive it. How that is to be done cannot be guessed. But rst we must overtake them. And yet even I, dwarf of many journeys, and not the least hardy of my folk, cannot run all the way to Isengard without any pause," said Gimli. "My heart burns me too, and I would have started sooner. But now I must rest a little to run the better. And if we rest, then the blind night is the time to do so." "I said that it was a hard choice," said Aragorn. "How shall we end this debate?" "You are our guide," said Gimli, "and you are skilled in the chase. You shall choose." "My heart bids me go on," said Legolas. "But we must hold together. I will follow your counsel." "You give the choice to an ill-chooser," said Aragorn. "Since we passed through the Argonath my choices have gone amiss." He fell silent, gazing north and west into the gathering night for a long while. "We will not walk in the dark," he said at length. "The peril of missing the trail or signs of other coming and going seems to me the greater. If the moon gave enough light, we would use it, but alas, he sets early and is yet young and pale. And tonight he is shrouded anyway." Gimli murmured, "Would that the lady had given us a light, such a gift as she gave to Frodo." "It will be more needed where it is bestowed," said Aragorn. "With him lies the true quest. Ours is but a small matter in the great deeds of this time, a vain pursuit from its beginning, maybe, which no choice of mine can mar or mend. Well, I have chosen. So let us use the time as best we may." He cast himself on the ground and fell at once into sleep, for he had not slept since their night under the shadow of Tol Brandur. Before dawn was in the sky he woke and rose. Gimli was still deep in slumber, but Legolas was standing, gazing northwards into the darkness, thoughtful and silent as a young tree in a windless night. "They are far, far away," he said sadly, turning to Aragorn. "I know in my heart that they have not rested this night. Only an eagle could overtake them now. Nonetheless we will still follow as we may," said Aragorn. Stooping, he roused the dwarf. "Come. We must go," he said. "The scent is growing cold." "But it is still dark," said Gimli. "Even Legolas on a hilltop could not see them till the sun is up. I fear they have passed beyond my sight from hill or plain, under moon or sun," said Legolas. "Where sight fails the earth may bring us rumor," said Aragorn. "The land must groan under their hated feet." He stretched himself upon the ground with his ear pressed against the turf. He lay there, motionless, for so long a time that Gimli wondered if he had swooned or fallen asleep again. Dawn came glimmering, and slowly a gray light grew about them. At last he rose, and now his friends could see his face. It was pale and drawn, and his look was troubled. "The rumor of the earth is dim and confused," he said. "Nothing walks upon it for many miles about us. Faint and far are the feet of our enemies, but loud are the hoofs of the horses. It comes to my mind that I heard them, even as I lay on the ground in sleep, and they troubled my dreams, horses galloping, passing in the west. But now they are drawing ever further from us, riding northward. I wonder what is happening in this land." "Let us go," said Legolas. So the third day of their pursuit began. During all its long hours of cloud and tearful sun they hardly paused, now striding, now running, as if no weariness could quench the re that burned them. They seldom spoke. Over the wide solitude they passed and their elven Cloaks faded against the background of the gray-green elves, even in the cool sunlight of midday few but elvish eyes would have marked them, until they were close at hand. Often in their hearts they thanked the Lady of Lorien for the gift of Lembas, for they could eat of it and new strength even as they ran. All day the track of their enemies led straight on, going northwest, without a break or turn. As once again the day wore to its end they came to long treeless slopes, where the land rose, swelling up towards a line of low humpbacked downs ahead. The orc trail grew fainter as it bent north towards them, for the ground became harder and the grass shorter. Far away to the left the river Entwash wound, a silver thread in a green oar. No moving thing could be seen. Off-fen, Aragorn wondered that they saw no sign of beast or man. The dwellings of the Rohirrim were for the most part many leagues away to the south, under the wooded eaves of the White Mountains, now hidden in mist and cloud. Yet the horse lords had formerly kept many herds and studs in the East Emnet, this easterly region of their realm, and there the herdsmen had wandered much, living in camp and tent, even in wintertime. But now all the land was empty, and there was a silence that did not seem to be the quiet of peace. At dusk they halted again. Now twice 12 leagues they had passed over the plains of Rohan, and the wall of the Amenmule was lost in the shadows of the east. The young moon was glimmering in a misty sky, but it gave small light, and the stars were veiled. Now do I most grudge a time of rest or any halt in our chase, said Legolas. The orcs have run before us, as if the very whips of Sauron were behind them. I fear they have already reached the forest and the dark hills, and even now are passing into the shadows of the trees. Gimli ground his teeth. This is a bitter end to our hope and to all our toil, he said. To hope, maybe, but not to toil, said Aragorn. We shall not turn back here. Yet I am weary. He gazed back along the way that they had come towards the night gathering in the east. There is something strange at work in this land. I distrust the silence. I distrust even the pale moon. The stars are faint, and I am weary as I have seldom been before, weary as no ranger should be with a clear trail to follow. There is some will that lends speed to our foes and sets an unseen barrier before us, a weariness that is in the heart more than in the limb. Truly, said Legolas, that I have known since we came down from the Amenmule. For the wool is not behind us but before us. He pointed away over the land of Rohan into the darkling west under the sickle moon. Saruman, muttered Aragorn, but he shall not turn us back. A halt. We must once more, for, see, even the moon is falling into gathering cloud. But north lies our road between Down and Fen when day returns. As before Legolas was afoot, if indeed he had ever slept. Awake! Awake! He cried. It is a red dawn. Strange things await us by the eaves of the forest. Good or evil, I do not know, but we are called. Awake! The others sprang up, and almost at once they set off again. Slowly. The downs drew near. It was still an hour before noon when they reached them, green slopes rising to bare ridges that ran in a line straight towards the north. At their feet the ground was dry and the turf short, but a long strip of sunken land, some 10 miles wide, lay between them and the river, wandering deep in dim thickets of reed and rush. Just to the west of the southernmost slope there was a great ring, where the turf had been torn and beaten by many trampling feet. From it the orc trail ran out again, turning north along the dry skirts of the hills. Aragorn halted and examined the tracks closely. They rested here a while, he said, but even the outward trail is already old. I fear that your heart spoke truly, Legolas. It is thrice 12 hours, I guess, since the orcs stood where we now stand. If they held to their pace, then at sundown yesterday they would reach the borders of Fangorn. I can see nothing away north or west but grass dwindling into mist, said Gimli. Could we see the forest, if we climbed the hills? It is still far away, said Aragorn. If I remember rightly, these downs run 8 leagues or more to the north, and then northwest. To the issuing of the Entwash there lies still a wide land, another 15 leagues it may be. Well, let us go on, said Gimli. My legs must forget the miles. They would be more willing, if my heart were less heavy. The sun was sinking when at last they drew near to the end of the line of downs. For many hours they had marched without rest. They were going slowly now, and Gimli's back was bent. Stonehard are the dwarves in labor or journey, but this endless chase began to tell on him, as all hope failed in his heart. Aragorn walked behind him, grim and silent, stooping now and again to scan some print or mark upon the ground. Only Legolas still stepped as lightly as ever, his feet hardly seeming to press the grass, leaving no footprints as he passed, but in the waybread of the elves he found all the sustenance that he needed, and he could sleep, if sleep it could be called by men, resting his mind in the strange paths of elvish dreams, even as he walked open-eyed in the light of this world. Let us go up onto this green hill, he said. Wearily they followed him, climbing the long slope, until they came out upon the top. It was a round hill, smooth and bare, standing by itself, the most northerly of the downs. The sun sank and the shadows of evening fell like a curtain. They were alone in a grey formless world without mark or measure. Only far away northwest there was a deeper darkness. Against the dying light, the mountains of mist and the forest at their feet. Nothing can we see to guide us here, said Gimli. Well, now we must halt again and wear the night away. It is growing cold. The wind is north from the snows, said Aragorn. And ere morning it will be in the east, said Legolas. But rest, if you must. Yet do not cast all hope away. Tomorrow is unknown. Reed oft is found at the rising of the Sunday. 3 suns already have risen on our chase and brought no counsel, said Gimli. The night grew ever colder. Aragorn and Gimli slept peacefully, and whenever they awoke they saw Legolas standing beside them, or walking to and fro, singing softly to himself in his own tongue, and as he sang the white stars opened in the hard black vault above. So the night passed. Together they watched the dawn grow slowly in the sky, now bare and cloudless, until at last the sunrise came. It was pale and clear. The wind was in the east and all the mists had rolled away. Wide lands lay bleak about them in the bitter light. Ahead and eastward they saw the windy uplands of the wold of Rohan that they had already glimpsed many days ago from the great river. Northwestward stalked the dark forest of Fangorn. Still 10 leagues away stood its shadowy eaves, and its further slopes faded into the distant blue. Beyond there glimmered far away, as if floating on a grey cloud, the white head of tall Methedras, the last peak of the misty mountains. Out of the forest the Entwa showed to meet them, its stream now swift and narrow, and its banks deep cloven. The Orc trail turned from the downs towards it, following with his keen eyes the trail to the river, and then the river back towards the forest. Aragorn saw a shadow on the distant green, a dark swift-moving blur. He cast himself upon the ground and listened again intently. But Legolas stood beside him, shading his bright elven eyes with his long slender hand, and he saw not a shadow, nor a blur, but the smaugers of horsemen, many horse men, and the glint of morning on the tips of their spears was like the twinkle of minute stars beyond the edge of mortal sight. Far behind them a dark smoke rose in thin curling threads. There was a silence in the empty elds, and Gimli could hear the air moving in the grass. Riders, cried Aragorn, springing to his feet. Many riders on swift steeds are coming towards us. Yes, said Legolas, there are 100 and v. Yellow is their hair, and bright are their spears. Their leader is very tall. Aragorn smiled. Keen are the eyes of the elves, he said. Nay, the riders are little more than v leagues distant, said Legolas. 5 leagues were won, said Gimli. We cannot escape them in this bare land. Shall we wait for them here or go on our way? We will wait, said Aragorn. I am weary, and our hunt has failed. Or at least others were before us, for these horsemen are riding back down the Orc trail. We may get news from them. Or spears, said Gimli. There are 3 empty saddles, but I see no hobbits, said Legolas. I did not say that we should hear good news, said Aragorn. But evil or good we will await it here. The 3 companions now left the hilltop, where they might be an easy mark against the pale sky, and they walked slowly down the northward slope. A little above the hill's foot they halted, and, wrapping their cloaks about them, they sat huddled together upon the faded grass. The time passed slowly and heavily. The wind was thin and searching. Gimli was uneasy. What do you know of these horsemen, Aragorn? He said. Do we sit here waiting for sudden death? I have been among them, answered Aragorn. They are proud and willful, but they are true-hearted, generous in thought and deed, bold but not cruel, wise but unlearned, writing no books but singing many songs, after the manner of the children of men before the dark years. But I do not know what has happened here of late, nor in what mind the Rohirrim may now be between the traitor Saruman and the threat of Sauron. They have long been the friends of the people of Gondor, though they are not akin to them. It was in forgotten years long ago that Eorl the Young brought them out of the north, and their kinship is rather with the Bardings of Dale, and with the Beornings of the wood, among whom may still be seen many men tall and fair, as are the riders of Rohan. At least they will not love the orcs. But Gandalf spoke of a rumor that they pay tribute to Mordor, said Gimli. I believe it no more than did Boromir, answered Aragorn. You will soon learn the truth, said Legolas. Already they approach. At length even Gimli could hear the distant beat of galloping hoofs. The horsemen, following the trail, had turned from the river, and were drawing near the downs. They were riding like the wind. Now the cries of clear strong voices came ringing over the elds. Suddenly they swept up with a noise like thunder, and the foremost horseman swerved, passing by the foot of the hill, and leading the host back southward along the western skirts of the downs. After him they rode, a long line of mail-clad men, swift, shining, fell and fair to look upon. Their horses were of great stature, strong and clean-limbed, their grey coats glistened, their long tails out in the wind, their manes were braided on their proud necks. The men that rode them matched them well, tall and long-limbed, their hair, azure and pale, out under their light helms, and streamed in long braids behind them. Their faces were stern and keen. In their hands were tall spears of ash. Painted shields were slung at their backs, long swords were at their belts, their burnished shirts of mail hung down upon their knees. In pairs they galloped by, and though every now and then one rose in his stirrups and gazed ahead and to either side, they appeared not to perceive the 3 strangers sitting silently and watching them. The host had almost passed when suddenly Aragorn stood up, and called in a loud voice, What news from the north, riders of Rohan? With astonishing speed and skill they checked their steeds, wheeled, and came charging round. Soon the 3 companions found themselves in a ring of horsemen moving in a running circle, up the hill slope behind them and down, round and round them, and drawing ever inwards. Aragorn stood silent, and the other 2 sat without moving, wondering what way things would turn. Without a word or cry, suddenly, the riders halted. A thicket of spears were pointed towards the strangers, and some of the horsemen had bows in hand, and their arrows were all ready to the string. Then one rode forward, a tall man, taller than all the rest, from his helm as a crest a white horse tail owed. He advanced until the point of his spear was within a foot of Aragorn's breast. Aragorn did not stir. Who are you, and what are you doing in this land? Said the rider, using the common speech of the West in manner and tone like to The speech of Boromir, man of Gondor. I am called Strider, answered Aragorn. I came out of the north. I am hunting orcs. The rider leaped from his horse, giving his spear to another who rode up and dismounted at his side. He drew his sword and stood face to face with Aragorn, surveying him keenly, and not without wonder. At length he spoke again. At Rst I thought that you yourselves were orcs, he said, but now I see that it is not so. Indeed you know little of orcs, if you go hunting them in this fashion. They were swift and well armed, and they were many. You would have changed from hunters to prey, if ever you had overtaken them. But there is something strange about you, Strider. He bent his clear bright eyes again upon the ranger. That is no name for a man that you give. And strange too is your raiment. Have you sprung out of the grass? How did you escape our sight? Are you elvish folk? No, said Aragorn. One only of us is an elf, Legolas from the woodland realm in distant Mirkwood. But we have passed through Lothlorien, and the gifts and favor of the lady go with us. The rider looked at them with renewed wonder, but his eyes hardened. Then there is a lady in the Golden Wood, as old tales tell, he said. Few escape her nets, they say. These are strange days. But if you have her favor, then you also are net weavers and sorcerers, maybe. He turned a cold glance suddenly upon Legolas and Gimli. Why do you not speak, silent ones? He demanded. Gimli rose and planted his feet RMLY apart, his hand gripped the handle of his axe, and his dark eyes ashed. Give me your name, Horse Master, and I will give you mine, and more besides, he said. As for that, said the rider, staring down at the dwarf, the stranger should declare himself Rst. Yet I am named Eomer son of Eomund, and am called the third Marshal of Riddermark. Then Eomer son of Eomund, third Marshal of Riddermark, let Gimli the dwarf glow and son warn you against foolish words. You speak evil of that which is fair beyond the reach of your thought, and only little wit can excuse you. Eomer's eyes blazed, and the men of Rohan murmured angrily, and closed in, advancing their spears. I would cut off your head, beard and all, Master Dwarf, if it stood but a little higher from the ground, said Eomer. He stands not alone, said Legolas, bending his bow and thrusting an arrow with hands that moved quicker than sight. You would die before your stroke fell. Eomer raised his sword, and things might have gone ill, but Aragorn sprang between them, and raised his hand. Your pardon, Eomer, he cried. When you know more you will understand why. You have angered my companions. We intend no evil to Rohan, nor to any of its folk, neither to man nor to horse. Will you not hear our tale before you strike? I will, said Eomer lowering his blade. But wanderers in the Riddermark would be wise to be less haughty in these days of doubt. First tell me your right name. First tell me whom you serve, said Aragorn. Are you friend or foe of Sauron, the Dark Lord of Mordor? I serve only the Lord of the Mark, Theoden King's son of Vigil, answered Eomer. We do not serve the power of the Black Land far away, but neither are we yet at open war with him, and if you are eating from him, then you had best leave this land. There is trouble now on all our borders, and we are threatened, but we desire only to be free, and to live as we have lived, keeping our own, and serving no foreign lord, good or evil. We welcomed guests kindly in the better days, but in these times the unbidden stranger envies us swift and hard. Come. Who are you? Whom do you serve? At whose command do you hunt orcs in our land? I serve no man, said Aragorn, but the servants of Sauron I pursue, into whatever land they may go. There are few among mortal men who know more of orcs, and I do not hunt them in this fashion out of choice. The orcs whom we pursued took captive 2 of my friends. In such need a man that has no horse will go on foot, and he will not ask for leave to follow the trail. nor will he count the heads of the enemy save with his sword. I am not weaponless. Aragorn threw back his cloak. The elven sheath glittered as he grasped it, and the bright blade of Anduril shone like a sudden aim as he swept it out. Elendil, he cried. I am Aragorn son of Arathorn, and am called Elisar, the Elfstone, Dunedain, the heir of Isildur Elendil son of Gundur. Here is the sword that was broken and is forged again. Will you aid me or thwart me? Choose swiftly. Gimli and Legolas looked at their companion in amazement, for they had not seen him in this mood before. He seemed to have grown in stature while Eomer had shrunk, and in his living face they caught a brief vision of the power and majesty of the kings of stone. For a moment it seemed to the eyes of Legolas that a white aim ickered on the brows of Aragorn like a shining crown. Eomer stepped back and a look of awe was in his face. He cast down his proud eyes. These are indeed strange days, he muttered. Dreams and legends spring to life out of the grass. Tell me, Lord, he said, what brings you here? And what was the meaning of the dark words? Long has Boromir son of Denethor been gone seeking an answer, and the horse that we lent him came back riderless. What doom do you bring out of the north? The doom of choice, said Aragorn. You may say this to Theoden, son of Vigil. Open war lies before him, with Sauron or against him. None may live now as they have lived, and few shall keep what they call their own. But of these great matters we will speak later. If chance allows, I will come myself to the king. Now I am in great need, and I ask for help, or at least for tidings. You heard that we are pursuing an orc host that carried off our friends. What can you tell us? That you need not pursue them further, said Eomer. The orcs are destroyed, and our friends, we found none but orcs. But that is strange indeed, said Aragorn. Did you search the slain? Were there no bodies other than those of orc kind? They would be small, only children to your eyes, unshod but clad in grey. There were no dwarves nor children, said Eomer. We counted all the slain and despoiled them, and then we piled the carcasses and burned them, as is our custom. The ashes are smoking still. We do not speak of dwarves or children, said Gimli. Our friends were hobbits. Hobbits, said Eomer. And what may they be? It is a strange name. A strange name for a strange folk, said Gimli. But these were very dear to us. It seems that you have heard in Rohan of the words that troubled Minas Tirith. They spoke of the hailing. These hobbits are hailings. Hailings, laughed the rider that stood beside Eomer. Hailings. But they are only a little people in old songs and children's tales out of the north. Do we walk in legends or on the green earth in the daylight? A man may do both, said Aragorn. For not we but those who come after will make the legends of our time. The green earth, say you? That is a mighty matter of legend, though you tread it under the light of day. Time is pressing, said the rider, not heeding Aragorn. We must hasten south, Lord. Let us leave these wild folk to their fancies. Or let us bind them and take them to the king. Peace, Eadhain, said Eomer in his own tongue. Leave me a while. Tell the Eeyore to assemble on the path, and make ready to ride to the Entwade. Muttering, Eadhain retired, and spoke to the others. Soon they drew off and left Eomer alone with the three companions. All that you say is strange, Aragorn, he said. Yet you speak the truth, that is plain. The men of the mark do not lie, and therefore they are not easily deceived. But you have not told all. Will you not? Now speak more fully of your errand, so that I may judge what to do. I set out from Imladris, as it is named in the rhyme, many weeks ago, answered Aragorn. With me went Boromir of Minas Tirith. My errand was to go to that city with the son of Denethor, to aid his folk in their war against Sauron. But the company that I journeyed with had other business. Of that I cannot speak now. Gandalf the Grey was our leader. Gandalf, Eomer exclaimed. Gandalf Greyheim is known in the Mark, but his name, I warn you, is no longer a password to the king's favor. He has been a guest in the land many times in the memory of men, coming as he will, after a season, or after many years. He is ever the herald of strange events, a bringer of evil, some now say. Indeed, since his last coming in the summer all things have gone amiss. At that time our trouble with Saruman began. Until then we counted Saruman our friend, but Gandalf came then and warned us that sudden war was preparing in Isengard. He said that he himself had been a prisoner in Orthan and had hardly escaped, and he begged for help. But Theoden would not listen to him, and he went away. Speak not the name of Gandalf loudly in Theoden's ears. He is wroth. For Gandalf took the horse that is called Shadowfax, the most precious of all the king's steeds, chief of the Miras, which only the Lord of the Mark may ride. For the sire of their race was the great horse of Eorl that knew the speech of men. 7 nights ago Shadowfax returned, but the king's anger is not less, for now the horse is wild and will let no man handle him. Then Shadowfax has found his way alone from the far north, said Aragorn, for it was there that he and Gandalf parted. But alas, Gandalf will ride no longer. He fell into darkness in the mines of Moria and comes not again. That is heavy tidings, said Eomer, at least to me, and to many, though not to all, as you may indeed, if you come to the king. It is tidings more grievous than any in this land can understand. Though it may touch them sorely ere the year is much older, said Aragorn. But when the great fall, the less must lead. My part it has been to guide our company on the long road from Moria through Lorien we came, of which it were well that you should learn the truth ere you speak of it again, and thence down the leagues of the great river to the falls of Rhoros. There Boromir was slain by the same orcs whom you destroyed. Your news is all of woe, cried Eomer in dismay. Great harm is this death to Minas Tirith, and to us all. That was a worthy man. All spoke his praise. He came seldom to the mark, for he was ever in the wars on the east borders, but I have seen him more like to the swift sons of Eorl than to the grave men of Gondor he seemed to me, and likely to prove a great captain of his people when his time came. But we have had no word of this grief out of Gondor. When did he fall? It is now the 4th day since he was slain, answered Aragorn. And since the evening of that day we have journeyed from the shadow of Tol Brandur. On foot, cried Eomer. Yes, even as you see us. Wide wonder came into Eomer's eyes. Strider is too poor a name. Son of Arathorn, he said. Wingfoot I name you. This deed of the 3 friends should be sung in many a hall. 40 leagues and you have measured ere the 4th day is ended. Hardy is the race of Elendil. But now, Lord, what would you have me do? I must return in haste to Theoden. I spoke warily before my men. It is true that we are not yet at open war with the Black Land, and there are some close to the king's ear that speak craven counsels, but war is coming. We shall not forsake our old alliance with Gondor, and while they we shall aid them, so say I and all who hold with me. They Eastmark is my charge, the ward of the 3rd Marshal, and I have removed all our herds and herd folk, withdrawing them beyond Entwash, and leaving none here but guards and swift scouts. Then you do not pay tribute to Sauron, said Gimli. We do not, and we never have, said Eomer with a ash of his eyes, though it comes to my ears that that lie has been told. Some years ago the Lord of the Black Land wished to purchase horses of us at great price, but we refused him, for he puts beasts to evil use. Then he sent plundering orcs, and they carry off what they can, choosing always the black horses. Few of these are now left. For that Reason our feud with the orcs is bitter. But at this time our chief concern is with Saruman. He has claimed lordship over all this land, and there has been war between us for many months. He has taken orcs into his service, and wolf riders, and evil men, and he has closed the gap against us, so that we are likely to be beset both east and west. It is ill dealing with such a foe. He is a wizard both cunning and Dwemer crafty, having many guises. He walks here and there, they say, as an old man hooded and cloaked, very like to Gandalf, as many now recall. His spies slip through every net, and his birds of ill omen are abroad in the sky. I do not know how it will all end, and my heart misgives me, for it seems to me that his friends do not all dwell in Isengard. But if you come to the king's house, you shall see for yourself. Will you not come? Do I hope in vain that you have been sent to me for a help in doubt and need? I will come when I may, said Aragorn. Come now, said Eomer. The heir of Elendil would be a strength indeed to the sons of Eorl in this evil tide. There is battle even now upon the West Eminent, and I fear that it may go ill for us. Indeed, in this riding north I went without the king's leave, for in my absence his house is left with little guard. But scouts warned me of the orc host coming down out of the east wall 4 nights ago, and among them they reported that some bore the white badges of Saruman. So suspecting what I most fear, a league between Orthan and the Dark Tower, I led forth my Eord, men of my own household, and we overtook the orcs at nightfall 2 days ago, near to the borders of the Entwood. There we surrounded them, and gave battle. Yesterday at dawn, 15 of my men I lost, and 12 horses alas. For the orcs were greater in number than we counted on. Others joined them, coming out of the east across the great river. Their trail is plain to see a little north of this spot. And others, too, came out of the forest. Great orcs, who also bore the white hand of Isengard. That kind is stronger and more fell than all others. Nonetheless we put an end to them. But we have been too long away. We are needed south and west. Will you not come? There are spare horses as you see. There is work for the sword to do. Yes, and we could Endia use for Gimli's axe and the bow of Legolas, if they will pardon my rash words concerning the Lady of the Wood. I spoke only as do all men in my land, and I would gladly learn better. I thank you for your fair words, said Aragorn, and my heart desires to come with you, but I cannot desert my friends while hope remains. Hope does not remain, said Eomer. You will not envy your friends on the north borders. Yet my friends are not behind. We found a clear token not far from the east wall that one at least of them was still alive there. But between the wall and the downs we have found no other trace of them, and no trail has turned aside, this way or that, unless my skill has wholly left me. Then what do you think has become of them? I do not know. They may have been slain and burned among the orcs, but that you will say cannot be, and I do not fear it. I can only think that they were carried off into the forest before the battle, even before you encircled your foes, maybe. Can you swear that none escaped your net in such a way? I would swear that no orc escaped after we sighted them, said Eomer. We reached the forest eaves before them, and if after that any living thing broke through our ring, then it was no orc and had some elvish power. Our friends were attired even as we are, said Aragorn, and you passed us by under the full light of day. I had forgotten that, said Eomer. It is hard to be sure of anything among so many marvels. The world is all grown strange. Elf and dwarf and company walk in our daily elts, and folk speak with the Lady of the Wood and yet live, and the sword comes back to war. That was broken in the long ages ere the fathers of our fathers rode into the mark. How shall a man judge what to do in such times as he ever has judged, said Aragorn. Good and ill have not changed since yesteryear, nor are they one thing among elves and dwarves and another among men. It is a man's part to discern them, as much in the golden wood as in his own house. True indeed, said Eomer. But I do not doubt you, nor the deed, which my heart would do. Yet I am not free to do all as I would. It is against our law to let strangers wander at will in our land, until the king himself shall give them leave, and more strict is the command. In these days of peril, I have begged you to come back willingly with me, and you will not. Loath am I to begin a battle of 100 against 3. I do not think your law was made for such a chance, said Aragorn. Nor indeed am I a stranger, for I have been in this land before, more than once, and ridden with the host of the Rohirrim, though under other name and in other guise. You I have not seen before, for you are young, but I have spoken with Ealmund your father, and with Theoden son of Vigil. Never in former days would any high lord of this land have constrained a man to abandon such a quest as mine. My duty at least is clear, to go on. Come now, son of Ealmund, the choice must be made at last. Aid us, or at the worst let us go free, or seek to carry out your law. If you do so there will be fewer to return to your war or to your king. Eomer was silent for a moment, then he spoke. We both have need of haste, he said. My company chafes to be away, and every hour lessens your hope. This is my choice. You may go, and what is more, I will lend you horses. This only I ask, when your quest is achieved, or is proved vain, return with the horses over the Entwade to Minneseld, the high house in Edoras where Theoden now sits. Thus you shall prove to him that I have not misjudged. In this I place myself, and maybe my very life, in the keeping of your good faith. Do not fail. I will not, said Aragorn. There was great wonder, and many dark and doubtful glances among his men, when Eomer gave orders that the spare horses were to be lent to the strangers, but only Eadhain dared to speak openly. It may be well enough for this lord of the race of Gondor, as he claims, he said, but who has heard of a horse of the mark being given to a dwarf? No one, said Gimli. And do not trouble, no one will ever hear of it. I would sooner walk than sit on the back of any beast so great, free or begrudged. But you must ride now, or you will hinder us, said Aragorn. Come, you shall sit behind me, friend Gimli, said Legolas. Then all will be well, and you need neither borrow a horse nor be troubled by one. A great dark grey horse was brought to Aragorn, and he mounted it. Hashifull is his name, said Eomer. May he bear you well into better fortune than Geralf, his late master. A smaller and lighter horse, but restive and deary, was brought to Legolas. Arad was his name. But Legolas asked them to take off saddle and rein. I need them not, he said, and leaped lightly up. And to their wonder Arad was tame and willing beneath him, moving here and there with but a spoken word, such was the elvish way with all good beasts. Gimli was lifted up behind his friend, and he clung to him, not much more at ease than Sam Gamgee in a boat. Farewell, and may you endy what you seek, cried Eomer. Return with what speed you may, and let our swords hereafter shine together. I will come, said Aragorn. And I will come, too, said Gimli. The matter of the Lady Galadriel lies still between us. I have yet to teach you gentle speech. We shall see, said Eomer. So many strange things have chanced, that to learn the praise of a fair lady under the loving strokes of a dwarf's axe will seem no great wonder. Farewell. With that they parted. Very swift were the horses of Rohan. When, after a little Gimli looked back, the company of Eomer were already small and far away. Aragorn did not look back, he was watching the trail as they sped on their way, bending low with his head beside the neck of Hashifull. Before long they came to the borders of the Entwash, and there they met the other trail of which Eomer had spoken, coming down from the east out of the wold. Aragorn dismounted and surveyed the ground, then leaping back into the saddle, he rode away for some distance eastward, keeping to one side and taking care not to override the footprints. Then he again dismounted and examined the ground, going backwards and forwards on foot. "There is little to discover," he said when he returned. "The main trail is all confused with the passage of the horsemen as they came back. Their outward course must have lain near the river. But this eastward trail is fresh and clear. There is no sign there of any feet going the other way, back towards Anduin. Now we must ride slower and make sure that no trace or footstep branches off on either side. The orcs must have been aware from this point that they were pursued. They may have made some attempt to get their captives away before they were overtaken." As they rode forward, the day was overcast. Low gray clouds came over the wold. A mist shrouded the sun. Ever nearer the tree-clad slopes of Fangorn loomed, slowly darkling as the sun went west. They saw no sign of any trail to right or left, but here and there they passed single orcs, fallen in their tracks as they ran, with gray, feathered arrows sticking in back or throat. At last, as the afternoon was waning, they came to the eaves of the forest, and in an open glade among the RST trees they found the place of the great burning. The ashes were still hot and smoking. Beside it was a great pile of helms and mail, cloven shields, and broken swords, bows and darts and other gear of war. Upon a stake in the middle was set a great goblin head. Upon its shattered helm the white badge could still be seen. Further away, not far from the river, where it came streaming out from the edge of the wood, there was a mound. It was newly raised. The raw earth was covered with fresh-cut turfs. About it were planted 15 spears. Aragorn and his companions searched far and wide about the eld of battle, but the light faded, and evening soon drew down, dim and misty. By nightfall they had discovered no trace of Merry and Pippin. "We can do no more," said Gimli sadly. "We have been set many riddles since we came to Tol Brandur, but this is the hardest to unravel. I would guess that the burned bones of the hobbits are now mingled with the orcs. It will be hard news for Frodo, if he lives to hear it, and hard too for the old hobbit who waits in Rivendell." Elrond was against their coming, but Gandalf was not, said Legolas. But Gandalf chose to come himself, and he was the RST to be lost, answered Gimli. His foresight failed him. The counsel of Gandalf was not founded on foreknowledge of safety, for himself or for others, said Aragorn. There are some things that it is better to begin than to refuse, even though the end may be dark. But I shall not depart from this place yet. In any case we must here await the morning light. A little way beyond the battle-eld they made their camp under a spreading tree. It looked like a chestnut, and yet it still bore many broad brown leaves of a former year, like dry hands with long splayed ends. They rattled mournfully in the night breeze. Gimli shivered. They had brought only one blanket apiece. "Let us light a re," he said. "I care no longer for the danger. Let the orcs come as thick as summer moths round a candle. If those unhappy hobbits are astray in the woods, it might draw them hither," said Legolas. "And it might draw other things, neither orc nor hobbit," said Aragorn. "We are near to the mountain marches of the traitor Saruman. Also we are on the very edge of Fangorn, and it is perilous to touch the trees of that wood, it is said." "But the Rohirrim made a great burning here yesterday," said Gimli, "and they felled trees for the Ree, as can be seen. Yet they passed the night after safely here, when their labor was ended." "They were many," said Aragorn, "and they do not heed the wrath of Fangorn, for they come here seldom, and they do not go under the trees. But our paths are likely to lead us into the very forest itself. So have a care. Cut no living wood." "There is no need," said Gimli. "The riders have left ship and foul enough, and there is dead wood lying in plenty." He went off to gather fuel, and busied himself with building and kindling a re. But Aragorn sat silent with his back to the great tree, deep in thought. And Legolas stood alone in the open, looking towards the profound shadow of the wood, leaning forward, as one who listens to voices calling from a distance. When the dwarf had a small bright blaze going, the three companions drew close to it and sat together, shrouding the light with their hooded forms. Legolas looked up at the boughs of the tree, reaching out above them. "Look," he said. "The tree is glad of the re. It may have been that the dancing shadows tricked their eyes, but certainly to each of the companions the boughs appeared to be bent in this way and that so as to come above the arms, while the upper branches were stooping down. The brown leaves now stood out stiff and rubbed together like many cold cracked hands taking comfort in the warmth." There was a silence, for suddenly the dark and unknown forest, so near at hand, made itself felt as a great brooding presence, full of secret purpose. After a while Legolas spoke again. "Celeborn warned us not to go far into Fangorn," he said. "Do you know why, Aragorn? What are the fables of the forest that Boromir had heard?" "I have heard many tales in Gondor and elsewhere," said Aragorn. "But if it were not for the words of Celeborn I should deem them only fables that men have made as true knowledge fades. I had thought of asking you what was the truth of the matter. And if an elf of the wood does not know, how shall a man answer?" "You have journeyed further than I," said Legolas. "I have heard nothing of this in my own land, save only songs that tell how they Onodrim, that men call Ents, dwelt there long ago, for Fangorn is old, old even as the elves would reckon it." "Yes, it is old," said Aragorn, "as old as the forest by the Barrow Downs, and it is far greater. Elrond says that the two are akin, the last strongholds of the mighty woods of the elder days, in which the firstborn roamed while men still slept. Yet Fangorn holds some secret of its own. What it is I do not know, and I do not wish to know," said Gimli. "Let nothing that dwells in Fangorn be troubled on my account." They now drew lots for the watches, and the lot for the RST watch fell to Gimli. The others lay down. Almost at once sleep laid hold on them. "Gimli," said Aragorn drowsily, "remember, it is perilous to cut bough or twig from a living tree in Fangorn. But do not stray far in search of dead wood. Let the re die rather. Call me at need." With that he fell asleep. Legolas already lay motionless, his fair hands folded upon his breast, his eyes unclosed, blending living night and deep dream, as is the way with elves. Gimli sat hunched by the running his thumb thoughtfully along the edge of his axe. The tree rustled. There was no other sound. Suddenly Gimli looked up, and there just on the edge of the light stood an old bent man, leaning on a staff, and wrapped in a great cloak. His wide-brimmed hat was pulled down over his eyes. Gimli sprang up, too amazed for the moment to cry out, though it once the thought ashed into his mind that Saruman had caught them. Both Aragorn and Legolas, roused by his sudden movement, sat up and stared. The old man did not speak or make a sign. "Well, father, what can we do for you?" said Aragorn, leaping to his feet. "Come and be warm, if you are cold." He strode forward. But the old man was gone. There was no trace of him to be found near at hand, and they did not dare to wander far. The moon had set and the night was very dark. Suddenly Legolas gave a cry. The horses! The horses! The horses were gone. They had dragged their pickets and disappeared. For some time the three companions stood still and silent, troubled by this new stroke of ill fortune. They were under the eaves of Fangorn, and endless leagues lay between them and the men of Rohan, their only friends in this wide and dangerous land. As they stood, it seemed to them that they heard, far off in the night, the sound of horses whinnying and neighing. Then all was quiet again, except for the cold rustle of the wind. "Well, they are gone," said Aragorn at last. "We cannot endy them, or catch them, so that if they do not return of their own will, we must do without. We started on our feet, and we have those still." Feet, said Gimli. But we cannot eat them as well as walk on them. He threw some fuel on the reed and slumped down beside it. Only a few hours ago you were unwilling to sit on a horse of Rohan, laughed Legolas. You will make a rider yet. It seems unlikely that I shall have the chance, said Gimli. If you wish to know what I think, he began again after a while. I think it was Saruman. Who else? Remember the words of Eomer. He walks about like an old man hooded and cloaked. Those were they. Words. He has gone off with our horses, or scared them away, and here we are. There is more trouble coming to us, mark my words. I marked them, said Aragorn. But I marked also that this old man had a hat, not a hood. Still I do not doubt that you guess right, and that we are in peril here, by night or day. Yet in the meantime there is nothing that we can do but rest, while we may. I will watch for a while now, Gimli. I have more need of thought than of sleep. The night passed slowly. Legolas followed Aragorn, and Gimli followed Legolas, and their watches wore away. But nothing happened. The old man did not appear again, and the horses did not return. Chapter 3. The Uruk-hai. Pippin lay in a dark and troubled dream. It seemed that he could hear his own small voice echoing in black tunnels, calling Frodo. Frodo. But instead of Frodo, hundreds of hideous orc faces grinned at him out of the shadows. Hundreds of hideous arms grasped at him from every side. Where was Merry? He woke. Cold air blew on his face. He was lying on his back. Evening was coming and the sky above was growing dim. He turned and found that the dream was little worse than the waking. His wrists, legs, and ankles were tied with cords. Beside him Merry lay, white-faced, with a dirty rag bound across his brows. All about them sat or stood a great company of orcs. Slowly in Pippin's aching head memory pieced itself together and became separated from dream shadows. Of course, he and Merry had run off into the woods. What had come over them? Why had they dashed off like that, taking no notice of old Strider? They had run a long way shouting he could not remember how far or how long, and then suddenly they had crashed right into a group of orcs. They were standing listening, and they did not appear to see Merry and Pippin until they were almost in their arms. Then they yelled, and dozens of other goblins had sprung out of the trees. Merry and he had drawn their swords, but the orcs did not wish to GHT, and had tried only to lay hold of them, even when Merry had cut off several of their arms and hands. Good old Merry. Then Boromir had come leaping through the trees. He had made them GHT. He slew many of them and the rest ED. But they had not gone far on the way back when they were attacked again, by 100 orcs at least, some of them very large, and they shot a rain of arrows, always at Boromir. Boromir had blown his great horn till the woods rang, and at RST the orcs had been dismayed and had drawn back, but when no answer but the echoes came, they had attacked more earnestly than ever. Pippin did not remember much more. His last memory was of Boromir leaning against a tree, plucking out an arrow. Then darkness fell suddenly. I suppose I was knocked on the head, he said to himself. I wonder if poor Merry is much hurt. What has happened to Boromir? Why didn't the orcs kill us? Where are we, and where are we going? He could not answer the questions. He felt cold and sick. I wish Gandalf had never persuaded Elrond to let us come, he thought. What good have I been? Just a nuisance, a passenger, a piece of luggage. And now I have been stolen and I am just a piece of luggage. For the orcs. I hope Strider or someone will come and claim us. But ought I to hope for it? Won't that throw out all the plans? I wish I could get free. He struggled a little, quite uselessly. One of the orcs sitting near laughed and said something to a companion in their abominable tongue. Rest while you can, little fool, he said then to Pippin, in the common speech, which he made almost as hideous as his own language. Rest while you can. Will India use for your legs before long? You'll wish you had got none before we get home. If I had my way, you'd wish you were dead now, said the other. I'd make you squeak, you miserable rat. He stooped over Pippin, bringing his yellow fangs close to his face. He had a black knife with a long jagged blade in his hand. Lie quiet, or I'll tickle you with this, he hissed. Don't draw attention to yourself, or I may forget my orders. Curse the Isengarders. Uglak you bagrong shapushdug. Surimongla bubosh sky. He passed into a long angry speech in his own tongue that slowly died away into muttering and snarling. Tarried Pippin lay still, though the pain at his wrists and ankles was growing, and the stones beneath him were boring into his back. To take his mind off himself he listened intently to all that he could hear. There were many voices round about, and though orc speech sounded at all times full of hate and anger, it seemed plain that something like a quarrel had begun, and was getting hotter. To Pippin's surprise he found that much of the talk was intelligible. Many of the orcs were using ordinary language. Apparently they, members of 2 or 3 quite different tribes, were present, and they could not understand one another's orc speech. There was an angry debate concerning what they were to do now, which way they were to take, and what should be done with the prisoners. There's no time to kill them properly, said one. No time for play on this trip. That can't be helped, said another. But why not kill them quick? Kill them now. They're a cursed nuisance, and we're in a hurry. Evening's coming on, and we ought to get a move on. Orders, said a third voice in a deep growl. Kill all but not they. Hailings, they are to be brought back alive as quickly as possible. That's my orders. What are they wanted for? Asked several voices. Why alive? 2. They give good sport. No. I heard that one of them has got something that's wanted for the war, some elvish plot or other. Anyway they'll both be questioned. Is that all you know? Why don't we search them and ND out? We might ND something that we could use ourselves. That is a very interesting remark, sneered a voice, softer than the others but more evil. I may have to report that. The prisoners are not to be searched or plundered, those are my orders. And mine too, said the deep voice. Alive and as captured, no. Spoiling. That's my orders. Not our orders, said one of the earlier voices. We have come all the way from the mines to kill and avenge our folk. I wish to kill and then go back north. Then you can wish again, said the growling voice. I am Uglak. I command. I return to Isengard by the shortest road. Is Saruman the master or the great I? Said the evil voice. We should go back at once to Lugbert's. If we could cross the great river, we might, said another voice. But there are not enough of us to venture down to the bridges. I came across, said the evil voice. A winged Nazgul awaits us. Northward on the east bank. Maybe. Then you'll way off with our prisoners, and get all the pay and praise in Lugburz, and leave us to foot it as best we can through the horse country. No, we must stick together. These lands are dangerous, full of foul rebels and brigands. We must stick together, growled Uglak. I don't trust you, little swine. You've no guts outside your own sties. But for us you'd all have run away. We are the Ting Yiruk. We slew the great warrior. We took the prisoners. We are the servants of Saruman Wise, the white hand, the hand that gives us menzesh to eat. We came out of Isengard, and led you here, and we shall lead you back by the way we choose. I am Uglak. I have spoken. You have spoken more than enough, Uglak, sneered the evil voice. I wonder how they would like it in Lugbert's. They might think that Uglak's shoulders needed relieving of a swollen head. They might ask where his strange ideas came from. Did they come from Saruman, perhaps? Who does he think he is, setting up on his own? With his LTHY white badges? They might agree with me, with Grish Nak their trusted messenger, and Grishnak say this, Saruman is a fool, and a dirty treacherous fool. But the great eye is on him. Swine is it? How do you folk like being called swine by the muck? Rakers of a dirty little wizard? It's Orkesh they eat, I'll warrant. Many loud yells in orc speech answered him, and the ringing clash of weapons being drawn. Cautiously Pippin rolled over, hoping to see what would happen. His guards had gone to join in the fray. In the twilight he saw a large black orc, probably Ugluk, standing facing Krishnek, a short crook-legged creature, very broad and with long arms that hung almost to the ground. Round them were many smaller goblins. Pippin supposed that these were the ones from the north. They had drawn their knives and swords, but hesitated to attack. Ugluk! Ugluk shouted, and a number of other orcs of nearly his own size ran up. Then suddenly, without warning, Ugluk sprang forwards, and with 2 swift strokes swept the heads off 2 of his opponents. Krishnak stepped aside and vanished into the shadows. The others gave way, and one stepped backwards and fell over Mary's prostrate form with a curse. Yet that probably saved his life, for Ugluk's fall. Lowers leaped over him and cut down another with their broad-bladed swords. It was the yellow-fanged guard. His body fell right on top of Pippin, still clutching its long solid knife. Put up your weapons, shouted Ugluk, and let's have no more nonsense. We go straight west from here, and down the stair. From there straight to the downs, then along the river to the forest. And we march day and night. That clear? Now, thought Pippin, if only it takes that ugly fellow a little while to get his troop under control, I've got a chance. A gleam of hope had come to him. The edge of the black knife had snicked his arm, and then slid down to his wrist. He felt the blood trickling onto his hand, but he also felt the cold touch of steel against his skin. The orcs were getting ready to march again, but some of the northerners were still unwilling, and the Isengarders slew 2 more before the rest were cowed. There was much cursing and confusion. For the moment Pippin was unwatched. His legs were securely bound, but his arms were only tied about the wrists, and his hands were in front of him. He could move them both together, though the bonds were cruelly tight. He pushed the dead orc to one side, then, hardly daring to breathe, he drew the knot of the wrist cord up and down against the blade of the knife. It was sharp and the dead hand held it fast. The cord was cut. Quickly Pippin took it in his engers and knotted it again into a loose bracelet of 2 loops and slipped it over his hands. Then he lay very still. Pick up those prisoners, shouted Ugluk. Don't play any tricks with them. If they are not alive when we get back, someone else will die too. An orc seized Pippin like a sack, put its head between his tied hands, grabbed his arms and dragged them down, until Pippin's face was crushed against its neck, then it jolted off with him. Another treated Mary in the same way. The orc's claw-like hand gripped Pippin's arms like iron, the nails bit into him. He shut his eyes and slipped back into evil dreams. Suddenly he was thrown onto the stony ore again. It was early night, but the slim moon was already falling westward. They were on the edge of a cliff that seemed to look out over a sea of pale mist. There was a sound of water falling nearby. The scouts have come back at last, said an orc close at hand. Well, what did you discover? Growled the voice of Ugluk. Only a single horseman, and he made off westwards. All's clear. Now, I dare say. But how long? You fools. You should have shot him. He'll raise the alarm. The cursed horse breeders will hear of us by morning. Now we'll have to leg it double quick. A shadow bent over Pippin. It was Ugluk. Sit up, said the orc. My lads are tired of lugging you about. We have got to climb down. And you must use your legs. Be helpful now. No crying out, no trying to escape. We have ways of paying for tricks that you won't like, though they won't spoil your usefulness for the master. He cut the thongs round Pippin's legs and ankles, picked him up by his hair and stood him on his feet. Pippin fell down, and Uglock dragged him up by his hair again. Several orcs laughed. Uglock thrust a ask between his teeth and poured some burning liquid down his throat. He felt a hot earth glow through him. The pain in his legs and ankles vanished. He could stand. Now for the other, said Uglock. Pippin saw him go to Merry, who was lying close by, and kick him. Merry groaned, seizing him roughly. Uglock pulled him into a sitting position, and tore the bandage off his head. Then he smeared the wound with some dark stuff out of a small wooden box. Merry cried out and struggled wildly. The orcs clapped and hooted. Can't take his medicine, they jeered. Doesn't know what's good for him. AI. We shall have some fun later. But at the moment Uglock was not engaged in sport. He needed speed and had to humor unwilling followers. He was healing Merry in orc fashion, and his treatment worked swiftly. When he had forced a drink from his ask down the hobbit's throat, cut his leg bonds, and dragged him to his feet, Merry stood up, looking pale but grim, and dent, and very much alive. The gash in his forehead gave him no more trouble, but he bore a brown scar to the end of his days. Hello, Pippin, he said. So you've come on this little expedition, too? Where do we get bed and breakfast? Now then, said Uglock. None of that. Hold your tongues. No. Talk to one another. Any trouble will be reported at the other end. And he'll know how to pay you. You'll get bed and breakfast all right, more than you can stomach. The orc band began to descend a narrow ravine leading down into the misty plain below. Merry and Pippin, separated by a dozen orcs or more, climbed down with them. At the bottom they stepped on to grass, and the hearts of the hobbits rose. Now straight on, shouted Uglock. West and a little north. Follow. Lug Dush. But what are we going to do at sunrise? Said some of the north earners. Go on running, said Uglock. What do you think? Sit on the grass and wait for the Witeskins to join the picnic. But we can't run in the sunlight. You'll run with me behind you, said Uglock. Run. Or you'll never see your beloved holes again. By the white hand. What's the use of sending out mountain maggots on a trip, only half trained? Run. Curse you. Run while night lasts. Then the whole company began to run with the long loping strides of orcs. They kept no order, thrusting, jostling, and cursing, yet their speed was very great. Each hobbit had a guard of 3. Pippin was far back in the line. He wondered how long he would be able to go on at this pace. He had had no food since the morning. One of his guards had a whip, but at present the orc liquor was still hot in him. His wits, too, were wide awake. Every now and again there came into his mind unbidden a vision of the keen face of Strider bending over a dark trail, and running behind. But what could even a ranger see except a confused trail of orc feet? His own little prince and Merry's were overwhelmed by the trampling of the iron-shod shoes before the men behind them and about them. They had gone only a mile or so from the cliff when the land sloped down into a wide shallow depression, where the ground was soft and wet. Mist lay there, pale glimmering in the last rays of the sickle moon. The dark shapes of the orcs in front grew dim, and then were swallowed up. AI. Steady now, shouted Uglock from the rear. A sudden thought leaped into Pippin's mind, and he acted on it. At once, he swerved aside to the right, and dived out of the reach of his clutching guard, headrest into the mist. He landed sprawling on the grass. Halt, yelled Ugloke. There was for a moment turmoil and confusion. Pippin sprang up and ran, but the orcs were after him. Some suddenly loomed up, right in front of him. No hope of escape, thought Pippin. But there is a hope that I have left some of my own marks unspoiled on the wet ground. He groped with his two tied hands at his throat, and unclasped the brooch of his cloak. Just as long arms and hard claws seized him, he let it fall. There, I suppose it will lie until the end of time, he thought. I don't know why I did it. If the others have escaped, they've probably all gone with Frodo. A whip-thong curled round his legs, and he steed a cry. Enough, shouted Ugluck, running up. He's still got to run along way yet. Make 'em both run. Just use the whip as a reminder. But that's not all, he snarled, turning to Pippin. I shan't forget. Payment is only put off. Leg it. Neither Pippin nor Merry remembered much of the later part of the journey. Evil dreams and evil waking were blended into a long tunnel of misery, with hope growing ever fainter behind. They ran, and they ran, striving to keep up the pace set by the orcs, licked every now and again with a cruel thong cunningly handled. If they halted or stumbled, they were seized and dragged for some distance. The warmth of the orc draft had gone. Pippin felt cold and sick again. Suddenly he fell face downward on the turf. Hard hands, with rending nails, gripped and lifted him. He was carried like a sack. Once more, and darkness grew about him, whether the darkness of another night, or a blindness of his eyes, he could not tell. Dimly he became aware of voices clamoring. It seemed that many of the orcs were demanding a halt. Ugluck was shouting. He felt himself hung to the ground, and he lay as he fell, till black dreams took him. But he did not long escape from pain. Soon the iron grip of merciless hands was on him again. For a long time he was tossed and shaken, and then slowly the darkness gave way, and he came back to the waking world and found that it was morning. Orders were shouted, and he was thrown roughly on the grass. There he lay for a while, panting with despair. His head swam, but from the heat in his body he guessed that he had been given another draught. An orc stooped over him, and hung him some bread in a strip of raw dried ash. He ate the stale grey bread hungrily, but not the meat. He was famished, but not yet so famished as to eat eshung to him by an orc, the esh of he dared not guess what creature. He sat up and looked about. Merry was not far away. They were by the banks of a swift narrow river. Ahead mountains loomed. A tall peak was catching the RST rays of the sun. A dark smudge of forest lay on the lower slopes before them. There was much shouting and debating among the orcs. A quarrel seemed on the point of breaking out again between the northerners and the Isengarders. Some were pointing back away south, and some were pointing eastward. Very well, said Ugluck. Leave them to me then. No killing, as I've told you before. But if you want to throw away what we've come all the way to get, throw it away. I'll look after it. Let the ting Uruk-hai do the work, as usual. If you're afraid of the Wit-eskins, run. Run. There's the forest, he shouted, pointing ahead. Get to it. It's your best hope. Off you go. And quick, before I knock a few more heads off, to put some sense into the others. There was some cursing and skewing, and then most of the north earners broke away and dashed off, over 100 of them, running wildly along the river towards the mountains. The hobbits were left with the Isengarders, a grim dark band, 80 at least of large, swart, slant-eyed orcs with great bows and short broad-bladed swords. A few of the larger and bolder northerners remained with them. Now we'll deal with Grishnak, said Ugluck, but some even of his own followers were looking uneasily southwards. I know, growled Ugluck. The cursed horse boys have got wind of us. But that's all your fault, Snogga. You and the other scouts ought to have your ears cut off. But we are the Gupters. We'll feast on horse yet, or something better." At that moment Pippin saw why some of the troop had been pointing eastward. From that direction there now came hoarse cries. And there was Grishnak again, and at his back a couple of score of others like him, long-armed crook-legged orcs. They had a red eye painted on their shields. Ugluk stepped forward to meet them. "So you've come back," he said. "Thought better of it, eh? I've returned to see that orders are carried out and the prisoners safe," answered Grishnak. "Indeed," said Ugluk. "Waste of effort. I'll see that orders are carried out in my command. And what else did you come back for? You went in a hurry. Did you leave anything behind?" "I left a fool," snarled Grishnak. "But there were some stout fellows with him that are too good to lose. I knew you'd lead them into a mess. I've come to help them." "Splendid," laughed Ugluk. "But unless you've got some guts for ting, you've taken the wrong way. Lugberts was your road. They Wideskins are coming. What's happened to your precious Nazgul? Has he had another mount shot under him? Now, if you'd brought him along, that might have been useful if these Nazgul are all they make out." "Nazgul, Nazgul," said Grishnak, shivering and licking his lips, as if the word had a foul taste that he savored painfully. "You speak of what is deep beyond the reach of your muddy dreams, Ugluk," he said. "Nazgul? All that they make out. One day you'll wish that you had not said that. Ape," he snarled earnestly. "You ought to know that they're the apple of the great eye. But the winged Nazgul, not yet, not yet. He won't let them show themselves across the great river yet, not too soon. They're for the war and other purposes." "You seem to know a lot," said Ugluk. "More than is good for you, I guess. Perhaps those in Lugberts might wonder how and why. But in the meantime the Urukai of Isengard can do the dirty work, as usual. Don't stand slavering there. Get your rabble together. They other swine are legging it to the forest. You'd better follow. You wouldn't get back to the great river alive. Right off the mark. Now, I'll be on your heels." The Isengarders seized Merry and Pippin again and slung them on their backs. Then the troops started off. Hour after hour they ran, pausing now and again only to sling the hobbits to fresh carriers, either because they were quicker and hardier, or because of some plan of Grishnak's. The Isengarders gradually passed through the orcs of Mordor, and Grishnak's folk closed in behind. Soon they were gaining also on the northerners ahead. The forest began to draw nearer. Pippin was bruised and torn, his aching head was grated by the lthy jowl and hairy ear of the orc that held him. Immediately in front were bowed backs, and tough thick legs going up and down, unresting, as if they were made of wire and horn, beating out the nightmare seconds of an endless time. In the afternoon Ugluk's troop overtook the northerners. They were egging in the rays of the bright sun, winter sun shining in a pale cool sky though it was. Their heads were down and their tongues lolling out. "Maggots," jeered the Isengarders. "You're cooked. The Wideskins will catch you and eat you. They're coming." A cry from Grishnak showed that this was not mere jest. A horse men, riding very swiftly, had indeed been sighted, still far behind but gaining on the orcs, gaining on them like a tide over the Aton folk, straying in a quicksand. The Isengarders began to run with a redoubled pace that Aston ished Pippin, a Tarek spurred it seemed for the end of a race. Then he saw that the sun was sinking, falling behind the misty mountains. Shadows reached over the land. The soldiers of Mordor lifted their heads and also began to put on speed. The forest was dark and close. Already they had passed a few outlying trees. The land was beginning to slope upwards, ever more steeply, but the orcs did not halt. Both Ugluk and Grishnak shouted, spurring them on to a last effort. They will make it yet. They will escape, thought Pippin. And then he managed to twist his neck, so as to glance back with one eye. Over his shoulder, he saw that riders away eastward were already level with the orcs, galloping over the plain. The sunset gilded their spears and helmets, and glinted in their pale owing hair. They were hemming the orcs in, preventing them from scattering, and driving them along the line of the river. He wondered very much what kind of folk they were. He wished, now that he had learned more in Rivendell, and looked more at maps and things, but in those days the plans for the journey seemed to be in more competent hands, and he had never reckoned with being cut off from Gandalf, or from Strider, and even from Frodo. All that he could remember about Rohan was that Gandalf's horse, Shadowfax, had come from that land. That sounded hopeful, as far as it went. But how will they know that we are not orcs, he thought. I don't suppose they've ever heard of hobbits down here. I suppose I ought to be glad that the beastly orcs look like being destroyed, but I would rather be saved myself. The chances were that he and Merry would be killed together with their captors, before ever the men of Rohan were aware of them. A few of the riders appeared to be bowmen, skilled at shooting from a running horse. Riding swiftly into range, they shot arrows at the orcs that straggled behind, and several of them fell. Then they riders wheeled away out of the range of the answering bows of their enemies, who shot wildly, not daring to halt. This happened many times, and on one occasion arrows fell among the Isengarders. One of them, just in front of Pippin, stumbled and did not get up again. Night came down without the riders closing in for battle. Many orcs had fallen, but fully 200 remained. In the early darkness, the orcs came to a hillock. The eaves of the forest were very near, probably no more than 3 furlongs away, but they could go no further. The horsemen had encircled them. A small band disobeyed Ugluk's command, and ran on towards the forest. Only 3 returned. Well, here we are, sneered Grishnak. Fine leadership. I hope the great Ugluk will lead us out again. Put those hailings down, ordered Ugluk, taking no notice of Grishnak. You, Lugdush, get 2 others and stand guard over them. They're not to be killed, unless the Lthywiteskins break through. Understand? As long as I'm alive, I want 'em. But they're not to cry out, and they're not to be rescued. Bind their legs. The last part of the order was carried out mercilessly. But Pippin found that for the rest time he was close to Merry. The orcs were making a great deal of noise, shouting, and clashing their weapons. And the hobbits managed to whisper together for a while. I don't think much of this, said Merry. I feel nearly done in. Don't think I could crawl away far, even if I was free. Lembas, whispered Pippin. Lembas, I've got some. Have you? I don't think they've taken anything but our swords. Yes, I had a packet in my pocket, answered Merry, but it must be battered to crumbs. Anyway, I can't put my mouth in my pocket. You won't have to. But just then a savage kick warned Pippin that the noise had died down, and the guards were watchful. The night was cold and still. All round the knoll on which the orcs were gathered little watch rests sprang up, golden red in the darkness, a complete ring of them. They were within a long bowshot. But the riders did not show themselves against the light, and the orcs wasted many arrows shooting at the rests, until Ugluk stopped them. The riders made no sound. Later in the night, when the moon came out of the mist, then occasionally they could be seen, shadowy shapes that glinted now and again in the white light, as they moved in ceaseless patrol. They'll wait for the sun, curse them, growled one of the guards. Why don't we get together and charge through? What's old Ugluk think he's doing, I should like to know? I dare say you would, snarled Ugluk, stepping up from behind. Meaning I don't think at all, curse you. You're as bad as the other rebel, The maggots and the apes of Lugberts. No good trying to charge with them. They'd just squeal and bolt, and there are more than enough of these LTHY horseboys to mop up our lot on they. There's only one thing those maggots can do. They can see like gimlets in the dark. But these Witeskins have better night eyes than most men, from all I've heard, and don't forget their horses. They can see the night breeze, or so it's said. Still there's one thing any fellows don't know. Maher and his lads are in the forest, and they should turn up any time now. Uglok's words were enough, apparently, to satisfy the Isengarders. But the other orcs were both dispirited and rebellious. They posted a few watchers, but most of them lay on the ground, resting in the pleasant darkness. It did indeed become very dark again, for the moon passed westward into thick cloud, and Pippin could not see anything a few feet away. The rest brought no light to the hillock. The riders were not, however, content merely to wait for the dawn and let their enemies rest. A sudden outcry on the east side of the knoll showed that something was wrong. It seemed that some of the men had ridden in clothes, slipped off their horses, crawled to the edge of the camp and killed several orcs, and then had faded away again. Ugluk dashed off to stop a stampede. Pippin and Merry set up their guards. Isengarders had gone with Ugluk. But if the hobbits had any thought of escape, it was soon dashed. A long hairy arm took each of them by the neck and drew them close together. Dimly they were aware of Grishnak's great head and hideous face between them. His foul breath was on their cheeks. He began to paw them and feel them. Pippin shuddered as hard cold angers groped down his back. "Well, my little ones," said Grishnak in a soft whisper, "enjoying your nice rest? Or not? A little awkwardly placed perhaps, swords and whips on one side, and nasty spears on the other. Little people should not meddle in affairs that are too big for them." His angers continued to grope. There was a light like a pale but hot ray behind his eyes. The thought came suddenly into Pippin's mind, as if caught direct from the urgent thought of his enemy. Grishnak knows about the ring. He's looking for it. While Ugluk is busy, he probably wants it for himself. Cold fear was in Pippin's heart, yet at the same time he was wondering what use he could make of Grishnak's desire. "I don't think you will end it that way," he whispered. "It isn't easy to end it. Find it," said Grishnak. His angers stopped crawling and gripped Pippin's shoulder. "Find what? What are you talking about, little one?" For a moment Pippin was silent. Then suddenly in the darkness, he made a noise in his throat. "Gollum, Gollum." "Nothing, my precious," he added. The hobbits felt Grishnak's angers twitch. "Oh ho," hissed the goblin softly. "That's what he means, is it? Oh ho. Very danger. Us, my little ones." "Perhaps," said Merry, now alert and aware of Pippin's guess. "Perhaps, and not only for us. Still you know your own business best. Do you want it, or not? And what would you give for it?" "Do I want it? Do I want it?" said Grishnak, as if puzzled, but his arms were trembling. "What would I give for it? What do you mean?" "We mean," said Pippin, choosing his words carefully, "that it's no good groping in the dark. We could save you time and trouble. But you must untie our legs or we'll do nothing, and say nothing." "My dear tender little fools," hissed Grishnak, "everything you have, and everything you know, will be got out of you in due time. Everything. You'll wish there was more that you could tell to satisfy the questioner. Indeed you will, quite soon. We shan't hurry the inquiry. Oh dear no. What do you think you've been kept alive for? My dear little fellows, please believe me when I say that it was not out of kindness. That's not even one of Ugluk's faults." "It quite easy to believe," said Merry. "But you haven't got your prey home yet. and it doesn't seem to be going your way. Whatever happens, if we come to Isengard, it won't be the great Krishnak that Bennett's. Saruman will take all that he can and if you want anything for yourself, now's the time to do a deal. Krishnak began to lose his temper. The name of Saruman seemed specially to enrage him. Time was passing and the disturbance was dying down. Ugh, luck where the Isengarders might return at any minute. Have you got it, either of you? He snarled. Gollum, Gollum, said Pippin. Untie our legs, said Merry. They felt the orc's arms trembling violently. Curse you, you lthy. Little vermin, he hissed. Untie your legs. I'll untie every string in your bodies. Do you think I can search you to the bones? Search you. I'll cut you both to quivering shreds. I don't need the help of your legs to get you away and have you all to myself. Suddenly he seized them. The strength in his long arms and shoulders was terrifying. He tucked them one under each armpit, and crushed them mercilessly to his sides. A great sting hand was clapped over each of their mouths. Then he sprang forward, stooping low. Quickly and silently he went, until he came to the edge of the knoll. There, choosing a gap between the watchers, he passed like an evil shadow out into the night, down the slope and away westward, towards the river that owed out of the forest. In that direction there was a wide open space with only one tree. After going a dozen yards he halted, peering and listening. Nothing could be seen or heard. He crept slowly on, bent almost double. Then he squatted and listened again. Then he stood up, as if to risk a sudden dash. At that very moment the dark form of a rider loomed upright in front of him. A horse snorted and reared. A man called out. Krishnak hung himself on the ground dragging the hobbits under him. Then he drew his sword. No doubt he meant to kill his captives, rather than allow them to escape or to be rescued, but it was his undoing. The sword rang faintly, and glinted a little in the light of the rearway to his left. An arrow came whistling out of the gloom. It was aimed with skill, or guided by fate, and it pierced his right hand. He dropped the sword and shrieked. There was a quick beat of hoofs, and even as Krishnak leaped up and ran, he was ridden down and a spear passed through him. He gave a hideous, shivering cry and lay still. The hobbits remained dead on the ground, as Krishnak had left them. Another horseman came riding swiftly to his comrade's aid. Whether because of some special keenness of sight, or because of some other sense, the horse lifted and sprang lightly over them, but its rider did not see them, lying covered in their elven cloaks, too crushed for the moment, and too afraid to move. At last Merry stirred and whispered softly, "So far so good, but how are we to avoid being spitted?" The answer came almost immediately. The cries of Krishnak had roused the orcs. From the yells and screeches that came from the knoll, the hobbits guessed that their disappearance had been discovered. Ugluk was probably knocking off a few more heads. Then, suddenly the answering cries of orc voices came from the right, outside the circle of watchers, from the direction of the forest and the mountains. Mar had apparently arrived and was attacking the besiegers. There was the sound of galloping horses. The riders were drawing in their ring close round the knoll, risking the orc arrows, so as to prevent any sortie, while a company rode off to deal with the newcomers. Suddenly Merry and Pippin realized that without moving they were now outside the circle. There was nothing between them and escape. "Now," said Merry, "if only we had our legs and hands free, we might get away. But I can't touch the knots, and I can't bite them." "No need to try," said Pippin. "I was going to tell you, I've managed to free my hands. These loops are only left for show. You'd better have a bit of lembas or st. He slipped the cords off his wrists, and shed out a packet. The cakes were broken, but good, still in their leaf wrappings. The hobbits each ate 2 or 3 pieces. The taste brought back to them the memory of fair faces and laughter and wholesome food in quiet days now far away. For a while they ate thoughtfully, sitting in the dark, heedless of the cries and sounds of battle nearby. Pippin was the RST to come back to the present. "We must be off," he said. Half a moment. Krishnaka's sword was lying close at hand, but it was too heavy and clumsy for him to use, so he crawled forward, and ending the body of the goblin he drew from its sheath a long sharp knife. With this he quickly cut their bonds. "Now for it," he said. "When we've warmed up a bit, perhaps we shall be able to stand again and walk. But in any case we had better start by crawling." They crawled. The turf was deep and yielding, and that helped them, but it seemed a long slow business. They gave the watchery a wide berth, and wormed their way forward bit by bit, until they came to the edge of the river, gurgling away in the black shadows under its deep banks. Then they looked back. The sounds had died away. Evidently Matterhorn and his lads had been killed or driven off. The riders had returned to their silent, ominous vigil. It would not last very much longer. Already the night was old. In the east, which had remained unclouded, the sky was beginning to grow pale. "We must get under cover," said Pippin, "or we shall be seen. It will not be any comfort to us if these riders discover that we are not orcs after we are dead." He got up and stamped his feet. "Those cords have cut me like wires, but my feet are getting warm again. I could stagger on now. What about you, Mary?" Mary got up. "Yes," he said, "I can manage it. Lembas does put heart into you. A more wholesome sort of feeling, too, than the heat of that orc draft. I wonder what it was made of. Better not to. No, I expect. Let's get a drink of water to wash away the thought of it." "Not here, the banks are too steep," said Pippin. "Forward now." They turned and walked side by side slowly along the line of the river. Behind them the light grew in the east. As they walked they compared notes, talking lightly in hobbit fashion of the things that had happened since their capture. No listener would have guessed from their words that they had suffered cruelly, and been in dire peril, going without hope towards torment and death, or that even now, as they knew well, they had little chance of ever ending friend or safety again. "You seem to have been doing well, Master Took," said Mary. "You will get almost a chapter in old Bilbo's book, if ever I get a chance to report to him. Good work, especially guessing that Harry villain's little game, and playing up to him. But I wonder if anyone will ever pick up your trail and endy that brooch. I should hate to lose mine, but I am afraid yours is gone for good. I shall have to brush up my toes, if I am to get level with you. Indeed, Cousin Brandybuck is going in front now. This is where he comes in. I don't suppose you have much notion where we are, but I spent my time at Rivendell rather better. We are walking west along the Entwash. The butt end of the Misty Mountains is in front, and Fangorn Forest." Even as he spoke the dark edge of the forest loomed up straight before them. Night seemed to have taken refuge under its great trees, creeping away from the coming dawn. "Lead on, Master Brandybuck," said Pippin. "Or lead back. We have been warned against Fangorn, but one so knowing will not have forgotten that." "I have not," answered Mary, "but the forest seems better to me. All the same." Then turning back into the middle of a battle, he led the way in under the huge branches of the trees. Old beyond guessing, they seemed. Great trailing beards of lichen hung from them, blowing and swaying in the breeze. Out of the shadows, the hobbits peeped, gazing back down the slope, little furtive gers that in the dim light looked like elf children in the deeps of time, peering out of the wildwood in wonder at their RST dawn. Far over the great river, and the brown lands, leagues upon grey leagues away, the dawn came, red as aim. Loud rang they hunting horns to greet it. The riders of Rohan sprang suddenly to life. Horn answered horn again. Merry and Pippin heard, clear in the cold air, the neighing of war horses, and the sudden singing of many men. The sun's limb was lifted, an arc of above the margin of the world. Then with a great cry the riders charged from the east. The red light gleamed on mail and spear. The orcs yelled and shot all the arrows that remained to them. The hobbits saw several horsemen fall, but their line held on up the hill and over it, and wheeled round and charged again. Most of the raiders that were left alive then broke and this way and that, pursued one by one to the death. But one band, holding together in a black wedge, drove forward resolutely in the direction of the forest. Straight up the slope they charged towards the watchers. Now they were drawing near, and it seemed certain that they would escape. They had already hewn down 3 riders that barred their way. "We have watched too long," said Merry. "There's Uglock. I don't want to meet him again." The hobbits turned and deep into the shadows of the wood. So it was that they did not see the last stand, when Uglock was overtaken and brought to bay at the very edge of Fangorn. There he was slain at last by Eomer, the 3rd marshal of the Mark, who dismounted and fought him sword to sword. And over the white elds, the keen-eyed riders hunted down the few orcs that had escaped, and still had strength to Then when they had laid their fallen comrades in a mound and had sung their praises, the riders made a great and scattered the ashes of their enemies. So ended the raid, and no news of it came ever back either to Mordor or to Isengard, but the smoke of the burning rose high to heaven and was seen by many watchful eyes. Chapter 4. Treebeard. Meanwhile the hobbits went with as much speed as the dark and tangled forest allowed, following the line of the running stream, west ward and up towards the slopes of the mountains, deeper and deeper into Fangorn. Slowly their fear of the orcs died away, and their pace slackened. A queer sting feeling came over them, as if the air were too thin or too scanty for breathing. At last Merry halted. "We can't go on like this," he panted. "I want some air." "Let's have a drink at any rate," said Pippin. "I'm parched." He clambered onto a great tree root that wound down into the stream, and stooping drew up some water in his cupped hands. It was clear and cold, and he took many draughts. Merry followed him. The water refreshed them and seemed to cheer their hearts. For a while they sat together on the brink of the stream, dabbling their sore feet and legs, and peering round at the trees that stood silently about them, rank upon rank, until they faded away into grey twilight in every direction. "I suppose you haven't lost us already," said Pippin, leaning back against a great tree trunk. "We can at least follow the course of this stream, the Entwash, or whatever you call it, and get out again the way we came." "We could, if our legs would do it," said Merry, "and if we could breathe properly." "Yes, it is all very dim and stuffy in here," said Pippin. "It reminds me, somehow, of the old room in the great place of the Tooks away back in the Smeals at Tuckborough, a huge place where the furniture has never been moved or changed for generations. They say the old Took lived in it year after year, while he and the room got older and shabbier together, and it has never been changed since he died, a century ago. And old Gerontius was my great-great-grandfather. That puts it back a bit. But that is nothing to the old feeling of this wood. Look at all those weeping, trailing beards and whiskers of lichen, and most of the trees seem to be half covered with ragged dry leaves that have never fallen untidy. I can't imagine what spring would look like here, if it ever comes, still less a spring cleaning. But the sun at any rate must peep in sometimes," said Merry. "It does not look or feel at all like Bilbo's description of Mirkwood. That was all dark and black, and the home of dark black things. This is just dim and frightfully treeish. You can't imagine animals living Here at all, or staying for long? No, nor hobbits, said Pippin. And I don't like the thought of trying to get through it either. Nothing to eat for 100 miles, I should guess. How are our supplies? Low, said Merry. We ran off with nothing but a couple of spare packets of lembas, and left everything else behind. They looked at what remained of the elven cakes, broken fragments for about meager days, that was all. And not a wrap or a blanket, said Merry. We shall be cold tonight, whichever way we go. Well, we'd better decide on the way now, said Pippin. Morning must be getting on. Just then they became aware of a yellow light that had appeared. Some way further on into the wood, shafts of sunlight seemed suddenly to have pierced the forest roof. Hello, said Merry. The sun must have run into a cloud while we've been under these trees, and now she has run out again, or else she has climbed high enough to look down through some opening. It isn't far, let's go and investigate. They found it was further than they thought. The ground was rising steeply still, and it was becoming increasingly stony. The light grew broader as they went on, and soon they saw that there was a rock wall before them, the side of a hill, or the abrupt end of some long route, thrust out by the distant mountains. No trees grew on it, and the sun was falling full on its stony face. The twigs of the trees at its foot were stretched out stiff and still, as if reaching out to the warmth. Where all had looked so shabby and gray before, the wood now gleamed with rich browns, and with the smooth black grays of bark like polished leather. The boles of the trees glowed with a soft green like young grass. Early spring or a eating vision of it was about them. In the face of the stony wall there was something like a stare. Natural perhaps, and made by the weathering and splitting of the rock, for it was rough and uneven. High up, almost level with the tops of forest trees, there was a shelf under a cliff. Nothing grew there but a few grasses and weeds at its edge, and one old stump of a tree with only 2 bent branches left. It looked almost like the gur of some gnarled old man, standing there, blinking in the morning light. Up we go, said Merry joyfully. Now for a breath of air, and a sight of the land. They climbed and scrambled up the rock. If the stair had been made, it was for bigger feet and longer legs than theirs. They were too eager to be surprised at the remarkable way in which the cuts and sores of their captivity had healed and their vigor had returned. They came at length to the edge of the shelf almost at the feet of the old stump. Then they sprang up and turned round with their backs to the hill, breathing deep, and looking out eastward. They saw that they had only come some 3 or 4 miles into the forest. The heads of the trees marched down the slopes towards the plain. There, near the fringe of the forest, tall spires of curling black smoke went up, wavering and nodding towards them. The wind's changing, said Merry. It's turned east again. It feels cool up here. Yes, said Pippin, I'm afraid this is only a passing gleam, and it will all go gray again. What a pity. This shaggy old forest looks so different in the sunlight. I almost felt I liked the place. Almost felt you liked the forest. That's good. That's uncommonly kind of you, said a strange voice. Turn round and let me have a look at your faces. I almost feel that I dislike you both, but do not let us be hasty. Turn around. A large knob-knuckled hand was laid on each of their shoulders, and they were twisted round, gently but irresistibly. Then 2 great arms lifted them up. They found that they were looking at a most extraordinary face. It belonged to a large man-like, almost troll-like, gur, at least 14 foot high, very sturdy, with a tall head, and hardly any neck. Whether it was clad in stuff like green and gray bark, or whether that was its hide, was difficult to say. At any rate the arms, at a short distance from the trunk, were not wrinkled, but covered with a brown, smooth skin. The large feet had 7 toes each. The lower part of the long face was covered with a sweeping gray beard, bushy, almost twiggy at the roots, thin and mossy at the ends. But at the moment, the hobbits noted little but the eyes. These deep eyes were now surveying them, slow and solemn, but very penetrating. They were brown, shot with a green light. Often afterwards Pippin tried to describe his RST impression of them. One felt as if there was an enormous well behind them, LLED up, with ages of memory and long, slow, steady thinking, but their surface was sparkling with the present, like sun shimmering on the outer leaves of a vast tree, or on the ripples of a very deep lake. I don't know, but it felt as if something that grew in the ground asleep, you might say, or just feeling itself as something between root tip and leaf tip, between deep earth and sky, had suddenly waked up, and was considering you with the same slow care that it had given to its own inside affairs for endless years. Murmured the voice, a deep voice like a very deep woodwind instrument. Very odd indeed. Do not be hasty, that is my motto. But if I had seen you before I heard your voices, I liked them. Nice little voices, they reminded me of something I cannot remember. If I had seen you before I heard you, I should have just trodden on you, taking you for little orcs, and found out my mistake afterwards. Very odd you are, indeed. Root and twig, very odd. Pippin, though still amazed, no longer felt afraid. Under those eyes he felt a curious suspense, but not fear. Please, he said, who are you? And what are you? A queer look came into the old eyes, a kind of wariness. The deep wells were covered over. Now, answered the voice. Well, I am an Ent, or that's what they call me. Yes, Ent is the word. They. And I am, you might say, in your manner of speaking. Fangorn is my name according to some. Treebeard others make it. Treebeard will do. An Ent, said Mary. What's that? But what do you call yourself? What's your real name? Who now? Replied Treebeard. Who? Now that would be telling. Not so hasty. And I am doing the asking. You are in my country. What are you, I wonder? I cannot place you. You do not seem to come in the old lists that I learned when I was young. But that was a long, long time ago, and they may have made new lists. Let me see. Let me see. How did it go? Learn now the lore of living creatures. First name the four, the free peoples. Eldest of all, the elf children. Dwarf the delver, dark are his houses. Ent the earthborn, old as mountains. Man the mortal, master of horses. Beaver the builder, buck the leaper. Bear bee hunter, boar the butcher. Hound is hungry, hare is fearful. Eagle in airy, ox in pasture. Hardhorn crowned, hawk is swiftest. Swan the whitest, serpent coldest. How did it go? Room tum, room tea. Toom tum. It was a long list. But anyway, you do not seem to tea in anywhere. We always seem to have got left out of the old lists and the old stories, said Mary. Yet we've been about for quite a long time. We're hobbits. Why not make a new line, said Pippin. Half-grown hobbits, the hole-dwellers. Put us in amongst the four, next to man, the big people, and you've got it. Not bad, said Treebeard. That would do. So you live in holes, It sounds very right and proper. Who calls you hobbits, though? That does not sound elvish to me. Elves made all the old words, they began it. Nobody else calls us hobbits, we call ourselves that, said Pippin. Come now. Not so hasty. You call yourselves hobbits. But you should not go telling just anybody. You will be letting out your own right names if you are not careful. We aren't careful about that, said Mary. As a matter of fact, I'm a Brandybuck, Maria. Brandybuck, though most people call Me just Mary. And I'm a Took, Peregrine Took, but I'm generally called Pippin. Or even Pip. But you are hasty folk, I see, said Treebeard. I am honored by your condence, but you should not be too free all at once. There are ents and ents, you know, or there are ents and things that look like ents but ain't, as you might say. I'll call you Mary and Pippin, if you please, nice names. For I am not going to tell you my name. Not yet at any rate. A queer half-knowing, half-humorous look came with a greenacre into his eyes. For one thing, it would take a long while. My name is growing all the time, and I've lived a very long time, so my name is like a story. Real names tell you the story of the things they belong to in my language, in the Old Entish. As you might say. It is a lovely language, but it takes a very long time to say anything in it, because we do not say anything in it, unless it is worth taking a long time to say, and to listen to. But now, and the eyes became very bright and present, seeming to grow smaller and almost sharp. What is going on? What are you doing in it all? I can see and hear, and smell and feel, a great deal from this Alalarum Becomendalendorbu room. Excuse me, that is a part of my name for it. I do not know what the word is in the outside languages, you know, the thing we are on, where I stand and look out on any mornings, and think about the sun, and the grass beyond the wood, and the horses, and the clouds, and the unfolding of the world. What is going on? What is Gandalf up to? And these Burum, he made a deep rumbling noise like a discord on a great organ, these orcs, and young Saruman down it. Isengard. I like news. But not too quick now. There is quite a lot going on, said Mary, and even if we tried to be quick, it would take a long time to tell. But you told us not to be hasty. Ought we to tell you anything so soon? Would you think it rude if we asked what you are going to do with us, and which side you are on? And did you know Gandalf? Yes, I do know him, the only wizard that really cares about trees, said Treebeard. Do you know him? Yes, said Pippin sadly, we did. He was a great friend, and he was our guide. Then I can answer your other questions, said Treebeard. I am not going to do anything with you, not if you mean by that do something to you without your leave. We might do some things together. I don't know about sides. I go my own way, but your way may go along with mine for a while. But you speak of Master Gandalf as if he was in a story that had come to an end. Yes, we do, said Pippin sadly. The story seems to be going on, but I am afraid Gandalf has fallen out of it. Who? Come now, said Treebeard. Well. He paused, looking long at the hobbits. Well, I do not know what to say. Come now. If you would like to hear more, said Mary, we will tell you. But it will take some time. Wouldn't you like to put us down? Couldn't we sit here together in the sun, while it lasts? You must be getting tired of holding us up. Tired? No, I am not tired. I do not easily get tired. And I do not sit down. I am not very, bendable. But there, the sun is going in. Let us leave this. Did you say what you call it? Hill, suggested Pippin. Shelf. Step, suggested Mary. Treebeard repeated the words thoughtfully. Hill. Yes, that was it. But it is a hasty word for a thing that has stood here ever since this part of the world was shaped. Never mind. Let us leave it and go. Where shall we go? Asked Mary. To my home, or one of my homes, answered Treebeard. Is it far? I do not know. You might call it far, perhaps. But what does that matter? Well, you see, we have lost all our belongings, said Mary. We have only a little food. Oh. You need not trouble about that, said Treebeard. I can give you a drink that will keep you green and growing for a long while. And if we decide to part company, I can set you down outside my country at any point you choose. Let us go. Holding the hobbits gently but RMLY, one in the crook of each arm, Treebeard lifted up RST one large foot and then the other, and moved them to the edge of the shelf. The root-like toes grasped the rocks. Then carefully and solemnly, he stalked down from step to step, and reached the oar of the forest. At once he set off with long deliberate strides through the trees, deeper and deeper into the wood, never far from the stream, climbing steadily up towards the slopes of the mountains. Many of the trees seemed asleep, or as unaware of him as of any other creature that merely passed by, but some quivered, and some raised up their branches above his head as he approached. All the while, as he walked, he talked to himself in a long-running stream of musical sounds. The hobbits were silent for some time. They felt, oddly enough, safe and comfortable, and they had a great deal to think and wonder about. At last Pippin ventured to speak again. Please, Treebeard, he said, could I ask you something? Why did Sealborn warn us against your forest? He told us not to risk getting entangled in it. Did he now? Rumbled Treebeard. And I might have said much the same, if you had been going the other way. Do not risk getting entangled in the woods of Laurel and Renan. That is what they elves used to call it, but now they make the name shorter, Lothlorien. They call it. Perhaps they are right, maybe it is fading, not growing. Land of the Valley of Singing Gold, that was it, once upon a time. Now it is the Dreamower. Ah well. But it is a queer place, and not for just anyone to venture in. I am surprised that you ever got out. But much more surprised that you ever got in. That has not happened to strangers for many a year. It is a queer land. And so is this. Folk have come to grief here. They have, to grieve. Laurel and Renan Landeller under Malinorn Leonorn Melon. He hummed to himself. They are falling rather behind the world in there. I guess, he said. Neither this country, nor anything else outside the Golden Wood, is what it was when Sealborn was young. Still. Torolilomia tumbalemorna tumbulatoria lomian or asterisk. That is what they used to say. Things have changed, but it is still true. In places. Asterisk see Appendix F under Ents. What do you mean? Said Pippin. What is true? The trees in the Ents, said Treebeard. I do not understand all. That goes on myself, so I cannot explain it to you. Some of us are still true Ents, and lively enough in our fashion, but many are growing sleepy, going treeish, as you might say. Most of the trees are just trees, of course, but many are half awake. Some are quite wide awake. And a few are, well, getting entish. That is going on all the time. When that happens to a tree, you envy that some have bad hearts. Nothing to do with their wood, I do not mean that. Why, I knew some good old willows down the Entwash, gone long ago, alas. They were quite hollow, indeed they were falling all to pieces, but as quiet and sweet-spoken as a young leaf. And then there are some trees in the valleys under the mountains, sound as a bell, and bad right through. That sort of thing seems to spread. There used to be some very dangerous parts in this country. There are still some very black patches. Like the old forest away to the north, do you mean? Asked Mary. Something like, but much worse. I do not doubt there is some shadow of the great darkness lying there still away north. And bad memories are handed down. But there are hollow dales in this land where the darkness has never been lifted, and the trees are older than I am. Still, we do what we can. We keep off strangers and the foolhardy, and we train and we teach, we walk and we weed. We are tree herds, we old Ents. Few enough of us are left now. Sheep get like shepherd, and shepherds like sheep, it is said, but slowly, and neither have long in the world. It is quicker and closer, with trees and ents, and they walk down the ages together. For ents are more like elves, less interested in themselves than men are, and better at getting inside other things. And yet again ents are more like men, more changeable than elves are, and quicker at taking the color of the outside, you might say. Or better than both, for they are steadier and keep their minds on things longer. Some of my kin look just like trees now, and need something great to rouse them, and they speak only in whispers. But some of my trees are limb-lithe, and many can talk to me. Elves began it, of course, waking trees up and teaching them to speak and learning their tree talk. They always wished to talk to everything, the old elves did. But then the great darkness came, and they passed away over the sea, or into far valleys, and hid themselves, and made songs about days that would never come again. Never again. There was all one would once upon a time from here to the mountains of Loon, and this was just the east end. Those were the broad days. Time was when I could walk and sing all day and hear no more than the echo of my own voice in the hollow hills. The woods were like the woods of Lothlorien, only thicker, stronger, younger, and the smell of the air. I used to spend a week just breathing. Treebeard fell silent, striding along, and yet making hardly a sound with his great feet. Then he began to hum again, and passed into a murmuring chant. Gradually the hobbits became aware that he was chanting to them. In the willow meads of Tazarinan I walked in the spring. Ah, the sight and the smell of the spring in Nantazarian. And I said that was good. I wandered in summer in the elm woods of Osiriand. Ah, the light and the music in the summer by the 7 rivers of Osir. And I thought that was best. To the beaches of Neldoreth I came in the autumn. Ah, the gold in the red and the sighing of leaves in the autumn. In Torrene Elder. It was more than my desire. To the pine trees upon the highland of Dorthonion I climbed in the winter. Ah, the wind in the whiteness and the black branches of winter. Upon Oradenathon, my voice went up and sang in the sky. And now all those lands lie under the wave. And I walk in Amberona, in Tormerna, in Aldalame. In my own land, in the country of Fangorn, where the roots are long, and the years lie thicker than the leaves. In Tormernelome. He ended, and strode on silently, and in all the wood, as far as ear could reach, there was not a sound. The day waned, and dusk was twined about the boles of the trees. At last the hobbits saw, rising dimly before them, a steep dark land. They had come to the feet of the mountains, and to the green roots of tall Methedras. Down the hillside the young Entwash, leaping from its springs high above, ran noisily from step to meet them. On the right of the stream there was a long slope, clad with grass, now gray in the twilight. No trees grew there and it was open to the sky. Stars were shining already in lakes between shores of cloud. Treebeard strode up the slope, hardly slackening his pace. Suddenly before them the hobbits saw a wide opening. 2 great trees stood there, one on either side, like living gate-posts, but there was no gate save their crossing and interwoven boughs. As the old Ent approached, the trees lifted up their branches, and all their leaves quivered and rustled. For they were evergreen trees, and their leaves were dark and polished, and gleamed in the twilight. Beyond them was a wide level space, as though the oar of a great hall had been cut in the side of the hill. On either hand the walls sloped upwards, until they were 50 feet high or more, and along each wall stood an aisle of trees that also increased in height as they marched inwards. At the far end the rock wall was sheer, but at the bottom it had been hollowed back into a shallow bay with an arched roof, the only roof of the hall, save the branches of the trees, which at the inner end overshadowed all the ground, leaving only a broad open path in the middle. A little stream escaped from the springs above, and leave. Ing the main water fell tinkling down the sheer face of the wall, pouring in silver drops, like any curtain in front of the arched bay. The water was gathered again into a stone basin in the oar between the trees, and thence it spilled and owed away beside the open path, out to rejoin the Entwash in its journey through the forest. Here we are, said Treebeard, breaking his long silence. I have brought you about 70,000 ent strides, but what that comes to in the measurement of your land I do not know. Anyhow, we are near the roots of the last mountain. Part of the name of this place might be Welling Hall, if it were turned into your language. I like it. We will stay here tonight. He set them down on the grass, between the aisles of the trees, and they followed him towards the great arch. The hobbits now noticed that as he walked his knees hardly bent, but his legs opened in a great stride. He planted his big toes, and they were indeed big, and very broad, on the ground rst, before any other part of his feet. For a moment Treebeard stood under the rain of the falling spring, and took a deep breath, then he laughed, and passed inside. A great stone table stood there, but no chairs. At the back of the bay it was already quite dark. Treebeard lifted two great vessels and stood them on the table. They seemed to be LED with water, but he held his hands over them, and immediately they began to glow, one with a golden and the other with a rich green light, and the blending of the two lights lit the bay, as if the sun of summer was shining through a roof of young leaves. Looking back, the hobbits saw that the trees in the court had also begun to glow, faintly at rst, but steadily quicken ing, until every leaf was edged with light, some green, some gold, some red as copper, while the tree trunks looked like pillars molded out of luminous stone. Well, well, now we can talk again, said Treebeard. You are thirsty, I expect. Perhaps you are also tired. Drink this. He went to the back of the bay, and then they saw that several tall stone jars stood there, with heavy lids. He removed one of the lids, and dipped in a great ladle, and with it LED 3 bowls, one very large bowl, and two smaller ones. This is an inn house, he said, and there are no seats, I fear. But you may sit on the table. Picking up the hobbits he set them on the great stone slab, 6 feet above the ground, and there they sat dangling their legs, and drinking in sips. The drink was like water, indeed very like the taste of the draughts they had drunk from the Entwash near the borders of the forest, and yet there was some scent or savor in it which they could not describe. It was faint, but it reminded them of the smell of a distant wood, borne from afar by a cool breeze at night. The effect of the draught began at the toes, and rose steadily through every limb, bringing refreshment and vigor as it coursed upwards, right to the tips of the hair. Indeed, the hobbits felt that the hair on their heads was actually standing up, waving and curling and growing. As for Treebeard, he lathed his feet in the basin beyond the arch, and then he drained his bowl at one draught, one long, slow draught. The hobbits thought he would never stop. At last he set the bowl down again. Ah, he sighed. Hum, now we can talk easier. You can sit on the oar, and I will lie down. That will prevent this drink from rising to my head and sending me to sleep. On the right side of the bay there was a great bed on low legs, not more than a couple of feet high, covered deep in dried grass and bracken. Treebeard lowered himself slowly onto this, with only the slightest sign of bending at his middle, until he lay at full length, with his arms behind his head, looking up at the ceiling, upon which lights were ickering, like the play of leaves in the sunshine. Merry and Pippin sat beside him on pillows of grass. Now tell me your tale, and do not hurry, said Treebeard. The hobbits began to tell him the story of their adventures ever since they left Hobbiton. They followed no very clear order, for they interrupted one another continually, and Treebeard often stopped the speaker, and went back to some earlier point, or jumped forward. asking questions about later events. They said nothing whatever about the ring, and did not tell him why they set out or where they were going to, and he did not ask for any reasons. He was immensely interested in everything, in the Black Riders, in Elrond, in Rivendell, in the Old Forest, and Tom Bombadil, in the mines of Moria, and in Lothlorien and Galadriel. He made them describe the Shire and its country over and over again. He said an odd thing at this point. You never see any Ents round there, do you? He asked. Well, not Ents, Entwives I should really say. Entwives, said Pippin. Are they like you at all? Yes, well no, I do not really know now, said Treebeard thoughtfully. But they would like your country, so I just wondered. Treebeard was however especially interested in everything that concerned Gandalf, and most interested of all in Saruman's doings. The hobbits regretted very much that they knew so little about them. Only a rather vague report by Sam of what Gandalf had told the council. But they were clear at any rate that Ugluk and his troop came from Isengard, and spoke of Saruman as their master. Said Treebeard, when at last their story had wound, and wandered down to the battle of the orcs and the riders of Rohan. Well, that is a bundle of news and no mistake. You have not told me all, no indeed, not by a long way. But I do not doubt that you are doing as Gandalf would wish. There is something very big going on, that I can see, and what it is maybe I shall learn. In good time, or in bad time. By root and twig, but it is a strange business. Up sprout a little folk that are not in the old lists, and behold, the 9 forgotten riders reappear to hunt them, and Gandalf takes them on a great journey, and Galadriel harbors them in Kara's Galadon, and orcs pursue them down all the leagues of Wilderland. Indeed they seem to be caught up in a great storm. I hope they weather it. And what about yourself? Asked Merry. I have not troubled about the great wars, said Treebeard. They mostly concern elves and men. That is the business of wizards. Wizards are always troubled about the future. I do not like worrying about the future. I am not altogether on anybody's side, because nobody is altogether on my side, if you understand me. Nobody cares for the woods as I care for them, not even elves now a days. Still, I take more kindly to elves than to others. It was the elves that cured us of dumbness long ago, and that was a great gift. That cannot be forgotten, though our ways have parted since. And there are some things, of course, whose side I am altogether not on. I am against them altogether, these Burum. He again made a deep rumble of disgust, these orcs, and their masters. I used to be anxious when the shadow lay on Mirkwood, but when it removed to Mordor, I did not trouble for a while. Mordor is a long way away. But it seems that the wind is setting east, and the withering of all woods may be drawing near. There is not that an old Ent can do to hold back that storm. He must weather it or crack. But Saruman now. Saruman is a neighbor. I cannot overlook him. I must do something, I suppose. I have often wondered lately what I should do about Saruman. Who is Saruman? Asked Pippin. Do you know anything about his history? Saruman is a wizard, answered Treebeard. More than that I cannot say. I do not know the history of wizards. They appeared RST after the great ships came over the sea, but if they came with the ships I never can tell. Saruman was reckoned great among them, I believe. He gave up wandering about and minding the affairs of men and elves. Some time ago, you would call it a very long time ago, and he settled down at Angranost, or Isengard as the men of Rohan call it. He was very quiet to begin with, but his fame began to grow. He was chosen to be the head of the White Council, they say, but that did not turn out too well. I wonder now if even then Saruman was not turning to evil ways. But at any rate he used to give no trouble to his neighbors. I used to talk to him. There was a time when he was always walking about my woods. He was polite in those days, always asking my leave, at least when he met me, and always eager to listen. I told him many things that he would never have found out by himself, but he never repaid me in like kind. I cannot remember that he ever told me anything. And he got more and more like that. His face, as I remember it, I have not seen it for many a day, became like windows in a stone wall, windows with shutters inside. I think that I now understand what he is up to. He is plotting to become a power. He has a mind of metal and wheels, and he does not care for growing things, except as far as they serve him for the moment. And now it is clear that he is a black traitor. He has taken up with foul folk, with the orcs. The RM, worse than that, he has been doing something to them, something dangerous. For these Isengarders are more like wicked men. It is a mark of evil things that came in the great darkness that they cannot abide the sun, but Saruman's orcs can endure it, even if they hate it. I wonder what he has done. Are they men he has ruined, or has he blended the races of orcs and men? That would be a black evil. Treebeard rumbled for a moment, as if he were pronouncing some deep, subterranean entish malediction. Some time ago I began to wonder how orcs dared to pass through my woods so freely, he went on. Only lately did I guess that Saruman was to blame, and that long ago he had been spying out all the ways, and discovering my secrets. He and his foul folk are making havoc now. Down on the borders they are felling trees, good trees. Some of the trees they just cut down and leave to rot orc mischief that, but most are hewn up and carried off to feed the rest of Orthan. There is always a smoke rising from Isengard these days. Curse him, root and branch. Many of those trees were my friends. Creatures I had known from nut and acorn, many had voices of their own that are lost forever now. And there are wastes of stump and bramble where once there were singing groves. I have been idle. I have let things slip. It must stop. Treebeard raised himself from his bed with a jerk, stood up, and thumped his hand on the table. The vessels of light trembled and sent up 2 jets of aim. There was a ichor-like greenery in his eyes, and his beard stood out stiff as a great besom. I will stop it, he boomed. And you shall come with me. You may be able to help me. You will be helping your own friends that way, too. For if Saruman is not checked, Rohan and Gondor will have an enemy behind as well as in front. Our roads go together to Isengard. We will come with you, said Merry. We will do what we can. Yes, said Pippin. I should like to see the White Hand overthrown. I should like to be there, even if I could not be of much use. I shall never forget Ugloke and the crossing of Rohan. Good. Good, said Treebeard. But I spoke hastily. We must not be hasty. I have become too hot. I must cool myself and think, for it is easier to shout stop than to do it. He strode to the archway and stood for some time under the falling rain of the spring. Then he laughed and shook himself, and wherever the drops of water fell glittering from him to the ground they glinted like red and green sparks. He came back and laid himself on the bed again and was silent. After some time the hobbits heard him murmuring again. He seemed to be counting on his engers. Fangorn, Finglas, Fladrif, I, he sighed. The trouble is that there are so few of us left, he said, turning towards the hobbits. Only 3 remain of the RST Ents that walked in the woods before the darkness, only myself, Fangorn, and Finglas and Fladrif, to give them their elvish names. You may call them Leaic and Skinbark if you like that better. And of us 3, Leaic and Skinbark are not much use for this business. Leaic has grown sleepy, almost tree-ish, you might say. He has taken to standing by himself half asleep all through the summer with The deep grass of the meadows round his knees, covered with leafy hair he is. He used to rouse up in winter, but of late he has been too drowsy to walk far even then. Skinbark lived on the mountain slopes, west of Isengard. That is where the worst trouble has been. He was wounded by the orcs, and many of his folk and his tree herds have been murdered and destroyed. He has gone up into the high places, among the birches that he loves best, and he will not come down. Still, I dare say I could get together a fair company of our younger folks if I could make them understand the need, if I could rouse them. We are not a hasty folk. What a pity there are so few of us. Why are there so few, when you have lived in this country so long? Asked Pippin. Have a great many died? Oh, no, said Treebeard. None have died from inside, as you might say. Some have fallen in the evil chances of the long years, of course, and more have grown treeish. But there were never many of us, and we have not increased. There have been no enting snow children, you would say, not for a terrible long count of years. You see, we lost the Entwives. How very sad, said Pippin. How is it that they all died? They did not die, said Treebeard. I never said died. We lost them, I said. We lost them, and we cannot endy them. He sighed. I thought most folk knew that. There were songs about the hunt of the Ents for the Entwives sung among elves and men from Mirkwood to Gondor. They cannot be quite forgotten. Well, I am afraid the songs have not come west over the mountains to the Shire, said Mary. Won't you tell us some more, or sing us one of the songs? Yes, I will indeed, said Treebeard, seeming pleased with the request. But I cannot tell it properly, only in short, and then we must end our talk. Tomorrow we have councils to call, and work to do, and maybe a journey to begin. It is rather a strange and sad story, he went on after a pause. When the world was young, and the woods were white and wild, they Ents and the Entwives, and there were Ent maidens then, they loveliness of Finbrethel, of Wandlim the Lightfoot, in the days of our youth. They walked together and they housed together. But our hearts did not go on growing in the same way. The Ents gave their love to things that they met in the world, and the Entwives gave their thought to other things, for the Ents loved the great trees, and the wild woods, and the slopes of the high hills, and they drank of the mountain streams, and ate only such fruit as the trees let fall in their path, and they learned of the elves and spoke with the trees. But the Entwives gave their minds to the lesser trees, and to the meads in the sunshine beyond the feet of the forests, and they saw the sloe in the thicket, and the wild apple and the cherry blossoming in spring, and the green herbs in the waterlands in summer, and the seeding grasses in the autumn elds. They did not desire to speak with these things, but they wished them to hear and obey what was said to them. The Entwives ordered them to grow according to their wishes, and bear leaf and fruit to their liking, for the Entwives desired order, and plenty, and peace, by which they meant that things should remain where they had set them. So the Entwives made gardens to live in. But we Ents went on wandering, and we only came to the gardens now and again. Then when the darkness came in the north, the Entwives crossed the great river, and made new gardens, and tilled new elds, and we saw them more seldom. After the darkness was overthrown, the land of the Entwives blossomed richly, and their elds were full of corn. Many men learned the crafts of the Entwives and honored them greatly, but we were only a legend to them, a secret, in the heart of the forest. Yet here we still are, while all the gardens of the Entwives are wasted. Men call them the Brown Lands now. I remember it was long ago, in the time of the war between Sauron and the men of the Sea Desire, came over me to see Fimbray Phil again. Very fair she was still in my eyes, when I had last seen her, though little like the Ent maiden of old. For the Entwives were bent and browned by their labor, their hair parched by the sun to the hue of ripe corn, and their cheeks like red apples. Yet their eyes were still the eyes of our own people. We crossed over Anjouan and came to their land, but we found a desert. It was all burned and uprooted, for war had passed over it. But the Entwives were not there. Long we called, and long we searched, and we asked all folk that we met which way the Entwives had gone. Some said they had never seen them, and some said that they had seen them walking away west, and some said east, and others south. But nowhere that we went could we endy them. Our sorrow was very great. Yet they Wildwood called, and we returned to it. For many years we used to go out every now and again and look for the Entwives, walking far and wide and calling them by their beautiful names. But as time passed we went more seldom and wandered less far. And now they Entwives are only a memory for us, and our beards are long and gray. The elves made many songs concerning the search of the Ents, and some of the songs passed into the tongues of men. But we made no songs about it, being content to chant their beautiful names when we thought of the Entwives. We believe that we may meet again in a time to come, and perhaps we shall endy somewhere a land where we can live together and both be content. But it is foreboded that will only be when we have both lost all that we now have. And it may well be that time is drawing near at last. For if Sauron of old destroyed the gardens, the enemy today seems likely to wither all the woods. There was an elvish song that spoke of this, or at least so I understand it. It used to be sung up and down the great river. It was never an Entish song, mark you. It would have been a very long song in Entish. But we know it by heart, and hum it now and again. This is how it runs in your tongue. Ant. When spring unfolds the beechen leaf, and sap is in the bough. When light is on the wildwood stream, and wind is on the brow. When stride is long, and breath is deep, and keen the mountain air. Come back to me. Come back to me, and say my land is fair. Entwife. When spring is come to Garth and Eld, and corn is in the blade. When blossom like a shining snow is on the orchard laid. When shower and sun upon the earth with fragrance ll the air. I'll linger here, and will not come, because my land is fair. Ant. When summer lies upon the world, and in a noon of gold, beneath the roof of sleeping leaves the dreams of trees unfold. When woodland halls are green and cool, and wind is in the west. Come back to me. Come back to me, and say my land is best. Entwife. When summer warms the hanging fruit and burns the berry brown. When straw is gold, and ear is white, and harvest comes to town. When honey spills, and apple swells, though wind be in the west. I'll linger here beneath the sun, because my land is best. Ant. When winter comes, the winter wild that hill and wood shall slay. When trees shall fall and starless night devour the sunless day. When wind is in the deadly east, then in the bitter rain. I'll look for thee, and call to thee, I'll come to thee again. Entwife. When winter comes, and singing ends, when darkness falls it last. When broken is the barren bough, and light and labor past. I'll look for thee, and wait for thee, until we meet again. Together we will take the road beneath the bitter rain. Both. Together we will take the road that leads into the west. And far away will India land where both our hearts may rest. Treebeard ended his song. That is how it goes, he said. It is elvish. Of course, light-hearted, quick-worded, and soon over. I dare say it is. Fair enough. But the Ents could say more on their side, if they had time. But now I am going to stand up and take a little sleep. Where will you stand? We usually lie down to sleep, said Mary. We shall be all right where we are. Lie down to sleep, said Treebeard. Why, of course you do. Hum, I was forgetting. Singing that song put me in mind of old times. Almost thought that I was talking to young Entings, I did. Well, you can lie on the bed. I am going to stand in the rain. Good night. Merry and Pippin climbed onto the bed and curled up in the soft grass and fern. It was fresh and sweet-scented and warm. The lights died down, and the glow of the trees faded, but outside under the arch they could see old Treebeard standing, motionless, with his arms raised above his head. The bright stars peered out of the sky and lit the falling water as it spilled onto his ears and head, and dripped in hundreds of silver drops onto his feet. Listening to the tinkling of the drops, the hobbits fell asleep. They woke to a cool sun shining into the great court, and on to the oar of the bay. Shreds of high cloud were overhead, running on a stiff easterly wind. Treebeard was not to be seen, but while Merry and Pippin were bathing in the basin by the arch, they heard him humming and singing as he came up the path between the trees. "Hoo, ho! Good morning, Merry and Pippin," he boomed when he saw them. "You sleep long. I have been many 100 strides already today. Now we will have a drink and go to Entmoot." He poured them out 2 full bowls from a stone jar, but from a different jar. The taste was not the same as it had been the night before. It was earthier and richer, more sustaining and food-like, so to speak. While the hobbits drank, sitting on the edge of the bed and nibbling small pieces of elf cake, more because they felt that eating was a necessary part of breakfast than because they felt hungry, Treebeard stood, humming in Entish or Elvish or some strange tongue, and looking up at the sky. "Where is Entmoot?" Pippin ventured to ask. "Who, at Entmoot?" said Treebeard, turning round. "It is not a place, it is a gathering of Ents which does not often happen nowadays. But I have managed to make a fair number promise to come. We shall meet in the place where we have always met, Durndingle men call it. It is away south from here. We must be there before noon." Before long they set off. Treebeard carried the hobbits in his arms, as on the previous day. At the entrance to the court he turned to the right, stepped over the stream, and strode away southwards along the feet of great tumbled slopes where trees were scanty. Above these, the hobbits saw thickets of birch and rowan, and beyond them dark, climbing pine woods. Soon Treebeard turned a little away from the hills and plunged into deep groves, where the trees were larger, taller, and thicker than any that the hobbits had ever seen before. For a while they felt faintly the sense of sting which they had noticed when they ventured into Fangorn, but it soon passed. Treebeard did not talk to them. He hummed to himself deeply and thoughtfully. But Merry and Pippin caught no proper words. It sounded like boom, boom, rum boom, thorer, boom boom, darer boom boom, darer boom, and so on with a constant change of note and rhythm. Now and again they thought they heard an answer, a hum, or a quiver of sound that seemed to come out of the earth, or from boughs above their heads, or perhaps from the boles of the trees, but Treebeard did not stop or turn his head to either side. They had been going for a long while. Pippin had tried to keep count of the Ents' strides but had failed, getting lost at about 3,000 when Treebeard began to slacken his pace. Suddenly he stopped, put the hobbits down, and raised his curled hands to his mouth so that they made a hollow tube. Then he blew or called through them. A great hum rang out like a deep-throated horn in the woods, and seemed to echo from the trees. Far off there came from several directions a similar hum that was not an echo but an answer. Treebeard now perched Merry and Pippin on his shoulders and strode on again, every now and then sending out another horn call. And each time the answers came louder and nearer. In this way they came at last to what looked like an impenetrable wall of dark green trees of a kind that the hobbits had never seen before. They branched out right from the roots, and were densely clad in dark, glossy leaves like thornless holly, and they bore many stiff upright o'er spikes with large shining olive-colored buds. Turning to the left and skirting this huge hedge, Treebeard came in a few strides to a narrow entrance. Through it a worn path passed, and dived suddenly down a long steep slope. The hobbits saw that They were descending into a great dingle, almost as round as a bowl. Very white and deep, crowned at the rim with the high dark evergreen hedge. It was smooth and grass-clad inside, and there were no trees, except 3 very tall and beautiful silver birches that stood at the bottom of the bowl. 2 other paths led down into the dingle, from the west and from the east. Several Ents had already arrived. More were coming in down the other paths, and some were now following Treebeard. As they drew near, the hobbits gazed at them. They had expected to see a number of creatures as much like Treebeard as one hobbit is like another, at any rate to a stranger's eye, and they were very much surprised to see nothing of the kind. The Ents were as different from one another as trees from trees, some as different as one tree is from another of the same name but quite different growth and history, and some as different as one tree kind from another, as birch from beech, oak from ar. There were a few older Ents, bearded and gnarled like hail, but ancient trees, though none looked as ancient as Treebeard, and there were tall strong Ents, clean-limbed and smooth-skinned like forest trees in their prime, but there were no young Ents, no saplings. Altogether there were about 24 standing on the wide grassy over of the dingle, and as many more were marching in. At Rst, Merry and Pippin were struck by the variety that they saw, the many shapes and colors, the differences in girth and height and length of leg and arm, and in the number of toes and engers, anything from 3 to 9. A few seemed more or less related to Treebeard, and reminded them of beech trees or oaks. But there were other kinds. Some recalled the chestnut, brown-skinned Ents with large splangered hands and short thick legs. Some recalled the ash, tall straight grey Ents with many angered hands and long legs, some the ar, the tallest Ents, and others the birch, the rowan, and the linden. But when the Ents all gathered round Treebeard, bowing their heads slightly, murmuring in their slow musical voices, and looking long and intently at the strangers, then the hobbits saw that they were all of the same kindred, and all had the same eyes, not all so old or so deep as Treebeard's, but all with the same slow, steady, thoughtful expression, and the same green ichor. As soon as the whole company was assembled, standing in a wide circle round Treebeard, a curious and unintelligible conversation began. The Ents began to murmur slowly, Rst one joined and then another, until they were all chanting together in a long rising and falling rhythm, now louder on one side of the ring, now dying away, therein rising to a great boom on the other side. Though he could not catch or understand any of the words, he supposed the language was Entish. Pippin found the sound very pleasant to listen to it. Rst, but gradually his attention wavered. After a long time, and the chant showed no signs of slackening, he found himself wondering, since Entish was such an unhasty language, whether they had yet got further than good morning, and if Treebeard was to call the roll, how many days it would take to sing all their names. I wonder what the Entish is for yes or no, he thought. He yawned. Treebeard was immediately aware of him. Ha, hey my Pippin, he said, and the other Ents all stopped their chant. You are a hasty folk, I was forgetting, and anyway it is wearisome listening to a speech you do not understand. You may get down now. I have told your names to the Entmut, and they have seen you, and they have agreed that you are not orcs, and that a new line shall be put in the old lists. We have got no further yet, but that is quick work for an Entmut. You and Merry can stroll about in the dingle, if you like. There is a well of good water, if you need refreshing, away yonder in the north bank. There are still some words to speak before the moot really begins. I will come and see you again, and tell you how things are going. He put the hobbits down. Before they walked away, they bowed low. This feat seemed to amuse the Ents very much, to judge by the tone of their murmurs and the ichor of their eyes, but they soon turned back to their own business. Merry and Pippin climbed up the path that came in from the west, and looked through the opening in the great hedge. Long tree-clad slopes rose from the lip of the dingle, and away beyond them, above the arteries of the furthest ridge there, rose, sharp and white, the peak of a high mountain. Southwards to their left they could see the forest falling away down into the gray distance. There far away there was a pale green glimmer that Mary guessed to be a glimpse of the plains of Rohan. "I wonder where Isengard is," said Pippin. "I don't know quite where we are," said Mary, "but that peak is probably Methedra's, and as far as I can remember the ring of Isengard lies in a fork or deep cleft at the end of the mountains. It is probably down behind this great ridge. There seems to be a smoke or haze over there, left of the peak, don't you think?" "What is Isengard like?" said Pippin. "I wonder what Ents can do about it anyway." "So do I," said Mary. "Isengard is a sort of ring of rocks or hills, I think, with a space in sight in an island or pillar of rock in the middle, called Orthan. Saruman has a tower on it. There is a gate, perhaps more than one, in the encircling wall, and I believe there is a stream running through it. It comes out of the mountains, and oozes on across the gap of Rohan. It does not seem the sort of place for Ents to tackle. But I have an odd feeling about these Ents. Somehow I don't think they are quite as safe and, well, funny as they seem. They seem slow, queer, impatient, almost sad, and yet I believe they could be roused. If that happened, I would rather not be on the other side." "Yes," said Pippin. "I know what you mean. There might be all the difference between an old cow sitting and thoughtfully chewing, and a bull charging, and the change might come suddenly. I wonder if Treebeard will rouse them. I am sure he means to try. But they don't like being roused. Treebeard got roused himself last night, and then bottled it up again." The hobbits turned back. The voices of the Ents were still rising and falling in their conclave. The sun had now risen high enough to look over the high hedge. It gleamed on the tops of the birches and lit the northward side of the dingle with a cool yellow light. There they saw a little glittering fountain. They walked along the rim of the great bowl at the feet of the evergreens. It was pleasant to feel cool grass about their toes again, and not to be in a hurry, and then they climbed down to the gushing water. They drank a little, a clean, cold, sharp draught, and sat down on a mossy stone, watching the patches of sun on the grass and the shadows of the sailing clouds passing over the oar of the dingle. The murmur of the Ents went on. It seemed a very strange and remote place, outside their world, and far from everything that had ever happened to them. A great longing came over them for the faces and voices of their companions, especially for Frodo and Sam, and for Strider. At last there came a pause in the Ent voices, and looking up they saw Treebeard coming towards them, with another Ent at his side. Hum, here I am again," said Treebeard. "Are you getting weary, or feeling impatient? Well, I am afraid that you must not get impatient yet. We have nished the RST stage now, but I have still got to explain things again to those that live a long way off, far from Isengard, and those that I could not get round to before the moot, and after that we shall have to decide what to do. However, deciding what to do does not take Ents so long as going over all the facts and events that they have to make up their minds about. Still, it is no use denying, we shall be here a long time yet, a couple of days very likely. So I have brought you a companion. He has an Ent house nearby. Bregalad is his elvish name. He says he has already made up his mind and does not need to remain at the moot. He is the nearest thing among us to a hasty Ent. You ought to get on together. Goodbye." Treebeard turned and left them. Bregalad stood for some time surveying the hobbits solemnly, and they looked at him, wondering when he would show any signs of hastiness. He was tall, and seemed to be one of the younger Ents. He had smooth shining skin on his arms and legs, his lips were ruddy, and his hair was gray-green. He could bend and sway like a slender tree in the wind. At last he spoke, and his voice, though resonant, was higher and clearer than Treebeard's. My friends, let us go for a walk, he said. I am Bregalad. That is Quickbeam in your language. But it is only a nickname, of course. They have called me that ever since I said yes to an elder ent. Before he had finished his question. Also I drink quickly, and go out, while some are still wetting their beards. Come with me. He reached down 2 shapely arms and gave a long and geared hand to each of the hobbits. All that day they walked about, in the woods, with him, singing, and laughing, for Quickbeam often laughed. He laughed if the sun came out from behind a cloud. He laughed if they came upon a stream or spring. Then he stooped and splashed his feet and head with water. He laughed sometimes at some sound or whisper in the trees. Whenever he saw a rowan tree he halted a while with his arms stretched out, and sang, and swayed as he sang. At nightfall he brought them to his ent house, nothing more than a mossy stone set upon turfs under a green bank. Rowan trees grew in a circle about it, and there was water, as in all ent houses, a spring bubbling out from the bank. They talked for a while as darkness fell on the forest. Not far away the voices of the Entmoot could be heard, still going on, but now they seemed deeper and less leisurely, and every now and again one great voice would rise in a high and quickening music, while all the others died away. But beside them Bregalad spoke gently in their own tongue, almost whispering, and they learned that he belonged to Skinbark's people, and the country where they had lived had been ravaged. That seemed to the hobbits quite enough to explain his hastiness, at least in the matter of orcs. There were rowan trees in my home, said Bregalad, softly and sadly, rowan trees that took root when I was an enting, many years ago in the quiet of the world. The oldest were planted by the Ents to try and please the Entwives, but they looked at them and smiled and said that they knew where whiter blossom and richer fruit were growing. Yet there are no trees of all that race, the people of the rose, that are so beautiful to me. And these trees grew and grew, till the shadow of each was like a green hall, and their red berries in the autumn were a burden. And a beauty and a wonder. Birds used to look there. I like birds, even when they chatter, and the rowan has enough in despair. But the birds became unfriendly and greedy, and tore at the trees, and threw the fruit down and did not eat it. Then orcs came with axes and cut down my trees. I came and called them by their long names, but they did not quiver, they did not hear or answer, they lay dead. O Orofarn, Los Amista, Carnimri. O Rowan fair, upon your hair how white the blossom lay. O Rowan mine, I saw you shine upon a summer's day. Your rind so bright, your leaves so light, your voice so cool and soft. Upon your head how golden red the crown you bore aloft. O Rowan dead, upon your head your hair is dry and gray. Your crown is spilt, your voice is stilled forever and a day. O Orofarn, Los Amista, Carnimri. The hobbits fell asleep to the sound of the soft singing of Bregalad, that seemed to lament in many tongues the fall of trees that he had loved. The next day they spent also in his company, but they did not go far from his house. Most of the time they sat silent under the shelter of the bank, for the wind was colder, and the clouds closer and grayer. There was little sunshine, and in the distance the voices of the Ents at the moot still rose and fell, sometimes loud and strong, sometimes low and sad, sometimes quickening, sometimes slow and solemn as a dirge. A second night came and still the Ents held conclave under hurrying clouds and tearful stars. The third day broke, bleak and windy. At sunrise the Ents' voices rose to a great clamor and then died down again. As the morning wore on the wind fell and the air grew heavy with expectancy. They hobbits could see that Bregalad was now listening intently, although to them, down in the dell of his Ent house, the sound of the moot was faint. The afternoon came, and the sun, going west towards the mountains, sent out long yellow beams between the cracks and sores of the clouds. Suddenly they were aware that everything was very quiet. The whole forest stood in listening silence. Of course, the ant voices had stopped. What did that mean? Brigalow was standing up erect and tense, looking back northwards towards Sterndingle. Then with a crash came a great ringing shout, "Ra hum-ra!" The trees quivered and bent as if a gust had struck them. There was another pause, and then a marching music began like solemn drums. And above the rolling beats and booms there welled voices singing, high and strong, we come with roll of drum, Tarunda runda runda ram." The ants were coming, ever nearer and louder rose their song. We come with horn and drum, Taruna runa runa ram." Brigalow picked up the hobbits and strode from his house. Before long they saw the marching line approaching. The ants were swinging along with great strides down the slope towards them. Treebeard was at their head, and some FTY followers were behind him, two abreast, keeping step with their feet and beating time with their hands upon their anks. As they drew near, the ash and ichor of their eyes could be seen. "Hum, hum. Here we come with a boom, here we come at last," called Treebeard when he caught sight of Brigalow and the hobbits. "Come, join the moot. We are off to Isengard." "To Isengard," the ants cried in many voices. "To Isengard, to Isengard. Though Isengard be ringed and barred with doors of stone, though Isengard be strong and hard, as cold as stone and bare as bone, we go to war, to hew the stone and break the door. For bowl and bough are burning now, the furnace roars, we go to war. To land of gloom with tramp of doom, with roll of drum, we come. To Isengard with doom we come. With doom we come, with doom we come." So they sang as they marched southwards. Brigalow, his eyes shining, swung into the line beside Treebeard. The old ant now took the hobbits back, and set them on his shoulders again, and so they rode proudly at the head of the singing company, with beating hearts and heads held high. Though they had expected something to happen eventually, they were amazed at the change that had come over the ants. It seemed now as sudden as the bursting of Aud that had long been held back by a dike. The ants made up their minds rather quickly, after all, didn't they? Pippin ventured to say after some time, when for a moment the singing paused, and only the beating of hands and feet was heard. "Quickly," said Treebeard. "Alone?" "Yes, indeed. Quicker than I expected. Indeed, I have not seen them roused like this for many an age. We ants do not like being roused, and we never are roused unless it is clear to us that our trees and our lives are in great danger. That has not happened in this forest since the wars of Sauron and the men of the sea. It is the orc work, the wanton hewing rarum, without even the bad excuse of feeding the rest, that has so angered us, and the treachery of a neighbor, who should have helped us. Wizards ought to know better, they do know better. There is no curse in Elvish, Entish, or the tongues of men bad enough for such treachery. Down with Saruman." "Will you really break the doors of Isengard?" asked Merry. Well, we could, you know. You do not know, perhaps, how strong we are. Maybe you have heard of trolls? They are mighty strong. But trolls are only counterfeits, made by the enemy in the great darkness, in mockery of ents, as orcs were of elves. We are stronger than trolls. We are made of the bones of the earth. We can split stone like the roots of trees, only quicker, far quicker, if our minds are roused. If we are not hewn down, or destroyed by or blast of sorcery, we could split Isengard into splinters and crack its walls into rubble. But Saruman will try to stop you, won't he?" Yes, that is so. I have not forgotten it. Indeed I have thought long about it. But, you see, many of the ents are younger than I am, by many lives of trees. They are all roused now, and their mind is all on one thing, breaking Isengard. But they will start thinking again before long. They will cool down a little when we take our evening drink. What a thirst we shall have! But let them march now and sing. We have a long way to go, and there is time ahead for thought. It is something to have started. Treebeard marched on, singing with the others for a while. But after a time his voice died to a murmur and fell silent again. Pippin could see that his old brow was wrinkled and knotted. At last he looked up, and Pippin could see a sad look in his eyes, sad but not unhappy. There was a light in them, as if the green aim had sunk deeper into the dark wells of his thought. Of course, it is likely enough, my friends, he said slowly, likely enough that we are going to our doom, the last march of the Ents. But if we stayed at home and did nothing, doom would end us. Anyway, sooner or later. That thought has long been growing in our hearts, and that is why we are marching now. It was not a hasty resolve. Now at least the last march of the Ents may be worth a song. He sighed, we may help the other peoples before we pass away. Still, I should have liked to see the songs come true about the Entwives. I should dearly have liked to see Finbrethel again. But there, my friends, songs like trees bear fruit only in their own time and their own way, and sometimes they are withered untimely. The Ents went striding on at a great pace. They had descended into a long fold of the land that fell away southward. Now they began to climb up and up onto the high western ridge. The woods fell away and they came to scattered groups of birch, and then to bare slopes where only a few gaunt pine trees grew. The sun sank behind the dark hill back in front. Gray dusk fell. Pippin looked behind. The number of the Ents had grown, or what was happening where the dim bare slopes that they had crossed should lie. He thought he saw groves of trees, but they were moving. Could it be that the trees of Fangorn were awake, and the forest was rising, marching over the hills to war? He rubbed his eyes, wondering if sleep and shadow had deceived him, but the great gray shapes moved steadily onward. There was a noise like wind in many branches. The Ents were drawing near the crest of the ridge now, and all song had ceased. Night fell, and there was silence. Nothing was to be heard save a faint quiver of the earth beneath the feet of the Ents, and a rustle, the shade of a whisper as of many drifting leaves. At last they stood upon the summit, and looked down into a dark pit, the great cleft at the end of the mountains, Nan Curaner, the valley of Surimon. Night lies over Isengard, said Treebeard. Chapter 5. The White Rider. My very bones are chilled, said Gimli, upping his arms and stamping his feet. Day had come at last. At dawn the companions had made such breakfast as they could. Now in the growing light they were getting ready to search the ground again for signs of the hobbits. And do not forget that old man, said Gimli. I should be happier if I could see the print of a boot. Why would that make you happy? Said Legolas. Because an old man with feet that leave marks might be no more than he seemed, answered the dwarf. Maybe, said the elf, but a heavy boot might leave no print here. The grass is deep and springy. That would not bay for Ranger, said Gimli. A bent blade is enough for Aragorn to read. But I do not expect him to endy any traces. It was an evil phantom of Surimon that we saw last night. I am sure of it, even under the light of morning. His eyes are looking out on us from Fangorn even now, maybe. It is likely enough, said Aragorn, yet I am not sure. I am thinking of the horses. You said last night, Gimli, that they were scared away. But I did not think so. Did you hear them, Legolas? Did they sound to you like beasts in terror? No, said Legolas. I heard them clearly. But for the darkness and our own fear I should have guessed that they were beasts wild with some sudden gladness. They spoke as horses will when they meet a friend that they have long missed. So I thought, said Aragorn, but I cannot read the riddle, unless they return. Come. The light is growing fast. Let us look RST and guess later. We should begin here, near to our own camping ground, searching carefully all about, and working up the slope towards the forest. To end the hobbits is our errand, whatever we may think of our visitor in the night. If they escaped by some chance, then they must have hidden in the trees, or they would have been seen. If we nothing between here and the eaves of the wood, then we will make a last search upon the battle-eld and among the ashes. But there is little hope there. The horsemen of Rohan did their work too well. For some time the companions crawled and groped upon the ground. The tree stood mournfully above them, its dry leaves now hanging limp and rattling in the chill easterly wind. Aragorn moved slowly away. He came to the ashes of the watchery near the river bank, and then began to retrace the ground back towards the knoll, where the battle had been fought. Suddenly he stooped and bent low, with his face almost in the grass. Then he called to the others. They came running up. Here at last we end news, said Aragorn. He lifted up a broken leaf for them to see, a large pale leaf of golden hue, now fading and turning brown. Here is a mullein leaf of Lorien, and there are small crumbs on it, and a few more crumbs in the grass. And see, there are some pieces of cut cord lying nearby. And here is the knife that cut them, said Gimli. He stooped and drew out of a tussock, into which some heavy foot had trampled it, a short jagged blade. The haft from which it had been snapped was beside it. It was an orc weapon, he said, holding it gingerly, and looking with disgust at the carved handle. It had been shaped like a hideous head with squinting eyes and leering mouth. Well, here is the strangest riddle that we have yet found, exclaimed Legolas. A bound prisoner escapes both from the orcs and from the surrounding horsemen. He then stops, while still in the open, and cuts his bonds with an orc knife. But how and why? For if his legs were tied, how did he walk? And if his arms were tied, how did he use the knife? And if neither were tied, why did he cut the cords at all? Being pleased with his skill, he then sat down and quietly ate some whey bread. That at least is enough to show that he was a hobbit, without the mullein leaf. After that, I suppose, he turned his arms into wings and flew away singing into the trees. It should be easy to envy him. We only need wings ourselves. There was sorcery here right enough, said Gimli. What was that old man doing? What have you to say, Aragorn, to the reading of Legolas? Can you better it? Maybe I could, said Aragorn, smiling. There are some other signs near at hand that you have not considered. I agree that the prisoner was a hobbit and must have had either legs or hands free before he came here. I guess that it was hands, because the riddle then becomes easier, and also because, as I read the marks, he was carried to this point by an orc. Blood was spilled there, a few paces away, orc blood. There are deep prints of hoofs all about this spot, and signs that a heavy thing was dragged away. The orc was slain by horsemen, and later his body was hauled to the Ree. But the hobbit was not seen. He was not in the open, for it was night and he still had his elven cloak. He was exhausted and hungry, and it is not to be wondered at that, when he had cut his bonds with the knife of his fallen enemy, he rested and ate a little before he crept away. But it is a comfort to know that he had some lembas in his pocket, even though he ran away without gear or pack. That, perhaps, is like a hobbit. I say he, though I hope and guess that both Merry and Pippin were here together. There is, however, nothing to show that for certain. And how do you suppose that either of our friends came to have a hand free? Asked Gimli. I do not know how it happened, answered Aragorn. Nor do I know why an orc was carrying them away. Not to help them to escape, we may be sure. Nay, rather I think that I now begin to understand a matter that has puzzled me from the beginning. Why, when Boromir had fallen, were the orcs content with the capture of Merry and Pippin? They did not seek out the rest of us, nor attack our camp, but instead they went with all speed towards Isengard. Did they suppose they had captured the ring-bearer and his faithful comrade? I think not. Their masters would not dare to give such plain orders to orcs, even if they knew so much themselves. They would not speak openly to them of the ring. They are not trusty servants. But I think the orcs had been commanded to capture hobbits alive, at all costs. An attempt was made to slip out with the precious prisoners before the battle. Treachery perhaps, likely enough. With such folk, some large and bold orc may have been trying to escape with the prize alone, for his own ends. There, that is my tale. Others might be devised. But on this we may count in any case, one, at least of our friends escaped. It is our task to endy him and help him before we return to Rohan. We must not be daunted by Fangorn, since need drove him into that dark place. I do not know which daunts me more, Fangorn, or the thought of the long road through Rohan on foot, said Gimli. Then let us go to the forest, said Aragorn. It was not long before Aragorn found fresh signs. At one point, near the bank of the Entwash, he came upon footprints, hobbit prints, but too light for much to be made of them. Then again beneath the bole of a great tree on the very edge of the wood more prints were discovered. The earth was bare and dry, and did not reveal much. One hobbit at least stood here for a while and looked back, and then he turned away into the forest, said Aragorn. Then we must go in, too, said Gimli. But I do not like the look of this Fangorn, and we were warned against it. I wish the chase had led anywhere else. I do not think the wood feels evil, whatever tales may say, said Legolas. He stood under the eaves of the forest, stooping forward, as if he were listening, and peering with white eyes into the shadows. No, it is not evil, or what evil is in it is far away. I catch only the faintest echoes of dark places where the hearts of the trees are black. There is no malice near us, but there is watchfulness and anger. Well, it has no cause to be angry with me, said Gimli. I have done it no harm. That is just as well, said Legolas. But nonetheless it has suffered harm. There is something happening inside, or going to happen. Do you not feel the tenseness? It takes my breath. I feel the air is stuffy, said the dwarf. This wood is lighter than Mirkwood, but it is musty and shabby. It is old, very old, said the elf. So old that almost I feel young again, as I have not felt since I journeyed with you children. It is old and full of memory. I could have been happy here, if I had come in days of peace. I dare say you could, snorted Gimli. You are a wood elf, anyway. Though elves of any kind are strange folk. Yet you comfort me. Where you go, I will go. But keep your bow ready to hand, and I will keep my axe loose in my belt. Not for use on trees, he added hastily, looking up at the tree under which they stood. I do not wish to meet that old man at unawares without an argument ready to hand. That is all. Let us go. With that the three hunters plunged into the forest of Fangorn. Legolas and Gimli left the tracking to Aragorn. There was little for him to see. The oar of the forest was dry and covered with a drift of leaves, but guessing that the fugitives would stay near the water, he returned often to the banks of the stream. So it was that he came upon the place where Merry and Pippin had drunk and bathed their feet. There plain for all to see were the footprints of two hobbits, one somewhat smaller than the other. This is good tidings, said Aragorn. Yet the marks are 2 days old. And it seems that at this point the hobbits left the water side. Then what shall we do now, said Gimli. We cannot pursue them through the whole fastness of Fangorn. We have come ill supplied. If we do not endy them soon, We shall be of no use to them, except to sit down beside them and show our friendship by starving together. If that is indeed all we can do, then we must do that, said Aragorn. Let us go on. They came at length to the steep abrupt end of Treebeard's hill, and looked up at the rock wall with its rough steps leading to the high shelf. Gleams of sun were striking through the hurrying clouds, and the forest now looked less grey and drear. Let us go up and look about us, said Legolas. I still feel my breath short. I should like to taste a freer air for a while. The companions climbed up. Aragorn came last, moving slowly. He was scanning the steps and ledges closely. I am almost sure that the hobbits have been up here, he said. But there are other marks, very strange marks, which I do not understand. I wonder if we can see anything from this ledge which will help us to guess which way they went next. He stood up and looked about, but he saw nothing that was of any use. The shelf faced southward and eastward, but only on the east was the view open. There he could see the heads of the trees, descending in ranks towards the plain from which they had come. We have journeyed a long way round, said Legolas. We could have all come here safe together, if we had left the great river on the second or third day and struck west. Few can foresee whither their road will lead them, till they come to its end. But we did not wish to come to Fangorn, said Gimli. Yet here we are and nicely caught in the net, said Legolas. Look. Look at what? Said Gimli. There in the trees. Where? I have not elf eyes. Hush. Speak more softly. Look, said Legolas pointing. Down in the wood, back in the way that we have just come. It is he. Cannot you see him, passing from tree to tree? I see now, hissed Gimli. Look, Aragorn. Did I not warn you? There is the old man, all in dirty grey rags. That is why I could not see him at Rst. Aragorn looked and beheld a bent figure moving slowly. It was not far away. It looked like an old bigger man, walking wearily, leaning on a rough staff. His head was bowed, and he did not look towards them. In other lands they would have greeted him with kind words, but now they stood silent, each feeling a strange expectancy. Something was approaching that held a hidden power or menace. Gimli gazed with wide eyes for a while, as step by step the Gurr drew nearer. Then suddenly, unable to contain himself longer, he burst out, Your bow, Legolas. Bend it. Get ready. It is Saruman. Do not let him speak, or put a spell upon us. Shoot Rst. Legolas took his bow and bent it, slowly and as if some other will resisted him. He held an arrow loosely in his hand but did not tee it to the string. Aragorn stood silent, his face was watchful and intent. Why are you waiting? What is the matter with you? Said Gimli, in a hissing whisper. Legolas is right, said Aragorn quietly. We may not shoot an old man so, at unawares and unchallenged, whatever fear or doubt be on us. Watch and wait. At that moment the old man quickened his pace and came with surprising speed to the foot of the rock wall. Then suddenly he looked up, while they stood motionless looking down. There was no sound. They could not see his face. He was hooded, and above the hood he wore a wide-brimmed hat, so that all his features were overshadowed, except for the end of his nose and his grey beard. Yet it seemed to Aragorn that he caught the gleam of eyes keen and bright from within the shadow of the hooded brows. At last the old man broke the silence. Well met indeed, my friends, he said in a soft voice. I wish to speak to you. Will you come down, or shall I come up? Without waiting for an answer he began to climb. Now, cried Gimli. Stop him, Legolas. Did I not say that I wished to speak to you? Said the old man. Put away that bow, Master Elf. The bow and arrow fell from Legolas' hands, and his arms hung loose at his sides. And you, Master Dwarf, pray take your hand from your axe haft till I am up. You will not need such arguments. Gimli started and then stood still as stone, staring, while the old man sprang up the rough steps as nimbly as a goat. All weariness seemed to have left him. As he stepped up onto the shelf there was a gleam, too brief for certainty, a quick glint of white, as if some garment shrouded by the grey rags had been for an instant revealed. The intake of Gimli's breath could be heard as a loud hiss in the silence. "Well met, I say again," said the old man, coming towards them. When he was a few feet away, he stood, stooping over his staff, with his head thrust forward, peering at them from under his hood. "And what may you be doing in these parts?" An elf, a man, and a dwarf, all clad in elvish fashion. No doubt there is a tale worth hearing behind it all. Such things are not often seen here. "You speak as one that knows Fangorn well," said Aragorn. "Is that so?" "Not well," said the old man, "that would be the study of many lives. But I come here now and again. Might we know your name, and then hear what it is that you have to say to us?" said Aragorn. "The morning passes, and we have an errand that will not wait. As for what I wish to say, I have said it. What may you be doing, and what tale can you tell of yourselves? As for my name—" He broke off, laughing long and softly. Aragorn felt a shudder run through him at the sound, a strange cold thrill, and yet it was not fear or terror that he felt, rather it was like the sudden bite of a keen air, or the slap of a cold rain that wakes an uneasy sleeper. "My name," said the old man again. "Have you not guessed it already? You have heard it before, I think." "Yes, you have heard it before. But come now, what of your tale?" The three companions stood silent and made no answer. "There are some who would begin to doubt whether your errand is teach a tell," said the old man. "Happily I know something of it. You are tracking the footsteps of two young hobbits, I believe." "Yes, Vits. Don't stare, as if you had never heard the strange name before. You have, and so have I. Well, they climbed up here the day before yesterday, and they met someone that they did not expect. Does that comfort you? And now you would like to know where they were taken? Well, maybe I can give you some news about that. But why are we standing? Your errand, you see, is no longer as urgent as you thought. Let us sit down and be more at ease." The old man turned away and went towards a heap of fallen stones and rock at the foot of the cliff behind. Immediately, as if a spell had been removed, the others relaxed and stirred. Gimli's hand went it once to his axe haft. Aragorn drew his sword. Legolas picked up his vow. The old man took no notice, but stooped and set himself on a low stone. Then his grey cloak drew apart, and they saw, beyond doubt, that he was clothed beneath all in white. "Saruman," cried Gimli, springing towards him with axe in hand. "Speak. Tell us where you have hidden our friends. What have you done with them? Speak, or I will make a dint in your hat that even a wizard will envy it hard to deal with." The old man was too quick for him. He sprang to his feet and leaped to the top of a large rock. There he stood, grown suddenly tall, towering above them. His hood and his grey rags were hung away. His white garments shone. He lifted up his staff, and Gimli's axe leaped from his grasp and fell ringing on the ground. The sword of Aragorn, stiff in his motionless hand, blazed with a sudden re. Legolas gave a great shout and shot an arrow high into the air. It vanished in a ash of aim. "Mithrundir," he cried. "Mithrundir." "Well met, I say to you again, Legolas," said the old man. They all gazed at him. His hair was white as snow in the sunshine, and gleaming white was his robe. The eyes under his deep brows were bright, piercing as the rays of the sun. Power was in his hand. Between wonder, joy, and fear they stood and found no words to say. At last Aragorn stirred. "Gandalf," he said. Beyond all hope you return to us in our need. What veil was over my sight? Gandalf. Gimli said nothing, but sank to his knees, shading his eyes. Gandalf, the old man repeated, as if recalling from old memory. A long disused word. Yes, that was the name. I was Gandalf. He stepped down from the rock, and picking up his grey cloak, wrapped it about him. It seemed as if the sun had been shining, but now was hid in cloud again. Yes, you may still call me Gandalf, he said, and the voice was the voice of their old friend and guide. Get up, my good Gimli. No blame to you, and no harm done to me. Indeed, my friends, none of you have any weapon that could hurt me. Be merry. We meet again at the turn of the tide. The great storm is coming, but the tide has turned. He laid his hand on Gimli's head, and the dwarf looked up and laughed suddenly. Gandalf, he said. But you are all in white. Yes, I am white now, said Gandalf. Indeed I am Saruman, one might almost say, Saruman as he should have been. But come now. Tell me of yourselves. I have passed through and deep water. Since we parted, I have forgotten much that I thought I knew, and learned again much that I had forgotten. I can see many things far off, but many things that are close at hand I cannot see. Tell me of yourselves. What do you wish to know? Said Aragorn. All that has happened since we parted on the bridge would be a long tale. Will you not, Rst. give us news of the hobbits? Did you envy them, and are they safe? No, I did not envy them, said Gandalf. There was a darkness over the valleys of the Emyn and I did not know of their captivity until the eagle told me. The eagle, said Legolas. I have seen an eagle high and far off. The last time was 4 days ago, above the Emyn. Yes, said Gandalf, that was Gwaihir the Wind Lord, who rescued me from Worthen. I sent him before me to watch the river and gather tidings. His sight is keen, but he cannot see all that passes under hill and tree. Some things he has seen, and others I have seen myself. The ring now has passed beyond my help, or the help of any of the company that set out from Rivendell. Very nearly it was revealed to the enemy, but it escaped. I had some part in that, for I sat in a high place, and I strove with the dark tower, and the shadow passed. Then I was weary, very weary, and I walked long in dark thought. Then you know about Frodo, said Gimli. How do things go with him? I cannot say. He was saved from a great peril, but many lie before him still. He resolved to go alone to Mordor, and he set out, that is all that I can say. Not alone, said Legolas. We think that Sam went with him. Did he? Said Gandalf, and there was a gleam in his eye and a smile on his face. Did he indeed? It is news to me, yet it does not surprise me. Good. Very good. You lighten my heart. You must tell me more. Now sit by me and tell me the tale of your journey. The companions sat on the ground at his feet, and Aragorn took up the tale. For a long while Gandalf said nothing, and he asked no questions. His hands were spread upon his knees, and his eyes were closed. At last when Aragorn spoke of the death of Boromir and of his last journey upon the great river, the old man sighed. You have not said all that you know or guess, Aragorn my friend, he said quietly. Poor Boromir. I could not see what happened to him. It was a sore trial for such a man, a warrior, and a lord of men. Galadriel told me that he was in peril, but he escaped in the end. I am glad. It was not in vain that the young hobbits came with us, if only for Boromir's sake. But that is not the only part they have to play. They were brought to Fangorn, and their coming was like the falling of small stones that starts an avalanche in the mountains. Even as we talk here, I hear the RST rumblings. Saruman had best not be caught away from home when the dam bursts. "In one thing you have not changed, dear friend," said Aragorn. "You still speak in riddles." "What?" "In riddles," said Gandalf. "No. For I was talking aloud to myself. A habit of the old, they choose the wisest person present to speak to. The long explanations needed by the young are wearying." He laughed, but the sound now seemed warm and kindly as a gleam of sunshine. "I am no longer young even in the reckoning of men of the ancient houses," said Aragorn. "Will you not open your mind more clearly to me?" "What then shall I say?" said Gandalf, and paused for a while in thought. "This in brief is how I see things at the moment. If you wish to have a piece of my mind as plain as possible, the enemy, of course, has long known that the ring is abroad, and that it is borne by a hobbit. He knows now the number of our company that set out from Rivendell, and the kind of each of us. But he does not yet perceive our purpose clearly. He supposes that we were all going to Minas Tirith, for that is what he would himself have done in our place. And according to his wisdom it would have been a heavy stroke against his power. Indeed he is in great fear, not knowing what mighty one may suddenly appear, wielding the ring, and assailing him with war, seeking to cast him down and take his place. That we should wish to cast him down and have no one in his place is not a thought that occurs to his mind. That we should try to destroy the ring itself has not yet entered into his darkest dream, in which no doubt you will see our good fortune and our hope. For imagining war he has let loose war, believing that he has no time to waste, for he that strikes the RST blow, if he strikes it hard enough, may need to strike no more. So the forces that he has long been preparing he is now setting in motion, sooner than he intended. Wise fool! For if he had used all his power to guard Mordor, so that none could enter, and bent all his guile to the hunting of the ring, then indeed hope would have faded, neither ring nor bearer could long have eluded him. But now his eye gazes abroad rather than near at home, and mostly he looks towards Minas Tirith. Very soon now his strength will fall upon it like a storm. For already he knows that the messengers that he sent to waylay the company have failed again. They have not found the ring. Neither have they brought away any hobbits as hostages. Had they done even so much as that, it would have been a heavy blow to us, and it might have been fatal. But let us not darken our hearts by imagining the trial of their gentle loyalty in the Dark Tower. For the enemy has failed so far, thanks to Saruman. "Then is not Saruman a traitor?" said Gimli. "Indeed yes," said Gandalf. "Doubly. And is not that strange? Nothing that we have endured of late has seemed so grievous as the treason of Isengard. Even reckoned as a lord and captain, Saruman has grown very strong. He threatens the men of Rohan and draws off their help from Minas Tirith, even as the main blow is approaching from the east. Yet a treacherous weapon is ever a danger to the hand. Saruman also had a mind to capture the ring for himself, or at least to snare some hobbits for his evil purposes. So between them our enemies have contrived only to bring Merry and Pippin with marvelous speed, and in the nick of time, to Fangorn, where otherwise they would never have come at all. Also they have led themselves with new doubts that disturb their plans. No tidings of the battle will come to Mordor, thanks to the horsemen of Rohan, but the Dark Lord knows that 2 hobbits were taken in the Emendmule and borne away towards Isengard, against the will of his own servants. He now has Isengard to fear as well as Minas Tirith. If Minas Tirith falls, it will go ill with Saruman. "It is a pity that our friends lie in between," said Gimli. "If no land divided Isengard and Mordor, then they could GHT while we watched and waited. The victor would emerge stronger than either, and free from doubt," said Gandalf. "But Isengard cannot GHT Mordor, unless Saruman RST obtains the ring. That he will never do now. He does not yet know his peril. There is much that he does not know. He was so eager to lay his hands on his prey that he could not wait it home, and he came forth to meet and to spy on his messengers. But he came too late, for once, and the battle was over and beyond his help before he reached these parts. He did not remain here long. I look into his mind and I see his doubt. He has no woodcraft. He believes that the horsemen slew it and burned all upon the eld of battle, but he does not know whether the orcs were bringing any prisoners or not. And he does not know of the quarrel between his servants and the orcs of Mordor, nor does he know of the winged messenger. The winged messenger, cried Legolas. I shot at him with the bow of Galadriel above Sarngabur, and I felt him from the sky. He led us all with fear. What new terror is this? One that you cannot slay with arrows, said Gandalf. You only slew this steed. It was a good deed, but the rider was soon horsed again, for he was a Nazgul, one of the 9, who ride now upon winged steeds. Soon their terror will overshadow the last armies of our friends, cutting off the sun. But they have not yet been allowed to cross the river, and Saruman does not know of this new shape in which the ring-wraiths have been clad. His thought is ever on the ring. Was it present in the battle? Was it found? What if Theoden, Lord of the Mark, should come by it and learn of its power? That is the danger that he sees, and he has back to Isengard to double and treble his assault on Rohan. And all the time there is another danger, close at hand, which he does not see, busy with his eerie thoughts. He has forgotten Treebeard. Now you speak to yourself again, said Aragorn with a smile. Treebeard is not known to me, and I have guessed part of Saruman's double treachery, yet I do not see in what way the coming of 2 hobbits to Fangorn has served, save to give us a long and fruitless chase. Wait a minute, cried Gimli. There is another thing that I should like to know. RST. Was it you, Gandalf, or Saruman that we saw last night? You certainly did not see me, answered Gandalf, therefore I must guess that you saw Saruman. Evidently we look so much alike that your desire to make an incurable dent in my hat must be excused. Good, said Gimli. I am glad that it was not you. Gandalf laughed again. Yes, my good dwarf, he said, it is a comfort not to be mistaken at all points. Do I not know it only too well? But, of course, I never blamed you for your welcome of me. How could I do so, who have so often counseled my friends to suspect even their own hands when dealing with the enemy? Bless you, Gimli, son of Glóin. Maybe you will see us both together one day and judge between us. But the hobbits, Legolas broke in. We have come far to seek them, and you seem to know where they are. Where are they now? With Treebeard and the Ents, said Gandalf. The Ents, exclaimed Aragorn. Then there is truth in the old legends about the dwellers in the deep forests and the giant shepherds of the trees. Are there still Ents in the world? I thought they were only a memory of ancient days, if indeed they were ever more than a legend of Rohan. A legend of Rohan, cried Legolas. Nay, every elf in Wilderland has sung songs of the old Onodrim and their long sorrow. Yet even among us they are only a memory. If I were to meet one still walking in this world, then indeed I should feel young again. But Treebeard, that is only a rendering of Fangorn into the common speech. Yet you seem to speak of a person. Who is this Treebeard? Ah, now you are asking much, said Gandalf. The little that I know of his long slow story would make a tale for which we have no time now. Treebeard is Fangorn, the guardian of the forest. He is the oldest of the Ents, the oldest living thing that still walks beneath the sun upon this middle earth. I hope indeed, Legolas, that you may yet meet him. Merry and Pippin have been fortunate, they met him here, even where we sit. For he came here 2 days ago and bore them away to his dwelling far off by the roots of the mountains. He often comes here, especially when his mind is uneasy, and rumors of the world outside trouble him. I saw him 4 days ago striding among the trees, and I think he saw me, for he paused, but I did not speak, for I was heavy with thought, and weary after my struggle with the Eye of Mordor, and he did not speak either, nor call my name. Perhaps he also thought that you were Saruman, said Gimli. But you speak of him as if he was a friend. I thought Fangorn was dangerous. Dangerous, cried Gandalf. And so am I, very dangerous, more dangerous than anything you will ever meet, unless you are brought alive before the seat of the Dark Lord. And Aragorn is dangerous. And Legolas is dangerous. You are beset with dangers, Gimli son of Glóin, for you are dangerous yourself, in your own fashion. Certainly. The forest of Fangorn is perilous, not least to those that are too ready with their axes, and Fangorn himself, he is perilous too, yet he is wise and kindly nonetheless. But now his long slow wrath is brimming over, and all the forest is led with it. The coming of the hobbits and the tidings that they brought have spilled it. It will soon be running like a hood, but its tide is turned against Saruman and the axes of Isengard. A thing is about to happen which has not happened since the elder days. The Ents are going to wake up and envy that they are strong. What will they do? Asked Legolas in astonishment. I do not know, said Gandalf. I do not think they know themselves. I wonder. He fell silent, his head bowed in thought. The others looked at him. A gleam of sun through eating clouds fell on his hands, which lay now upturned on his lap. They seemed to be led with light as a cup is with water. At last he looked up and gazed straight at the sun. The morning is wearing away, he said. Soon we must go. Do we go to endy our friends and to see Treebeard? Asked Aragorn. No, said Gandalf. That is not the road that you must take. I have spoken words of hope. But only of hope. Hope is not victory. War is upon us and all our friends, a war in which only the use of the ring could give us surety of victory. It lls me with great sorrow and great fear, for much shall be destroyed and all may be lost. I am Gandalf, Gandalf the White, but black is mightier still. He rose and gazed out eastward, shading his eyes, as if he saw things far away that none of them could see. Then he shook his head. No, he said in a soft voice, it has gone beyond our reach. Of that, at least let us be glad. We can no longer be tempted to use the ring. We must go down to face a peril near despair, yet that deadly peril is removed. He turned. Come, Aragorn son of Arathorn, he said. Do not regret your choice in the valley of the Amen Mule, nor call it a vain pursuit. You chose amid doubts the path that seemed right. The choice was just, and it has been rewarded. For so we have met in time, who otherwise might have met too late. But the quest of your companions is over. Your next journey is marked by your given word. You must go to Edoras and seek out Theoden in his hall. For you are needed. The light of Andúril must now be uncovered in the battle for which it has so long waited. There is war in Rohan, and worse evil, it goes ill with Theoden. Then are we not to see the merry young hobbits again? Said Legolas. I did not say so, said Gandalf. Who knows? Have patience. Go where you must go, and hope. To Edoras. I go thither also. It is a long way for a man to walk, young or old, said Aragorn. I fear the battle will be over long ere I come there. We shall see, said Gandalf. Will you come now? With me? Yes, we will set out together, said Aragorn. But I do not doubt that you will come there before me, if you wish. He rose and looked long at Gandalf. The others gazed at them in silence as they stood there facing one another. The Gregor of the man, Aragorn son of Arathorn, was tall and stern as stone, his hand upon the hilt of his sword, He looked as if some king out of the mists of the sea had stepped upon the shores of lesser men. Before him stooped the old Gur, white, shining now as if with some light kindled within, bent, laden with years, but holding a power beyond the strength of kings. "Do I not say truly, Gandalf," said Aragorn at last, "that you could go whithersoever you wished quicker than I? And this I also say, you are our captain and our banner. The Dark Lord has 9. But we have one, mightier than they, the White Rider. He has passed through the Re and the Abyss, and they shall fear him. We will go where he leads. Yes, together we will follow you," said Legolas. "But Rst, it would ease my heart, Gandalf, to hear what befell you in Moria. Will you not tell us? Can you not stay even to tell your friends how you were delivered?" "I have stayed already too long," answered Gandalf. "Time is short. But if there were a year to spend, I would not tell you all." "Then tell us what you will, and time allows," said Gimli. "Come, Gandalf, tell us how you fared with the Balrog." "Name him not," said Gandalf, and for a moment it seemed that a cloud of pain passed over his face, and he sat silent, looking old as death. "Long time I fell," he said at last, slowly, as if thinking back with difficulty. "Long I fell, and he fell with me. His Re was about me. I was burned. Then we plunged into the deep water and all was dark. Cold it was as the tide of death, almost it froze my heart. Deep as the abyss that is spanned by Durin Esperage, and none has measured it," said Gimli. "Yet it has a bottom beyond light and knowledge," said Gandalf. "Thither I came at last, to the uttermost foundations of stone. He was with me still. His Re was quenched, but now he was a thing of slime, stronger than a strangling snake. We fought far under the living earth, where time is not counted. Ever he clutched me, and ever I hewed him, till at last he eat into dark tunnels. They were not made by Durin's folk, Gimli son of Glóin. Far, far below the deepest delvings of the dwarves, the world is gnawed by nameless things. Even Sauron knows them not. They are older than he. Now I have walked there, but I will bring no report to darken the light of day. In that despair my enemy was my only hope, and I pursued him, clutching at his heel. Thus he brought me back at last to the secret ways of Hazad-dûm. Too well he knew them all. Ever up now we went, until we came to the endless stair." "Long has that been lost," said Gimli. "Many have said that it was never made save in legend, but others say that it was destroyed." "It was made, and it had not been destroyed," said Gandalf. "From the lowest dungeon to the highest peak it climbed, ascending in unbroken spiral in many thousand steps, until it issued at last in Durin's tower carved in the living rock of Zyroxigil, the pinnacle of the Silver Tyne. There upon Celebd Isle was a lonely window in the snow, and before it lay a narrow space, a dizzy area above the mists of the world. The sun shone earthly there, but all below was wrapped in cloud. Out he sprang, and even as I came behind, he burst into new aim. There was none to see, or perhaps in after ages songs would still be sung of the Battle of the Peak." Suddenly Gandalf laughed. "But what would they say in song? Those that looked up from afar thought that the mountain was crowned with storm. Thunder they heard, and lightning, they said, smote upon Celebd Isle, and leaped back broken into tongues of Re. Is not that enough? A great smoke rose about us, vapor and steam. Ice fell like rain. I threw down my enemy, and he fell from the high place and broke the mountainside where he smote it in his ruin. Then darkness took me, and I strayed out of thought in time, and I wandered far on roads that I will not tell. Naked I was sent back for a brief time, until my task is done. And naked I lay upon the mountain top. The tower behind was crumbled into dust, the window gone, the ruined stair was choked with burned and broken stone. I was alone, forgotten, without escape. Upon the hard horn of the world. There I lay staring upward, while the stars wheeled over, and each day was as long as a life age of the earth. Faint to my ears came the gathered rumor of all lands, the springing in the dying, the song and the weeping, and the slow, everlasting groan of overburdened stone. And so at the last Gwyer, the wind lord found me again, and he took me up and bore me away. Ever am I fated to be your burden, friend at need, I said. A burden you have been, he answered, but not so now. Light as a swan's feather in my claw you are. The sun shines through you. Indeed I do not think you need me any more, were I to let you fall. You would out upon the wind. Do not let me fall. I gasped, for I felt life in me again. Ver. Me to Lithloreen. That indeed is the command of the Lady Galadriel who sent me to look for you, he answered. Thus it was that I came to Kara's Galadon and found you but lately gone. I tarried there in the ageless time of that land where days bring healing not decay. Healing I found, and I was clothed in white. Counsel I gave and counsel took. Thence by strange roads I came. And messages I bring to some of you. To Aragorn I was bidden to say this. Where now are the Dúnedain, Elisar, Elisar? Why do thy kinsfolk wander afar? Near is the hour when the lost should come forth, and the grey company ride from the north. But dark is the path appointed for thee. The dead watch the road that leads to the sea. To Legolas she sent this word. Legolas green leaf long under tree. In joy thou hast lived. Beware of the sea. If thou hearest the cry of the gull on the shore, thy heart shall then rest in the forest no more. Gandalf fell silent and shut his eyes. Then she sent me no message, said Gimli and bent his head. Dark are her words, said Legolas, and little do they mean to those that receive them. That is no comfort, said Gimli. What then, said Legolas? Would you have her speak openly to you of your death? Yes, if she had naught else to say. What is that? Said Gandalf, opening his eyes. Yes, I think I can guess what her words may mean. Your pardon, Gimli. I was pon. During the messages once again. But indeed she sent words to you. And neither dark nor sad. To Gimli son of Gloin, she said, give his lady's greeting. Lock-bearer, wherever thou goest my thought goes with thee. But have a care to lay thine axe to the right tree. In happy hour you have returned to us, Gandalf, cried the dwarf, caparrhing as he sang loudly in the strange dwarf tongue. Come, come, he shouted, swinging his axe. Since Gandalf's head is now sacred, let us end one that it is right to cleave. That will not be far to seek, said Gandalf, rising from his seat. Come. We have spent all the time that is allowed to a meeting of parted friends. Now there is need of haste. He wrapped himself again in his old tattered cloak, and led the way. Following him they descended quickly from the high shelf and made their way back through the forest, down the bank of the Entwash. They spoke no more words, until they stood again upon the grass beyond the eaves of Fangorn. There was no sign of their horses to be seen. They have not returned, said Legolas. It will be a weary walk. I shall not walk. Time presses, said Gandalf. Then lifting up his head he gave a long whistle. So clear and piercing was the note that the others stood amazed to hear such a sound come from those old, bearded lips. 3 times he whistled, and then faint and far off it seemed to them that they heard the whinny of a horse borne up from the plains upon the eastern wind. They waited wondering. Before long there came the sound of hoofs, at Rst hardly more than a tremor of the ground perceptible only to Aragorn as he lay upon the grass. Then growing steadily louder and clearer to a quick beat. There is more than one horse coming, said Aragorn. Certainly, said Gandalf. We are too great a burden for one. There are 3, said Legolas, gazing out over the plain. See how they run. There is Hesheful, and there is my friend Arad beside him. But there is another that strides ahead, a very great horse. I have not seen his like before. Nor will you again, said Gandalf. That is Shadowfax. He is the chief of the Miras, lords of horses, and not even Theoden, king of Rohan, has ever looked on a better. Does he not shine like silver, and run as smoothly as a swift stream? He has come for me, the horse of the White Rider. We are going to battle together. Even as the old wizard spoke, the great horse came striding up the slope towards them. His coat was glistening in his mane owing in the wind of his speed. The two others followed, now far behind. As soon as Shadowfax saw Gandalf, he checked his pace in a whin, neighed loudly, then trotting gently forward he stooped his proud head, and nuzzled his great nostrils against the old man's neck. Gandalf caressed him. It is a long way from Rivendell, my friend, he said, but you are wise and swift and come at need. Far let us ride now together, and part not in this world again. Soon the other horses came up and stood quietly by, as if awaiting orders. We go at once to Meduseld, the hall of your master. Theoden, said Gandalf, addressing them gravely. They bowed their heads. Time presses, so with your leave, my friends, we will ride. We beg you to use all the speed that you can. Hasdrubal shall bear Aragorn and Arad Legolas. I will set Gimli before me, and by his leave Shadowfax shall bear us both. We will wait now only to drink a little. Now I understand a part of last night's riddle, said Legolas as he sprang lightly upon Arad's back. Whether they eat or st in fear or not, our horses met Shadowfax, their chieftain, and greeted him with joy. Did you know that he was at hand, Gandalf? Yes, I knew, said the wizard. I bent my thought upon him, bidding him to make haste, for yesterday he was far away in the south of this land. Swiftly may he bear me back again. Gandalf spoke now to Shadowfax, and the horse set off at a good pace, yet not beyond the measure of the others. After a little while, he turned suddenly, and choosing a place where the banks were lower, he waded the river, and then led them away due south into a at land, treeless and wide. The wind went like gray waves through the endless miles of grass. There was no sign of road or track, but Shadowfax did not stay or falter. He is steering a straight course now for the halls of Theoden, under the slopes of the White Mountains, said Gandalf. It will be quicker so. The ground is firmer in the east eminent, where the chief northward track lies, across the river, but Shadowfax knows the way through every fen and hollow. For many hours they rode on through the meads and riverlands. Often the grass was so high that it reached above the knees of the riders, and their steeds seemed to be swimming in a gray-green sea. They came upon many hidden pools, and broad acres of sedge waving above wet and treacherous bogs, but Shadowfax found the way, and the other horses followed in his swath. Slowly the sun fell from the sky down into the west, looking out over the great plain, far away. The riders saw it for a moment like a red wreath sinking into the grass. Low upon the edge of sight shoulders of the mountains glinted red. Upon either side, a smoke seemed to rise up and darken the sun's disk to the hue of blood, as if it had kindled the grass as it passed. Down under the rim of earth, there lies the gap of Rohan, said Gandalf. It is now almost due west of us. That way lies Isengard. I see a great smoke, said Legolas. What may that be? Battle in war, said Gandalf. Ride on. Chapter 6. The King of the Golden Hall. They rode on through sunset, and slow dusk, and gathering night. When at last they halted and dismounted, even Aragorn was stiff and weary. Gandalf only allowed them a few hours' rest. Legolas and Gimli slept, and Aragorn lay stretched upon his back, but Gandalf stood, leaning on his staff, gazing into the darkness, east and west. All was silent, and there was no sign or sound of living thing. The night was barred with long clouds, eating on a chill wind. When they arose again, under the cold moon they went on once more, as swift as by the light of day. Hours passed and still they rode on. Gimli nodded and would have fallen from his seat, if Gandalf had not clutched and shaken him. Hasdrubal and Arad, weary but proud, followed their tireless leader, a grey shadow before them hardly to be seen. The miles went by. The waxing moon sank into the cloudy west. A bitter chill came into the air. Slowly in the east the dark faded to a cold grey. Red shafts of light leapt above the black walls of the Immen Meal far away upon their left. Dawn came clear and bright. A wind swept across their path, rushing through the bent grasses. Sud. Denly Shadowfax stood still and neighed. Gandalf pointed ahead. "Look," he cried, and they lifted their tired eyes. Before them stood the mountains of the south, white-tipped and streaked with black. The grasslands rolled against the hills that clustered at their feet, and owed up into many valleys still dim and dark, untouched by the light of dawn, winding their way into the heart of the great mountains. Immediately before the travelers the widest of these glens opened, like a long gulf among the hills. Far inward they glimpsed a tumbled mountain mass with one tall peak, at the mouth of the vale there, stood like a sentinel a lonely height. About its feet there owed, as a thread of silver, the stream that issued from the dale. Upon its brow they caught, still far away, a glint in the rising sun, a glimmer of gold. "Speak, Legolas," said Gandalf. "Tell us what you see there before us." Legolas gazed ahead, shading his eyes from the level shafts of the new-risen sun. "I see a white stream that comes down from the snows," he said. "Where it issues from the shadow of the vale a green hill rises upon the east. A dike and mighty wall and thorny fence encircle it. Within there rise the roofs of houses, and in the midst, set upon a green terrace, there stands aloft a great hall of men. And it seems to my eyes that it is thatched with gold. The light of it shines far over the land. Golden, too, are the posts of its doors. There men in bright mail stand, but all else within the courts are yet asleep. Adoras those courts are called," said Gandalf, "and Meduseld is that golden hall. There dwells Theoden son of Vigil, king of the Mark of Rohan. We are come with the rising of the day. Now the road lies plain to see before us. But we must ride more warily, for war is abroad, and the Rohirrim, the horse lords, do not sleep, even if it seems so from afar. Draw no weapon, speak no haughty word, I counsel you all, until we are come before Theoden's seat." The morning was bright and clear about them, and birds were singing, when the travelers came to the stream. It ran down swiftly into the plain, and beyond the feet of the hills turned across their path in a wide bend, owing away east to feed the Entwash far off. In its reed-choked beds the land was green, in the wet mead's end. Along the grassy borders of the stream grew many willow trees. Already in this southern land they were blushing red at their endure tips, feeling the approach of spring. Over the stream there was a ford, between low banks much trampled by the passage of horses. They travelers passed over and came upon a wide rutted track leading towards the uplands. At the foot of the walled hill the way ran under the shadow of many mounds, high and green. Upon their western sides the grass was white as with a drifted snow. Small hours sprang there like countless stars amid the turf. "Look," said Gandalf. "How fair are the bright eyes in the grass. Evermine they are called, Sembelmine in this land of men, for they blossom in all the seasons of the year, and grow where dead men rest. Behold, we are come to the great barrows where the sires of Theoden sleep. 7 mounds upon the left, and 9 upon the right," said Aragorn. "Many long lives of men it is since the Golden Hall was built. 500 times have the red leaves fallen in Mirkwood in my home since then," said Legolas, "and but a little while does that seem to us. But to the riders of the mark it seems so long ago," said Aragorn, "that the raising of this house is but a memory of song, and the years before are lost in the mist of time. Now they call this land their home, their own, and their speech is sundered from their northern kin. Then he began to chant softly in a slow tongue unknown to the elf and dwarf, yet they listened, for there was a strong music in it. "That, I guess, is the language of the Rohirrim," said Legolas, "for it is like to this land itself, rich and rolling in part, and else hard and stern as the mountains. But I cannot guess what it means, save that it is laden with the sadness of mortal men." "It runs thus in the common speech," said Aragorn, "as near as I can make it. Where now the horse and the rider? Where is the horn that was blowing? Where is the helm and the hauberk, and the bright harrowing? Where is the hand on the harp string, and the red reglowing? Where is the spring in the harvest and the tall corn growing? They have passed like rain on the mountain, like a wind in the meadow. The days have gone down in the west behind the hills into shadow. Who shall gather the smoke of the dead wood burning, or behold the owing years from the sea returning?" Thus spoke a forgotten poet long ago in Rohan, recalling how tall and fair was Eorl the young, who rode down out of the north, and there were wings upon the feet of his steed, Fullerove, father of horses. So men still sing in the evening. With these words the travelers passed the silent mounds. Following the winding way up the green shoulders of the hills, they came at last to the wide wind-swept walls and the gates of Edoras. There sat many men in bright mail, who sprang at once to their feet and barred the way with spears. "Stay, strangers here unknown," they cried in the tongue of the Riddermark, demanding the names and errand of the strangers. Wonder was in their eyes, but little friend Linus, and they looked darkly upon Gandalf. "Well do I understand your speech," he answered in the same language, "yet few strangers do so. Why then do you not speak in the common tongue, as is the custom in the West, if you wish to be answered? It is the will of Theoden King that none should enter his gates." "Save those who know our tongue and are our friends," replied one of the guards. "None are welcome here in days of war but our own folk, and those that come from Mundburg in the land of Gondor." "Who are you that come heedless over the plain thus strangely clad, riding horses like to our own horses? Long have we kept guard here, and we have watched you from afar. Never have we seen other riders so strange, nor any horse more proud than is one of these that bear you. He is one of the Miras, unless our eyes are cheated by some spell. Say, are you not a wizard, some spy from Saruman, or phantoms of his craft? Speak now and be swift." "We are no phantoms," said Aragorn, "nor do your eyes cheat you. For indeed these are your own horses that we ride, as you knew well ere you asked, I guess. But seldom does thief ride home to the stable. Here are Hejafel and Arad, that Eomer, the third marshal of the Mark, lent to us, only 2 days ago. We bring them back now, even as we promised him. Has not Eomer then returned and given warning of our coming?" A troubled look came into the guard's eyes. "Of Eomer I have not to say," he answered. "If what you tell me is truth, then doubt lest Theoden will have heard of it. Maybe your coming was not wholly unlooked for. It is but 2 nights ago that Wormtongue came to us and said that by the will of Theoden no stranger should pass these gates." "Wormtongue," said Gandalf, looking sharply at the guard. "Say no more. My errand is not to Wormtongue, but to the Lord of the Mark himself. I am in haste. Will you not go or send to say that we are come?" His eyes glinted under his deep brows as he bent his gaze upon the man. "Yes, I will go," he answered slowly. "But what names shall I report? And what shall I say of you? Old and weary you seem now, and yet you are fell and grim beneath, I deem." "Well do you see and speak," said the wizard. "For I am Gandalf. I have returned. And behold, I too bring back a horse. Here is Shadowfax the Great, whom no other hand can tame. And here, beside me is Aragorn son of Arathorn, the heir of kings, and it is to Mundburg that he goes. Here also are Legolas the elf and Gimli the dwarf, our comrades. Go now and say to your master that we are at his gates and would have speech with him, if he will permit us to come into his hall. Strange names you give indeed, but I will report them as you bid, and learn my master's will, said the guard. Wait here a little while, and I will bring you such answer as seems good to him. Do not hope too much. These are dark days. He went swiftly away, leaving the strangers in the watchful keeping of his comrades. After some time he returned. Follow me, he said. Theoden gives you leave to enter, but any weapon that you bear, be it only a staff, you must leave on the threshold. The door wardens will keep them. The dark gates were swung open. The travelers entered, walking inly behind their guide. They found a broad path, paved with hewn stones, now winding upward, now climbing in short heights of well-laid steps. Many houses built of wood and many dark doors they passed. Beside the way in a stone channel a stream of clear water owed, sparkling and chattering. At length they came to the crown of the hill. There stood a high platform above a green terrace, at the foot of which a bright spring gushed from a stone carved in the likeness of a horse's head. Beneath was a wide basin from which the water spilled and fed the falling stream. Up the green terrace went a stair of stone, high and broad, and on either side of the topmost step were stone-hewn seats. There sat other guards, with drawn swords laid upon their knees. Their golden hair was braided on their shoulders. The sun was blazoned upon their green shields, their long corslets were burnished bright, and when they rose taller they seemed then mortal men. There are the doors before you, said the guide. I must return now to my duty at the gate. Farewell, and may the Lord of the Mark be gracious to you. He turned and went swiftly back down the road. The others climbed the long stair under the eyes of the tall watchman. Silent, they stood now above and spoke no word, until Gandalf stepped out upon the paved terrace at the stair's head. Then suddenly with clear voices they spoke a courteous greeting in their own tongue. Hail, comers from afar, they said, and they turned the hilt of their swords towards the travelers in token of peace. Green gems ashed in the sunlight. Then one of the guards stepped forward and spoke in the common speech. I am the door ward of Theoden, he said. Hamma is my name. Here I must bid you lay aside your weapons before you enter. Then Legolas gave into his hand his silver-hafted knife, his quiver, and his bow. Keep these well, he said, for they come from the golden wood, and the Lady of Lothlorien gave them to me. Wonder came into the man's eyes, and he laid the weapons hastily by the wall, as if he feared to handle them. No man will touch them, I promise you, he said. Aragorn stood a while hesitating. It is not my will, he said, to put aside my sword or to deliver Enduril to the hand of any other man. It is the will of Theoden, said Hamma. It is not clear to me that the will of Theoden son of Vigil, even though he be Lord of the Mark, should prevail over the will of Aragorn son of Arathorn, Elendil's heir of Gondor. This is the house of Theoden, not of Aragorn, even were he king of Gondor in the seat of Dine Thor, said Hamma, stepping swiftly before the doors and barring the way. His sword was now in his hand, and the point towards the strangers. This is idle talk, said Gandalf. Needless is Theoden's demand, but it is useless to refuse. A king will have his way in his own hall, be it folly or wisdom. Truly, said Aragorn, and I would do as the master of the house bade me, were this only a woodman's cot, if I bore now any sword. But Anduril, whatever its name may be, said Hamma, here you shall lay it, if you would not GHT alone against all the men in Edoras. Not alone, said Gimli, and jarring the blade of his axe, and looking darkly up at the guard, as if he were a young tree that Gimli had a mind to fell. Not alone. Come, come, said Gandalf. We are all friends here. Or should be, for the laughter of Mordor will be our only reward, if we quarrel. My errand is pressing. Here at least is my sword, goodman Hamma. Keep it well. Glamdring it is called, for the elves made it long ago. Now let me pass. Come, Aragorn. Slowly Aragorn unbuckled his belt and himself set his sword upright against the wall. Here I set it, he said, but I command you not to touch it, nor to permit any other to lay hand on it. In this elvish sheath dwells the blade that was broken and has been made again. Till JRR rotted in the deeps of time, death shall come to any man that draws a Elendil's sword, save Elendil's heir. The guard stepped back and looked with amazement on Aragorn. It seems that you are come on the wings of song out of the forgotten days, he said. It shall be, Lord, as you command. Well, said Gimli, if it has Anduril to keep it company, my axe may stay here, too, without shame, and he laid it on the oar. Now, then, if all is as you wish, let us go and speak with your master. The guard still hesitated. Your staff, he said to Gandalf. Forgive me, but that too must be left at the doors. Foolishness, said Gandalf. Prudence is one thing, but discourse is another. I am old. If I may not lean on my stick as I go, then I will sit out here, until it pleases Theoden to hobble out himself to speak with me. Aragorn laughed. Every man has something too dear to trust to another. But would you part an old man from his support? Come. Will you not let us enter? The staff in the hand of a wizard may be more than a prop for said Hamma. He looked hard at the ash staff on which Gandalf leaned. Yet in doubt a man of worth will trust to his own wisdom. I believe you are friends and folk worthy of honor, who have no evil purpose. You may go in. The guards now lifted the heavy bars of the doors and swung them slowly inwards, grumbling on their great hinges. The travelers entered. Inside it seemed dark and warm after the clear air upon the hill. The hall was long and wide and LED with shadows and half lights. Mighty pillars upheld its lofty roof. But here and there bright sunbeams fell in glimmering shafts from the eastern windows, high under the deep eaves. Through the louver in the roof, above the thin wisps of issuing smoke, the sky showed pale and blue. As their eyes changed, the travelers perceived that the oar was paved with stones of many hues, branching runes and strange devices intertwined beneath their feet. They saw now that the pillars were richly carved, gleaming dully with gold and half-seen colors. Many woven cloths were hung upon the walls, and over their wide spaces marched curses of ancient legend, some dim with years, some darkling in the shade. But upon one form the sunlight fell, a young man upon a white horse. He was blowing a great horn, and his yellow hair was ying in the wind. The horse's head was lifted, and its nostrils were white and red. As it neighed, smelling battle afar, foaming water, green and white, rushed and curled about its knees. Behold you are all the young, said Aragorn. Thus he rode out of the north to the battle of the field of Celebrant. Now the four companions went forward, past the clear wood burning upon the long hearth in the midst of the hall. Then they halted at the far end of the house, beyond the hearth and facing north towards the doors, was a dais with 3 steps, and in the middle of the dais was a great gilded chair. Upon it sat a man so bent with age that he seemed almost a dwarf, but his white hair was long and thick and fell in great braids from beneath a thin golden circlet set upon his brow. In the center upon his forehead shone a single white diamond. His beard was laid like snow upon his knees, but his eyes still burned with a bright light, glinting as he gazed at the strangers. Behind his chair stood a woman clad in white. At his feet upon the steps sat a wizened gur of a man, with a pale wise face and heavy-lidded eyes. There was a silence. The old man did not move in his chair. At length Gandalf spoke. Hail, Theoden son of Vigil. I have returned. For behold, the storm comes, and now all friends should gather together, lest each singly be destroyed. Slowly the old man rose to his feet, leaning heavily upon a short black staff with a handle of white bone, and now the strangers saw that, bent though he was still tall and must in youth have Been high and proud indeed. I greet you, he said, and maybe you look for welcome. But truth to tell, your welcome is doubtful here, Master Gandalf. You have ever been a herald of woe. Troubles follow you like crows, and ever they oftener the worse. I will not deceive you. When I heard that Shadowfax had come back riderless, I rejoiced at the return of the horse, but still more at the lack of the rider, and when Eomer brought the tidings that you had gone at last to your long home, I did not mourn. But news from afar is seldom sooth. Here you come again, and with you come evils worse than before, as might be expected. Why should I welcome you, Gandalf Stormcrow? Tell me that. Slowly he sat down again in his chair. You speak justly, Lord, said the pale man sitting upon the steps of the dais. It is not yet days since the bitter tidings came that Theodred your son was slain upon the west marches, your right hand, second marshal of the Mark. In Eomer there is little trust. Few men would be left to guard your walls, if he had been allowed to rule. And even now we learn from Gondor that the Dark Lord is stirring in the east. Such is the hour in which this wanderer chooses to return. Why indeed should we welcome you, Master Stormcrow? Lathspell I name you, ill news, and ill news is an ill guest they say. He laughed grimly, as he lifted his heavy lids for a moment and gazed on the strangers with dark eyes. You are held wise, my friend Wormtongue, and are doubtless a great support to your master, answered Gandalf in a soft voice. Yet, in two ways may a man come with evil tidings. He may be a worker of evil, or he may be such as leaves well alone, and comes only to bring aid in time of need. That is so, said Wormtongue, but there is a third kind, pickers of bones, meddlers in other men's sorrows, carrion fowl that grow fed on war. What aid have you ever brought, Stormcrow? And what aid do you bring now? It was aid from us that you sought last time that you were here. Then my lord bade you choose any horse that you would and be gone, and to the wonder of all you took Shadowfax. In your insolence, my lord was sorely grieved, yet to some it seemed that to speed you from the land the price was not too great. I guess that it is likely to turn out the same once more. You will seek aid rather than render it. Do you bring men? Do you bring horses? Swords? Spears? That I would call aid, that is our present need. But who are these that follow at your tail? 3 ragged wanderers in grey, and you yourself the most beggar-like of the 4. The courtesy of your hall is somewhat lessened of late, Theoden, son of Vigil, said Gandalf. Has not the messenger from your gate reported the names of my companions? Seldom has any lord of Rohan received 3 such guests. Weapons they have laid at your doors that are worth many a mortal man, even the mightiest. Grey is their raiment, for the elves clad them, and thus they have passed through the shadow of great perils to your hall. Then it is true, as Eomer reported, that you are in league with the sorceress of the Golden Wood, said Wormtongue. It is not to be wondered at. Webs of deceit were ever woven in Dwymorton. Gimli strode a pace forward, but felt suddenly the hand of Gandalf clutch him by the shoulder, and he halted, standing stiff as stone. In Dwymorton, in Lorien, seldom have walked the feet of men. Few mortal eyes have seen the light that lies there ever, long and bright. Galadriel, Galadriel, clear is the water of your well. White is the star in your white hand. Unmarred, unstained is leaf in land. In Dwymorton, in Lorien, more fair than thoughts of mortal men. Thus Gandalf softly sang, and then suddenly he changed. Casting his tattered cloak aside, he stood up and leaned no longer on his staff, and he spoke in a clear cold voice. The wise speak only of what they know. Crom, son of Galmod, a witless worm have you become. Therefore be silent, and keep your forked tongue behind your teeth. I have not passed through re-end death to bandy crooked words with a serving man till the lightning falls. He raised his staff. There was a roll of thunder. The sunlight was blotted out from the eastern windows. The whole hall became suddenly dark as night. The wreath faded to sullen embers. Only Gandalf could be seen, standing white and tall before the blackened hearth. In the gloom they heard the hiss of Wormtongue's voice. Did I not counsel you, Lord, to forbid his staff? That fool, Hama, has betrayed us. There was a ash as if lightning had cloven the roof. Then all was silent. Wormtongue sprawled on his face. Now Theoden, son of Vigil, will you hearken to me? Said Gandalf. Do you ask for help? He lifted his staff and pointed to a high window. There the darkness seemed to clear, and through the opening could be seen, high and far, a patch of shining sky. Not all is dark. Take courage, Lord of the Mark, for better help you will not. And no counsel have I to give to those that despair. Yet counsel I could give, and words I could speak to you. Will you hear them? They are not for all ears. I bid you come out before your door's end. Look abroad. Too long have you sat in shadows and trusted to twisted tales and crooked promptings. Slowly Theoden left his chair. A faint light grew in the hall again. The woman hastened to the king's side, taking his arm, and with faltering steps the old man came down from the dais and paced softly through the hall. Wormtongue remained lying on the oar. They came to the doors and Gandalf knocked. Open, he cried. The Lord of the Mark comes forth. The doors rolled back and a keen air came whistling in. A wind was blowing on the hill. Send your guards down to the stairs foot, said Gandalf. And you, lady, leave him a while with me. I will care for him. Go, Eowyn's sister-daughter, said the old king. The time for her fear is past. The woman turned and went slowly into the house. As she passed the doors she turned and looked back. Grave and thoughtful was her glance, as she looked on the king with cool pity in her eyes. Very fair was her face, and her long hair was like a river of gold. Slender and tall she was in her white robe girt with silver, but strong she seemed, and stern as steel, a daughter of kings. Thus Aragorn for the RST time in the full light of day beheld Eowyn, Lady of Rohan, and thought her fair and cold, like a morning of pale spring that is not yet come to womanhood. And she now was suddenly aware of him, tall heir of kings, wise with many winters, grey-cloaked, hiding a power that yet she felt. For a moment still as stone she stood, then, turning swiftly she was gone. Now, Lord, said Gandalf, look out upon your land. Breathe the free air again. From the porch upon the top of the high terrace they could see beyond the stream the green elts of Rohan fading into distant grey. Curtains of wind-blown rain were slanting down the sky above, and to the west was still dark with thunder and lightning far away, ickered among the tops of hidden hills. But the wind had shifted to the north, and already the storm that had come out of the east was receding, rolling away southward to the sea. Suddenly through a rent in the clouds behind them a shaft of sun stabbed down. They falling showers gleamed like silver, and far away the river glittered like a shimmering glass. It is not so dark here, said Theoden. No, said Gandalf. Nor does age lie so heavily on your shoulders as some would have you think. Cast aside your prop. From the king's hand the black staff fell clattering on the stones. He drew himself up, slowly, as a man that is stiff from long bending over some dull toil. Now tall and straight he stood, and his eyes were blue as he looked into the opening sky. Dark have been my dreams of late, he said, but I feel as one new awakened. I would now that you had come before, Gandalf. For I fear that already you have come too late, only to see the last days of my house. Not long now shall stand the high hall which Brego son of Eorl built. Fire shall devour the high seat. What is to be done? Much, said Gandalf. But RST send for Eomer. Do I not guess? Rightly that you hold him prisoner, by the counsel of Grimly, of him. That all save you name the Worm-tongue. It is true, said Theoden. He had rebelled against my commands, and threatened death to Grima in my hall. A man may love you and yet not love Worm-tongue or his cown. Sells, said Gandalf. That may be. I will do as you ask. Call Hamlet to me. Since he proved untrusty as a door ward, let him become an errand runner. The guilty shall bring the guilty to judgment, said Theoden, and his voice was grim, yet he looked at Gandalf and smiled, and as he did so many lines of care were smoothed away and did not return. When Hamlet had been summoned and had gone, Gandalf led Theoden to a stone seat, and then set himself before the king upon the topmost stair. Aragorn and his companions stood nearby. There is no time to tell all that you should hear, said Gandalf. Yet if my hope is not cheated, a time will come ere long when I can speak more fully. Behold, you are come into a peril greater even than the wit of Worm-tongue could weave into your dreams. But see, you dream no longer. You live. Gondor and Rohan do not stand alone. The enemy is strong beyond our reckoning, yet we have a hope it, which he has not guessed. Quickly now Gandalf spoke. His voice was low and secret, and none save the king heard what he said. But ever as he spoke the light shone brighter in Theoden's eye, and at the last he rose from his seat to his full height, and Gandalf beside him, and together they looked out from the high place towards the east. Verily, said Gandalf, now in a loud voice, keen and clear, that way lies our hope, where sits our greatest fear. Doom hangs still on a thread. Yet hope there is still, if we can but stand unconquered for a little while. The others too now turned their eyes eastward. Over the sundering leagues of land, far away they gazed to the edge of sight, and hope and fear bore their thoughts still on, beyond dark mountains to the land of shadow, where now was the ring-bearer. How thin indeed was the thread upon which doom still hung. It seemed to Legolas, as he strained his far-seeing eyes, that he caught a glint of white, far away perchance the sun twinkled on a pinnacle of the Tower of Guard. And further still, endlessly remote and yet a present threat, there was a tiny tongue of aim. Slowly Theoden sat down again, as if weariness still struggled to master him against the will of Gandalf. He turned and looked at his great house. Alas, he said, that these evil days should be mine, and should come in my old age instead of that peace which I have earned. Alas for Boromir the brave. The young perish and the old linger, withering. He clutched his knees with his wrinkled hands. Your Engers would remember their old strength better, if they grasped a sword hilt, said Gandalf. Theoden rose and put his hand to his side, but no sword hung at his belt. Where has Grima stowed it? He muttered under his breath. Take this, dear lord, said a clear voice. It was ever at your service. Two men had come softly up the stair and stood now a few steps from the top. Eomer was there. No helm was on his head, no mail was on his breast, but in his hand he held a drawn sword, and as he knelt he offered the hilt to his master. How comes this? Said Theoden sternly. He turned towards Eomer, and the men looked in wonder at him, standing now proud and erect. Where was the old man whom they had left crouching in his chair or leaning on his stick? It is my doing, lord, said Hamma, trembling. I understood that Eomer was to be set free. Such joy was in my heart that maybe I have erred. Yet, since he was free again, and he a marshal of the Mark, I brought him his sword as he bade me to lay at your feet, my lord, said Eomer. For a moment of silence Theoden stood looking down at Eomer, as he knelt still before him. Neither moved. Will you not take the sword? Said Gandalf. Slowly Theoden stretched forth his hand. As his Engers took the hilt, it seemed to the watchers that reamness and strength returned to his thin arm. Suddenly he lifted the blade and swung it shimmering and whistling in the air. Then he gave a great cry. His voice rang, clear as he chanted in the tongue of Rohan a call to arms. Arise now, arise, riders of Theoden. Dire deeds awake, dark is it eastward. Let horse be bridled, horn be sounded. Forth your lingas. The guards, thinking that they were summoned, sprang up. They stare. They looked at their lord in amazement, and then as one man, they drew their swords and laid them at his feet. Command us, they said. West to Theoden how? Cried Eomer. It is a joy to us to see you. Return into your own. Never again shall it be said, Gandalf, that you come only with grief. Take back your sword, Eomer, sister son, said the king. Go, Hama, and seek my own sword. Cruma has it in his keeping. Bring him to me also. Now, Gandalf, you said that you had counsel to give, if I would hear it. What is your counsel? You have yourself already taken it, answered Gandalf. To put your trust in Eomer, rather than in a man of crooked mind. To cast aside regret and fear. To do the deed at hand. Every man that can ride should be sent west at once, as Eomer counseled you. We must RST destroy the threat of Saruman, while we have time. If we fail, we fall. If we succeed, then we will face the next task. Meanwhile, your people that are left, the women and the children and the old, should way to the refuges that you have in the mountains. Were they not prepared against just such an evil day as this? Let them take provision, but delay not, nor burden themselves with treasures, great or small. It is their lives that are at stake. This counsel seems good to me now, said Theoden. Let all my folk get ready. But you my guests truly, you said, Gandalf, that the courtesy of my hall is lessened. You have ridden through the night, and the morning wears away. You have had neither sleep nor food. A guest house shall be made ready, there you shall sleep, when you have eaten. Nay, Lord, said Aragorn, there is no rest yet for the weary. They men of Rohan must ride forth today, and we will ride with them. Axe, sword, and bow. We did not bring them to rest against your wall, Lord of the Mark. And I promised Eomer that my sword and his should be drawn together. Now indeed there is hope of victory, said Eomer. Hope, yes, said Gandalf. But Isengard is strong, and other perils draw ever nearer. Do not delay, Theoden, when we are gone. Lead your people swiftly to the hold of Dunharrow in the hills. Nay, Gandalf, said the king, you do not know your own skill in healing. It shall not be so. I myself will go to war, to fall in the front of the battle, if it must be. Thus shall I sleep better. Then even the defeat of Rohan will be glorious and sung, said Aragorn. The armed men that stood near clashed their weapons, crying, the Lord of the Mark will ride forth your lingas. But your people must not be both unarmed and shepherdless, said Gandalf. Who shall guide them and govern them in your place? I will take thought for that ere I go, answered Theoden. Here comes my counselor. At that moment Hama came again from the hall. Behind him, cringing between two other men, came Grima the Worm-tongue. His face was very white. His eyes blinked in the sunlight. Hama knelt and presented to Theoden a long sword in a scabbard clasped with gold and set with green gems. Here, Lord, is Haragrum, your ancient blade, he said. It was found in his chest. Loath was he to render up the keys. Many other things are there which men have missed. You lie, said Worm-tongue. And this sword your master himself gave into my keeping. And he now requires it of you again, said Theoden. Does that displease you? Assuredly not, Lord, said Worm-tongue. I care for you and yours as best I may. But do not weary yourself, or tax too heavily your strength. Let others deal with these irksome guests. Your meat is about to be set on the board. Will you not go to it? I will, said Theoden. "And let food for my guests be set on the board beside me. The host rides today. Send the heralds forth. Let them summon all who dwell nigh, every man and strong lad able to bear arms, all who have horses, let them be ready in the saddle at the gate ere the second hour from noon." "Dear Lord," cried Wormtongue, "it is as I feared. This wizard has bewitched you. Are none to be left to defend the golden hall of your fathers, and all your treasure? None to guard the lord of the mark?" "If this is bewitchment," said Theoden, "it seems to me more whole some than your whisperings. Your leechcraft ere long would have had me walking on all fours like a beast. No, not one shall be left. Not even Grimly. Grima shall ride too. Go. You have yet time to clean the rust from your sword." "Mercy, Lord," whined Wormtongue, groveling on the ground. "Have pity on one worn out in your service. Send me not from your side. I at least will stand by you when all others have gone. Do not send your faithful Grima away." "You have my pity," said Theoden, "and I do not send you from my side. I go myself to war with my men. I bid you come with me and prove your faith." Wormtongue looked from face to face. In his eyes was the hunted look of a beast seeking some gap in the ring of his enemies. He licked his lips with a long pale tongue. Such a resolve might be expected from a lord of the house of Eorl, old though he be, he said. But those who truly love him would spare his failing years. Yet I see that I come too late. Others, whom the death of my lord would perhaps grieve less, have already persuaded him. If I cannot undo their work, hear me at least in this, Lord. One who knows your mind and honors your commands should be left in Edoras. Appoint a faithful steward. Let your counselor Grima keep all things till your return. And I pray that we may see it, though no wise man will deem it hopeful." Eomer laughed. "And if that plea does not excuse you from war, most noble Wormtongue," he said, "what offs of less honor would you accept? To carry a sack of meal up into the mountains if any man would trust you with it? Nay, Eomer, you do not fully understand the mind of Master Wormtongue," said Gandalf, turning his piercing glance upon him. "He is bold and cunning. Even now he plays a game with peril and wins a throw. Hours of my precious time he has wasted already. Down, snake," he said suddenly in a terrible voice. "Down on your belly. How long is it since Saruman bought you? What was the promised price? When all the men were dead, you were to pick your share of the treasure, and take the woman you desire. Too long have you watched her under your eyelids and haunted her steps." Eomer grasped his sword. "That I knew already," he muttered. "For that reason I would have slain him before, forgetting the law of the hall. But there are other reasons." He stepped forward, but Gandalf stayed him with his hand. "Eowyn is safe now," he said. "But you, Wormtongue, you have done what you could for your true master. Some reward you have earned at least. Yet Saruman is apt to overlook his bargains. I should advise you to go quickly and remind him, lest he forget your faithful service." "You lie," said Wormtongue. "That word comes too oft and easy from your lips," said Gandalf. "I do not lie. See, Theoden, here is a snake. With safety you cannot take it with you, nor can you leave it behind. To slay it would be just. But it was not always as it now is. Once it was a man, and did you service in its fashion. Give him a horse and let him go at once, wherever he chooses. By his choice you shall judge him. Do you hear this, Wormtongue?" said Theoden. "This is your choice, to ride with me to war, and let us see in battle whether you are true, or to go now, whither you will. But then, if ever we meet again, I shall not be merciful." Slowly Wormtongue rose. He looked at them with half-closed eyes. Last of all he scanned Theoden's face and opened his mouth as if to speak. Then suddenly he drew himself up. His hands worked. His eyes glittered. Such malice was in them that men stepped back from him. He bared his teeth, and then with a hissing breath he spat before the king's feet, and darting to one side, he eddied down the stair. After him, said Theoden, see that he does no harm to any, but do not hurt him or hinder him. Give him a horse, if he wishes it. And if any will bear him, said Eomer. One of the guards ran down the stair. Another went to the well at the foot of the terrace and in his helm drew water. With it he washed clean the stones that Wormtongue had delayed. Now my guests, come, said Theoden. Come and take such refreshment as haste allows. They passed back into the great house. Already they heard below them in the town the heralds crying and the war horns blowing. For the king was to ride forth as soon as the men of the town in those dwelling near could be armed and assembled. At the king's board sat Eomer and the 4 guests, and there also, waiting upon the king, was the lady Eowyn. They ate and drank swiftly. The others were silent while Theoden questioned Gandalf concerning Saruman. How far back his treachery goes, who can guess, said Gandalf. He was not always evil. Once I do not doubt that he was the friend of Rohan, and even when his heart grew colder, he found you useful. Still. But for long now he has plotted your ruin, wearing the mask of friendship, until he was ready. In those years Wormtongue's task was easy, and all that you did was swiftly known in Isengard, for your land was open, and strangers came and went. And ever Wormtongue's whispering was in your ears, poisoning your thought, chilling your heart, weakening your limbs, while others watched and could do nothing, for your will was in his keeping. But when I escaped and warned you, then the mask was torn, for those who would see. After that Wormtongue played dangerously, always seeking to delay you, to prevent your full strength being aired. He was crafty, dulling men's weariness, or working on their fears, as served the occasion. Do you not remember how eagerly he urged that no man should be spared on a wild goose chase northward, when the immediate peril was westward? He persuaded you to forbid Eomer to pursue the raiding orcs. If Eomer had not deed Wormtongue's voice speaking with your mouth, those orcs would have reached Isengard by now, bearing a great prize. Not indeed that prize which Saruman desires above all else, but at the least 2 members of my company, sharers of a secret hope, of which even to you, Lord, I cannot yet speak openly. Dare you think of what they might now be suffering, or what Saruman might now have learned to our destruction? I owe much to Eomer, said Theoden. Faithful heart may have froward tongue. Say also, said Gandalf, that to crooked eyes truth may wear a wry face. Indeed my eyes were almost blind, said Theoden. Most of all I owe to you, my guest. Once again you have come in time. I would give you a gift ere we go, at your own choosing. You have only to name aught that is mine. I reserve now only my sword. Whether I came in time or not is yet to be seen, said Gandalf. But as for your gift, Lord, I will choose one that will team I need. Swift and sure. Give me Shadowfax. He was only lent before, if loan we may call it. But now I shall ride him into great hazard, setting silver against black. I would not risk anything that is not my own. And already there is a bond of love between us. You choose well, said Theoden, and I give him now gladly. Yet it is a great gift. There is none like to Shadowfax. In him one of the mighty steeds of old has returned. None such shall return again. And to you my other guests I will offer such things as may be found in my armory. Swords you do not need, but there are helms and coats of mail of cunning work, gifts to my fathers out of Gondor. Shoes. From these ere we go, and may they serve you well. Now men came bearing raiment of war from the king's hoard, and They arrayed Aragorn and Legolas in shining mail. Helms too they chose, and round shields, their bosses were overlaid with gold and set with gems, green and red and white. Gandalf took no armor, and Gimli needed no coat of rings, even if one had been found to match his stature, for there was no hauberk in the hordes of Edoras of better make than his short corselet forged beneath the mountain in the north. But he chose a cap of iron and leather that did well upon his round head, and a small shield he also took. It bore the running horse, white upon green, that was the emblem of the house of Eorl. "May it keep you well," said Theoden. "It was made for me in the Jul's day, while still I was a boy." Gimli bowed. "I am proud, Lord of the Mark, to bear your device," he said. "Indeed sooner would I bear a horse than be borne by one. I love my feet better. But, maybe, I shall come yet where I can stand. And ght. It may well be so," said Theoden. The king now rose, and at once Eowyn came forward bearing wine. "Further Theoden Hal," she said, "receive now this cup and drink. In happy hour. Health be with thee at thy going and coming." Theoden drank from the cup, and she then proffered it to the guests. As she stood before Aragorn she paused suddenly and looked upon him, and her eyes were shining. And he looked down upon her fair face and smiled, but as he took the cup, his hand met hers, and he knew that she trembled at the touch. "Hail Aragorn, son of Arathorn," she said. "Hail Lady of Rohan," he answered, but his face now was troubled and he did not smile. When they had all drunk, the king went down the hall to the doors. There the guards awaited him, and heralds stood, and all the lords and chiefs were gathered together that remained in Edoras or dwelt nearby. "Behold, I go forth, and it seems like to be my last riding," said Theoden. "I have no child. Theodred my son is slain. I name Eomer, my sister's son, to be my heir. If neither of us return, then choose a new lord as you will. But to someone I must now entrust my people, that I leave behind, to rule them in my place. Which of you will stay?" No man spoke. "Is there none whom you would name? In whom do my people trust?" "In the house of Eorl," answered Hama. "But Eomer I cannot spare, nor would he stay," said the king, "and he is the last of that house." "I said not Eomer," answered Hama, "and he is not the last. There is Eowyn, daughter of Ealmund, his sister. She is fearless and high-hearted. All love her. Let her be as lord to the Eorlingas, while we are gone." "It shall be so," said Theoden. "Let the heralds announce to the folk that the Lady Eowyn will lead them." Then the king sat upon a seat before his doors, and Eowyn knelt before him and received from him a sword and a fair corselet. "Farewell, sister-daughter," he said. "Dark is the hour, yet maybe we shall return to the Golden Hall. But in Dunharrow the people may long defend themselves, and if the battle go ill, thither will come all who escape." "Speak not so," she answered. "A year shall I endure for every day that passes until your return." But as she spoke her eyes went to Aragorn, who stood nearby. "The king shall come again," he said. "Fear not. Not west but east does our doom await us." The king now went down the stair with Gandalf beside him. They others followed. Aragorn looked back as they passed towards the gate. Alone Eowyn stood before the doors of the house at the stairs. Head, the sword was set upright before her, and her hands were laid upon the hilt. She was clad now in mail and shone like silver in the sun. Gimli walked with Legolas, his axe on his shoulder. "Well, at last we set off," he said. "Men need many words before deeds. My axe is restless in my hands, though I doubt not that these Rohirrim are fell-handed when they come to it. Nonetheless this is not the warfare that suits me. How shall I come to the battle? I wish I could walk, and not bump like a sack at Gandalf's saddlebow." A safer seat than many, I guess, said Legolas. Yet doubtless, Gandalf will gladly put you down on your feet when blows begin, or Shadowfax himself. An axe is no weapon for a rider, and a dwarf is no horseman. It is orc-necks I would hew, not shave the scalps of men, said Gimli, patting the haft of his axe. At the gate they found a great host of men, old and young, all ready in the saddle. More than 1,000 were there mustered. Their spears were like a springing wood. Loudly and joyously they shouted as Theoden came forth. Some held in readiness the king's horse, Snowmane, and others held the horses of Aragorn and Legolas. Gimli stood ill at ease, frowning, but Eomer came up to him, leading his horse. "Hail, Gimli Glowin's son," he cried. "I have not had time to learn gentle speech under your rod, as you promised. But shall we not put aside our quarrel? At least I will speak no evil again of the Lady of the Wood. I will forget my wrath for a while," Eomer son of Ealmund said. "Gimli, but if ever you chance to see the Lady Galadriel with your eyes, then you shall acknowledge her the fairest of ladies, or our friendship will end." "So be it," said Eomer. "But until that time pardon me, and in token of pardon ride with me, I beg. Gandalf will be at the head with the Lord of the Mark, but Firefoot, my horse, will bear us both, if you will." "I thank you indeed," said Gimli, greatly pleased. "I will gladly go with you, if Legolas, my comrade, may ride beside us." "It shall be so," said Eomer. "Legolas upon my left, and Aragorn upon my right, and none will dare to stand before us." "Where is Shadowfax?" said Gandalf. Running wild over the grass, they answered. "He will let no man handle him. There he goes, away down by the ford, like a shadow among the willows." Gandalf whistled and called aloud the horse's name, and far away he tossed his head and neighed, and turning sped towards the host. Like an arrow were the breath of the west wind to take a body visible, even so would it appear, said Eomer, as the great horse ran up, until he stood before the wizard. "The gift seems all ready to be given," said Theoden. "But hearken, all. Hear now I name my guest, Gandalf Greyhame, wisest of counsel, lores, most welcome of wanderers, a lord of the Mark, a chieftain of the Eorlingas while our kin shall last, and I give to him Shadowfax, prince of horses." "I thank you, Theoden King," said Gandalf. Then suddenly he threw back his grey cloak, and cast aside his hat, and leaped to horseback. He wore no helm nor mail, his snowy hair you free in the wind, his white robes shone dazzling in the sun. "Behold the White Rider," cried Aragorn, and all took up the words. "Our king in the White Rider," they shouted. Forth Eorlingas. The trumpets sounded. The horses reared and neighed. Spear clashed on shield. Then the king raised his hand, and with a rush, like the sudden onset of a great wind, the last host of Rohan rode, thundering into the west. Far over the plain Eoin saw the glitter of their spears, as she stood still, alone before the doors of the silent house. Chapter 7. Helm's Deep. The sun was already westering as they rode from Edoras, and the light of it was in their eyes, turning all the rolling elts of Rohan to a golden haze. There was a beaten way, northwestward along the foothills of the White Mountains, and this they followed, up and down in a green country, crossing small swift streams by many fords. Far ahead and to their right the misty mountains loomed, ever darker and taller they grew as the miles went by. The sun went slowly down before them. Evening came behind. The host rode on. Need drove them, fearing to come too late. They rode with all the speed they could, pausing seldom. Swift and enduring were the steeds of Rohan, but there were many leagues to go. 40 leagues and more it was, as a bird eyes, from Edoras to the fords of the Isen, where they hoped to endy the king's men that held back the hosts of Saruman. Night closed about them. At last they halted to make their camp. They had ridden for some hours and were far out upon the western plain, yet more than half their journey lay still before them. In a great circle, under the starry sky and the waxing moon, they now made their bivouac. They lit no res, for they were uncertain of events, but they set a ring of mounted guards about them, and scouts rode out far ahead, passing like shadows in the folds of the land. The slow night passed without tidings or alarm. At dawn the horns sounded, and within an hour they took the road again. There were no clouds overhead yet, but a heaviness was in the air. It was hot for the season of the year. The rising sun was hazy, and behind it, following it slowly up the sky, there was a growing darkness, as of a great storm moving out of the east. And away in the northwest there seemed to be another darkness brooding about the feet of the misty mountains, a shadow that crept down slowly from the wizard's veil. Gandalf dropped back to where Legolas rode beside Eomer. "You have the keen eyes of your fair kindred, Legolas," he said, "and they can tell a sparrow from a league off. Tell me, can you see anything away yonder towards Isengard?" "Many miles lie between," said Legolas, gazing thither and shading his eyes with his long hand. "I can see a darkness. There are shapes moving in it, great shapes far away upon the bank of the river, but what they are I cannot tell. It is not mist or cloud that defeats my eyes. There is a veiling shadow that some power lays upon the land, and it marches slowly downstream. It is as if the twilight under endless trees were owing downwards from the hills. And behind us comes a very storm of Mordor," said Gandalf. "It will be a black night." As the second day of their riding drew on, the heaviness in the air increased. In the afternoon the dark clouds began to overtake them. A somber canopy with great billowing edges ecked with dazzling light. The sun went down, blood-red in a smoking haze. The spears of the riders were tipped with as the last shafts of light kindled. The steep faces of the peaks of Thrithirn, now very near they stood. On the northernmost arm of the White Mountains, 3 jagged horns, staring at the sunset. In the last red glow men in the vanguard saw a black speck, a horseman riding back towards them. They halted, awaiting him. He came, a weary man with dinted helm and cloven shield. Slowly he climbed from his horse and stood there a while gasping. At length he spoke. "Is Eomer here?" he asked. "You come at last, but too late, and with too little strength. Things have gone evilly since Theodred fell. We were driven back yesterday over the Isen with great loss. Many perished at the crossing. Then at night fresh forces came over the river against our camp. All Isengard must be emptied, and Saruman has armed the wild hillmen and herd folk of Dunland beyond the rivers, and these also he loosed upon us. We were mastered. The shield wall was broken. Erkenbrand of Westfold has drawn off those men he could gather towards his fastness in Helm's Deep. The rest are scattered. Where is Eomer? Tell him there is no hope ahead. He should return to Edoras before the wolves of Isengard come there." Theoden had sat silent, hidden from the man's sight behind his guards. Now he urged his horse forward. "Come, stand before me, Cyril," he said. "I am here. The last host of the Eorlingas has ridden forth. It will not return without battle." The man's face lightened with joy and wonder. He drew himself up. Then he knelt, offering his notched sword to the king. "Command me, Lord," he cried, "and pardon me. You thought I remained in Medicel bent like an old tree under winter snow. So it was when you rode to war. But a west wind has shaken the boughs," said Theoden. "Give this man a fresh horse. Let us ride to the help of Erkenbrund." While Theoden was speaking, Gandalf rode a short way ahead, and he sat there alone, gazing north to Isengard and west to the setting sun. Now he came back. "Ride, Theoden," he said. "Ride to Helm's Deep. Go not to the forts of Isen, and do not tarry in the plain. I must leave you for a while. Shadowfax must bear me now on a swift errand. Turning to Aragorn and Eomer and the men of the king's household, he cried, Keep well the Lord of the Mark, till I return. Await me at Helm's Gate. Farewell. He spoke a word to Shadowfax, and like an arrow from the bow, the great horse sprang away. Even as they looked he was gone, a ash of silver in the sunset, a wind over the grass, a shadow that and passed from sight. Snowmane snorted and reared, eager to fall low, but only a swift bird on the wing could have overtaken him. What does that mean? Said one of the guard to Hama. That Gandalf Greyhame has need of haste, answered Hama. Ever he goes and comes unlooked for. Wormtongue, were he here, would not endy it hard to explain, said the other. True enough, said Hama, but for myself, I will wait until I see Gandalf again. Maybe you will wait long, said the other. The host turned away now from the road to the forts of Isen and bent their course southward. Night fell, and still they rode on. They hills drew near, but the tall peaks of Thrillhirn were already dim against the darkening sky. Still some miles away, on the far side of the Westfold Vale, a great bay in the mountains, lay a green combe, out of which a gorge opened in the hills. Men of that land called it Helm's Deep, after a hero of old wars who had made his refuge there. Ever steeper and narrower it wound inward from the north under the shadow of the Thrillhirn, till the crow-haunted cliffs rose like mighty towers on either side, shutting out the light. At Helm's Gate, before the mouth of the deep, there was a hill of rock thrust outward by the northern cliff. There upon its spur stood high walls of ancient stone, and within them was a lofty tower. Men said that in the far-off days of the glory of Gondor the Sea Kings had built here this fastness with the hands of giants. The Hornburg, it was called, for a trumpet sounded upon the tower echoed in the deep behind, as if armies long forgotten were issuing to war from caves beneath the hills. A wall, too, the men of old had made from the Hornburg to the southern cliff, barring the entrance to the gorge. Beneath it by a wide culvert the deeping stream passed out. About the feet of the horn rock it wound, and owed then in a gully through the midst of a wide green gore, sloping gently down from Helm's Gate to Helm's Dyke. Thence it fell into the deeping combe and out into the Westfold Vale. There in the Hornburg at Helm's Gate, Erkenbrund, master of Westfold on the borders of the Mark, now dwelt. As the days darkened with threat of war, being wise, he had repaired the wall and made the fastness strong. The riders were still in the low valley before the mouth of the combe, when cries and horn blasts were heard from their scouts that went in front. Out of the darkness arrows whistled. Swiftly a scout rode back and reported that wolf riders were abroad in the valley, and that a host of orcs and wild men were hurrying southward from the forts of Isen and seemed to be making for Helm's Deep. We have found many of our folk lying slain as they ede thither, said the scout. And we have met scattered companies, going this way and that, leaderless. What has become of Erkenbrand none seem to know. It is likely that he will be overtaken ere he can reach Helm's Gate, if he has not already perished. Has aught been seen of Gandalf? Asked Theoden. Yes, Lord. Many have seen an old man in white upon a horse, passing hither and thither over the plains like wind in the grass. Some thought he was Saruman. It is said that he went away ere nightfall, towards Isengard. Some say also that Wormtongue was seen earlier, going northward with a company of orcs. It will go ill with Wormtongue, if Gandalf comes upon him, said Theoden. Nonetheless I miss now both my counselors, the old and the new. But in this need we have no better choice than to go on, as Gandalf said, to Helm's Gate, whether Erkenbrand be there or no. Is it known how great is the host that comes from the north? It is very great, said the scout. He that eyes counts every foeman twice, yet I have spoken to stout-hearted men, and I do not doubt that the main strength of the enemy is many times as great as all that we have here. Then let us be swift, said Eomer. Let us drive through such foes as are already between us and the fastness. There are caves and helms, deep where hundreds may lie hid, and secret ways lead thence up onto the hills. Trust not to secret ways, said the king. Saruman has long spied out this land. Still in that place our defense may last long. Let us go. Aragorn and Legolas went now with Eomer in the van. On through the dark night they rode, ever slower as the darkness deepened and their way climbed southward, higher and higher into the dim folds about the mountain's feet. They found few of the enemy before them. Here and there they came upon roving bands of orcs, but they ere the riders could take or slay them. It will not be long, I fear, said Eomer, ere the coming of the king's host will be known to the leader of our enemies, Saruman, or whatever captain he has sent forth. The rumor of war grew behind them. Now they could hear, borne over the dark, the sound of harsh singing. They had climbed far up into the deeping coombe when they looked back. Then they saw torches, countless points of eerie light upon the black elts behind, scattered like red hours, or winding up from the lowlands in long, ickering lines. Here and there a larger blaze leapt up. It is a great host and follows us hard, said Aragorn. They bring said Theoden, and they are burning as they come, rick, cot, and tree. This was a rich vale and had many homesteads. Alas for my folk! Would that day was here and we might ride down upon them like a storm out of the mountains, said Aragorn. It grieves me to why before them. We need not why much further, said Eomer. Not far ahead now lies Helm's Dyke, an ancient trench and rampart scored across the coombe, 2 furlongs below Helm's Gate. There we can turn and give battle. Nay, we are too few to defend the dike, said Theoden. It is a mile long or more, and the breach in it is wide. At the breach our rearguard must stand, if we are pressed, said Eomer. There was neither star nor moon when the riders came to the breach in the dike, where the stream from above passed out, and the road beside it ran down from the Hornburg. The rampart loomed suddenly before them, a high shadow beyond a dark pit. As they rode up, a sentinel challenged them. The Lord of the Mark rides to Helm's Gate, Eomer answered. I, Eomer son of Ealmund, speak. This is good tidings beyond hope, said the sentinel. Hasten. The enemy is on your heels. The host passed through the breach and halted on the sloping sward above. They now learned to their joy that Erkenbrand had left many men to hold Helm's Gate, and more had since escaped thither. Maybe we have 1,000 to GHT on foot, said Gomling, an old man, the leader of those that watched the dike. But most of them have seen too many winters, as I have, or too few, as my son's son here. What news of Erkenbrand? Word came yesterday that he was retreating hither with all that is left of the best riders of Westfold. But he has not come. I fear that he will not come now, said Eomer. Our scouts have gained no news of him, and the enemy LLS all the valley behind us. I would that he had escaped, said Theoden. He was a mighty man. In him lived again the valor of Helm the Hammerhand. But we cannot await him here. We must draw all our forces now behind the walls. Are you well stored? We bring little provision, for we rode forth to open battle, not to a siege. Behind us in the caves of the deep are 3 parts of the folk of Westfold, old and young, children and women, said Gomling. But great store of food, and many beasts and their fodder, have also been gathered there. That is well, said Eomer. They are burning or despoiling all that is left in the vale. If they come to bargain for our goods at Helm's Gate, they will pay a high price, said Gomling. The king and his riders passed on. Before the causeway that crossed the stream they dismounted. In a long lee they led their horses up the ramp and passed within the gates of the Hornburg. There they were welcomed again with joy and renewed hope, for now there were Men enough to man both the burg and the barrier wall. Quickly Eomer set his men in readiness. The king and the men of his household were in the Hornburg, and there also were many of the Westfold men. But on the deeping wall and its tower, and behind it, Eomer arrayed most of the strength that he had, for here the defense seemed more doubtful, if the assault were determined and in great force. The horses were led far up the deep under such guard as could be spared. The deeping wall was 20 feet high, and so thick that 4 men could walk abreast along the top, sheltered by a parapet over which only a tall man could look. Here and there were clefts in the stone through which men could shoot. This battlement could be reached by a stair running down from a door in the outer court of the Hornburg. 3 flights of steps led also up onto the wall from the deep behind, but in front it was smooth, and the great stones of it were set with such skill that no foothold could be found at their joints, and at the top they hung over like a sea-delved cliff. Gimli stood leaning against the breastwork upon the wall. Legolas sat above on the parapet, and jarring his bow, and peering out into the gloom. "This is more to my liking," said the dwarf, stamping on the stones. "Ever my heart rises as we draw near the mountains. There is good rock here. This country has tough bones. I felt them in my feet as we came up from the dike. Give me a year and 100 of my kin, and I would make this a place that armies would break upon like water." "I do not doubt it," said Legolas. "But you are a dwarf, and dwarves are strange folk. I do not like this place, and I shall like it no more by the light of day. But you comfort me, Gimli, and I am glad to have you standing nigh with your stout legs and your hard axe. I wish there were more of your kin among us, but even more wood I give for 100 good archers of Mirkwood. We shall need them. The Rohirrim have good bowmen after their fashion, but there are too few here, too few." "It is dark for archery," said Gimli. "Indeed it is time for sleep." "Sleep. I feel the need of it, as never I thought any dwarf could. Riding is tiring work. Yet my axe is restless in my hand. Give me a row of orc necks and room to swing, and all weariness will fall from me." A slow time passed. Far down in the valley scattered rest still burned. The hosts of Isengard were advancing in silence now. Their torches could be seen winding up the coombe in many lines. Suddenly from the dike yells and screams, and the earth's battle cries of men broke out. Flaming brands appeared over the brink and clustered thickly at the breach. Then they scattered and vanished. Men came galloping back over the Eld and up the ramp to the gate of the Hornburg. The rearguard of the Westfolders had been driven in. "The enemy is at hand," they said. "We loosed every arrow that we had, and led the dike with orcs. But it will not halt them long. Already they are scaling the bank at many points, thick as marching ants. But we have taught them not to carry torches." It was now past midnight. The sky was utterly dark, and the stillness of the heavy air foreboded storm. Suddenly the clouds were seared by a blinding ash. Branched lightning smote down upon the eastward hills. For a staring moment the watchers on the walls saw all the space between them and the dike lit with white light. It was boiling and crawling with black shapes, some squat and broad, some tall and grim, with high helms and sable shields. Hundreds and hundreds more were pouring over the dike and through the breach. The dark tide owed up to the walls from cliff to cliff. Thunder rolled in the valley. Rain came lashing down. Arrows thick as the rain came whistling over the battlements, and fell clinking and glancing on the stones. Some found a mark. The assault on Helm's Deep had begun, but no sound or challenge was heard within. No answering arrows came. The assailing hosts halted, foiled by the silent menace of rock and wall. Ever and again the lightning tore aside the darkness. Then the orcs screamed, waving spear and sword, and shooting a cloud of arrows at any that stood revealed upon the battlements, and the men of the mark amazed looked out, as it seemed to them, upon a great eld of dark corn, tossed by a tempest of war, and every ear glinted with barbed light. Brazen trumpets sounded. The enemy surged forward, some against the deeping wall, others towards the causeway and the ramp that led up to the Hornburg gates. There the hugest orcs were mustered, and the wild men of the Dunland fells. A moment they hesitated, and then on they came. The lightning ashed and blazoned. Upon every helm and shield the ghastly hand of Isengard was seen. They reached the summit of the rock, they drove towards the gates. Then at last an answer came. A storm of arrows met them, and a hail of stones. They wavered, broke, and eddied back, and then charged. Again, broke and charged again, and each time, like the incoming sea, they halted at a higher point. Again trumpets rang, and a press of roaring men leaped forth. They held their great shields above them, like a roof, while in their midst they bore two trunks of mighty trees. Behind them orc archers crowded, sending a hail of darts against the bowmen on the walls. They gained the gates. The trees, swung by strong arms, smote the timbers with a rending boom. If any man fell, crushed by a stone hurtling from above, two others sprang to take his place. Again and again the great ram swung and crashed. Eomer and Aragorn stood together on the deeping wall. They heard the roar of voices and the thudding of the rams, and then in a sudden ash of light they beheld the peril of the gates. "Come," said Aragorn. "This is the hour when we draw swords." Together, running like they sped along the wall, and up the steps, and passed into the outer court upon the rock. As they ran they gathered a handful of stout swordsmen. There was a small postern door that opened in an angle of the burg wall on the west, where the cliff stretched out to meet it. On that side a narrow path ran round towards the great gate, between the wall and the sheer brink of the rock. Together Eomer and Aragorn sprang through the door, their men close behind. The two swords ashed from the sheath as one. "Guthwine," cried Eomer. "Guthwine for the mark." "Anduril," cried Aragorn. "Anduril for the Dúnedain." Charging from the side, they hurled themselves upon the wild men. Anduril rose and fell, gleaming with white A shout went up from wall and tower. Anduril goes to war. The blade that was broken shines again. Dismayed the Remmers let fall the trees and turned to GHT, but the wall of their shields was broken as by a lightning stroke, and they were swept away, hewn down, or cast over the rock into the stony stream below. The orc archers shot wildly, and then thunder was rumbling in the distance now. The lightning ickered. Still, far off among the mountains in the south, a keen wind was blowing from the north again. The clouds were torn and drifting, and stars peeped out, and above the hills of the Coombe side the westering moon rode, glimmering yellow in the storm rack. "We did not come too soon," said Aragorn, looking at the gates. Their great hinges and iron bars were wrenched and bent, many of their timbers were cracked. The doors will not withstand another such battering. "Yet we cannot stay here beyond the walls to defend them," said Eomer. "Look." He pointed to the causeway. Already a great press. For a moment Eomer and Aragorn halted before the gates. They of orcs and men were gathering again beyond the stream. Arrows whined and skipped on the stones about them. "Come. We must get back and see what we can do to pile stone and beam across the gates. Within. Come now." They turned and ran. At that moment some dozen orcs that had lain motionless among the slain leaped to their feet, and came silently and swiftly behind. Two hung themselves to the ground at Eomer's heels, tripped him, and in a moment they were on top of him. But a small dark gur that none had observed sprang out of the shadows and gave a hoarse shout. "Barak has it. Has it ai menu." An axe swung and swept back. Two orcs fell headless. The rest Eomer struggled to his feet, even as Aragorn ran back to his aid. The postern was closed again. The iron door was barred and piled inside with stones. When all were safe within, Eomer turned. "I thank you, Gimli son of Gloin," he said. "I did not know that you were with us in the sortie, but oft the unbidden guest proves the best company. How came you there?" "I followed you to shake off sleep," said Gimli, "but I looked on the hillmen and they seemed over large for me, so I sat beside a stone to see your sword play." "I shall not envy it easy to repay you," said Eomer. "There may be many a chance ere the night is over," laughed the dwarf. "But I am content. Till now I have hewn naught but wood, since I left Moria." "Too," said Gimli, patting his axe. He had returned to his place on the wall. "Too," said Legolas. "I have done better, though now I must grope for spent arrows. All mine are gone. Yet I make my tale 28 the least. But that is only a few leaves in a forest." The sky now was quickly clearing and the sinking moon was shining brightly. But the light brought little hope to the riders of the mark. The enemy before them seemed to have grown rather than diminished, and still more were pressing up from the valley through the breach. The sortie upon the rock gained only a brief respite. The assault on the gates was redoubled. Against the deeping wall, the hosts of Isengard roared like a sea. Orcs and hillmen swarmed about its feet from end to end. Ropes with grappling hooks were hurled over the parapet faster than men could cut them or ing them. Vac. Hundreds of long ladders were lifted up. Many were cast down in ruin, but many more replaced them, and orcs sprang up them like apes in the dark forests of the south. Before the wall's foot they, dead and broken, were piled like shingle in a storm. Ever higher rose the hideous mounds, and still the enemy came on. The men of Rohan grew weary. All their arrows were spent, and every shaft was shot. Their swords were notched, and their shields were riven. 3 times Aragorn and Eomer rallied them, and 3 times Andúril aimed in a desperate charge that drove the enemy from the wall. Then a clamor arose in the deep behind. Orcs had crept like rats through the culvert through which the stream owed out. There they had gathered in the shadow of the cliffs, until the assault above was hottest and nearly all the men of the defense had rushed to the wall's top. Then they sprang out. Already some had passed into the jaws of the deep and were among the horses, ting with the guards. Down from the wall leapt Gimli with a hoarse cry that echoed in the cliffs. Hazard! Hazard! He soon had work enough. Ai, he shouted. The orcs are behind the wall. Ai, come. Legolas. There are enough for us both. Hazard Ai menu. Gimli the old looked down from the Hornburg, hearing the great voice of the dwarf above all the tumult. The orcs are in the deep, he cried. Helm.